Now live.
We're live?
Yeah,
dang it, I'm over here like I should
didn't
look
set up
more
any of the things I probably should have before that, but the alternative was we don't go live. So
are we
we're
live
now
on
live.
Twitter?
We are not live on Twitter, just Twitch and YouTube.
We do not have the bandwidth for that.
We don't have the bandwidth for it.
No, we don't have the bandwidth for much of anything here, but we got it working. Sorry for everyone. Sorry that we're late. It was a lot of work to set up. I've been here since about 9 in the morning, and we just now got it working mostly. So let us know in chat if things are wrong. I won't see it, but I hope somebody else will tell me.
I'm pulling up chat right now.
Okay, cool. I will do the same. Jeez. Sorry, YouTube chat. We're just not going to see you today. Apologize immensely.
YouTube chat, we're going to treat you the same we treat you every time, which is you don't
Fair
exist
point.
anyways.
Sorry,
Fair
YouTube
point.
chat.
Oh, I don't have internet.
I love you.
Oh, yes, internet.
You don't?
Hell yeah. All right, hey, you never gave me the title.
And just say live with Theo. Yes, I want to watch the tutorial for Stream Manager right now. That's exactly what I want to do, Twitch. How'd you know?
All right, hey, chat. I don't know if you know this. This is React Miami, okay? Lots of people put a ton of effort into making this happen. Even Theo's been here just
I know about
all
React,
day.
but what's Miami?
Miami is the city of the soulless.
That's why I live here.
Makes sense.
Dax, you look so incredibly small compared to me.
I hate it. I hate it. People
I
are
look
doing
small
the same
too,
size
but I
as
don't
trash.
mind.
It's bothering me.
Dude, my bicep is as big as your head.
That's actually just true. That's just a fact.
We can scoot slightly.
not
I
an
have plenty of
illusion.
room here.
Should we scoot?
Yeah, there
Yeah.
you go. But you guys have to be slightly back, and then
I don't
have
mind
to remain
looking
slightly
small, but I'm
forward.
worried for Dax.
There you go. I'm worried for Dax.
you. Do you want to scoot up?
It's, I'm gonna poke my chest out. I'm gonna stand up straight.
Yep.
And hopefully it helps. My head still looks tiny,
It's because I have so much hair.
and I don't have any.
You have
Thanks
none.
for rubbing that in. Thank you.
What's it
We
like?
should
being
reorganize so it's shortest hair, middle, then me here, and then longest.
hair
Hair,
organization?
sure.
gradients.
Whatever you want.
a
Torso
joke.
length? We
Torso
could go by torso length?
For real.
For real. All right, hey.
Let's
So-
go by tallest.
The real question is how many people in chat have actually been watching React Miami to this point, right? Because
Yeah.
they've been live streaming it. Do we have any casual React Miami
Here we are. I'm
enjoyers
just
right
holding my
now?
mic.
Because I've not gotten to see a single talk yet because I've been doing this whole time.
Are we frozen? Is the stream working?
The
The
stream
stream's
should be working.
Hey,
Okay, you guys are kind of rookies here.
Hey, anybody in chat, if things aren't working, let me know.
Yeah. Can you put F's in the chat for success? That's what I'm trying to say.
Don't,
F's in
don't
the chat
make them
for
put F's
success.
in the chat.
F's in the chat
You
for
know,
success.
you know how much F's in chat stress me out, motherfucker.
why do they stress you?
There's F's
Because it
everywhere.
usually means
There's
something's going
F's
wrong.
full of F's right now.
We're getting F'd up right now. Oh, I love it. F stands for fine. F successful.
I think it's because we're frozen.
I really wanted to have the React experience, which means we have to successfully fail.
Yeah.
Failed successfully.
And also
200.
React, but we can't even React at React Miami. It's
even
called
React.
React Miami. I guess we have to bring the React ourselves.
I had one chance to do this well, and I screwed it up.
Are they saying
Understand.
what the
Alright.
issue is?
Let me announce
I
it.
think
I'm
it's
gonna
fine.
announce
I
this
think
in the
we're
stream
good.
and all that.
Oh,
Sounds
so it
good.
was a joke? Okay.
Yeah. I have to do my at everyone still, actually. Let me do that on
All right, so the
Discord.
real question
That's
is,
good. That's good.
for those that have watched any of the talks, what do you think so far?
They're fantastic. The
Tell me,
talks are
what
great.
was your favorite
Some really
part?
incredible.
The first one and the second one were good.
Who was the first one?
It was a developer that uses React.
Kent would be his name.
Yes, Kent.
Yeah, Kent was
C.
amazing.
Dodds.
The only React dev.
So good. He's the #1 React dev on Earth, I think.
He is. He is known as #1. He also rides a big singular wheel.
Yes, I wrote it last year there, and then someone took a video of me, and it was pretty embarrassing.
Are you bad at it? Are you like that bad?
I was okay, but first time, it's hard.
Do you think
No
you could
one's
beat
good their
wheel?
first time.
Oh, I've one wheeled.
You've one wheeled?
Yeah.
I think I could ride it first try.
Oh, you can.
think
It's
you
not
can
hard
do
to learn.
anything.
Yeah, it's my toxic trait. I think I can do anything.
Yeah.
Literally.
Like
Anything?
Anything.
Like the particle
Madison.
simulator?
Particle.
He
And
did
I
it.
did.
He
I did a
it. He
particle
did it on the
simulator
first
in
try.
1 hour.
I was
He
there and I
did.
saw it.
Yeah.
I hate that you did, but you did.
I did it. It's how to be a successful engineer is you have to think you can do things which you physically cannot do.
Physically?
Emotionally, spiritually.
You were doing some jumps in there earlier with Milky. We had a jumping contest
Oh, we need to
happening.
talk about
you
that.
We
missed
need to
that.
talk about
We need to
that
make this
immediately.
official.
For those that don't know
Wait,
this.
I got a video of that.
You got a video?
Wait,
Yeah.
I missed a jumping contest?
There was a jumping contest, and let's just put it this way. Melky
put the
came in
video
with
on
the
screen.
excuses, and Melky left with no trophy. You come to lose, you lose.
I'm pretty sure I could jump over Melky like standing height.
No, it was a distance.
It was a
distance
standing
jump.
long
Oh,
jump.
distance, that's lame. That's not
Standing
fun.
long jump is super hard. It's
Like standing is literally just, do you have like long enough like legs?
That's not true. So when you jump high, did you know that they're between a flea, a deer, and LeBron James, they all jump the same height. There's actually a maximum height terrestrial creatures can jump, but the long jumping is much more varied. And so long jump is a much more entertaining way to see human feet in jumping than height jumps.
As a skateboarder, I have to call bullshit.
No, there's a terrestrial maximum. We can look
Is
it
that
up.
terrestrial maximum somebody jumping over a picnic table the long way? Because
No, it's because of it's due to the fact that velocity is proportional squared, right? So there's like only so much you're going to be able to go against a squared. Or,
okay,
not
you made the
velocity,
particle simulator. I
acceleration.
get it. You can
The
math.
acceleration is squared.
It's
so
actually
you're
just a constant in the simulation that we're living in. They just capped it.
it's someone
Yeah.
left a constant
The-
out
We're
there.
Yeah.
in the simulation.
The fact
Magic
that all
numbers.
things follow the same speed sounds like an optimization hack. Like there's no way the universe just works that way. It's just easier to do the math that way.
It is. It is. Anyways, chat, so there you go. A bunch of us who don't actually work in the physical world just got done explaining physics. Quantum computers next, you ready?
Yeah, real streamers talking about things we don't understand at all.
It's actually how you do this. All right, I'm gonna get this in the old chat.
Thank you. Sorry that none of this was prepared properly ahead of time. I did my best. I swear. This was a long and complex setup, and I've learned a lot since. Shout out to Chantastic, Michael Chan, for those who know him, the guy who hosted the React documentary, for supplying half of our microphones. Also, shout out to Adam.dev for the camera and everything involved with that. Shout out to Michelle and everybody involved in the conference for making this possible in the first place and getting us this beautiful table.
Yeah.
It's been a day. It feels like a night already. Jesus.
And shout out to Theo for working on this since hours
Yeah,
ago and
yes.
trying to get it all to work. Oh my
Yeah.
gosh.
I thought I took too much money from the sponsor. I did not take enough. That said, thank you, Clerk, for sponsoring as well and making this all possible, getting us all here for this. Because
Thanks, Clerk.
Thank you so much,
Clerk.
Clerk.
That
Love
just to be clear, that's not the movie with Jay and Silent Bob.
No.
Okay.
That's Clerks.
Oh, that's Clerks. Yeah, that's
Yes.
a different show. We're not talking about that.
You could reuse the merch, I bet. Just cover the S. Or take a Clerk merch thing and put the S on the end. That could work.
So what's the plan? Are we gonna watch the talks?
We can't watch the talks.
We're not
None of the
allowed
things
to-
I need to do that were provided.
We're not allowed
Actually,
to
some
watch
of them
the
were,
talks.
but they were entirely broken. So it's like the opposite of providing hardware.
I see. So we're gonna sit here and we're just gonna guess what they're saying in there.
Yeah, let's predict. What's the current talk, and we can guess what they're talking
Is
about.
it going on
Yeah.
right now?
It's
Is there
Una?
a schedule that I can open without changing or closing my
I
chat?
watched
Oh,
Una's
nice.
talk last year.
Was it good?
It was excellent.
Wait, whose
My-
talk is it?
Una.
Oh, Una's is gonna be fucking phenomenal.
She showed us all this crazy CSS stuff that I didn't know you could do
Oh yeah.
because we all use Tailwind.
I've heard of Tailwind.
Have you?
Yeah, I have.
It's quite controversial.
I actually think you would like Tailwind, Prime.
I actually do like Tailwind, and I try to explain this to people. Here, I'm going to give you the old curmudgeon programmer reason why Tailwind is great. Are you ready for this?
Yes.
All right, so in the IE8, IE7, IE6 days, what we would do is we would build something called left, and all it was float left.
Yeah.
Then you'd put clear fix, and you do that, and then you do 1/3, and you'd go through all these different things. You'd name a bunch of utility classes, and you'd build your divs by using a bunch of utility classes because it was impossible to do CSS. Like, it was so super hard. And then we got all this fanciness, and everything came into being, and so we quit doing all that. And then everyone started doing like JavaScript CSS, and it was a terrible like last 8 years. And then everyone realized that IE7 days were always the right days, which is just a bunch of utility classes.
Wow, this is wild. This sounds
Everyone
like a
did
long
that, yeah.
time ago. Was this in like the
not that- I
1920s when
remember
this
that.
happened? When was this happening?
This was happening.
Are we
back-
currently sitting in age order?
I
We
think we
are.
are. Wait, how old are you?
I'm not gonna say my age. I'm above 18.
She's a
below
woman. You never
100.
ask her
Yeah.
age. She's 28,
What the
clearly.
heck, Dax? What the heck?
You never
Um,
ask a 35-year-old woman her age, okay?
I'm sorry.
I'm 42. 4 kids. Beautiful husband. 4 kids.
Beautiful husband.
I'm not 42, okay? I'm not in my 40s
Oh,
yet.
sorry. You're not.
I am a beautiful
You're
husband,
not 42.
though.
You're 51. Yeah. Beautiful husband.
Love it. Yeah, Tailwind's been an interesting one where like the only people who dislike it. Oh, thank you, Eva, for the gift subs. Appreciate you a ton.
Thank
but,
you.
I'm trying to find the right way to put this point. Like, I feel like the midwit meme misses a lot of nuance that's important in midwit conversations. Where like there are, like, in the middle, everybody likes Tailwind, and on the far ends, everyone likes Tailwind, but there's a gap on both sides, like, from, like, knowing something pretty well to really well, where in that gap, there's a range where you hate Tailwind, because you don't understand CSS well enough to know how good it is, but you understand CSS enough to hate Tailwind.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people were doing the Tailwind thing anyway. Like, for years, we were just making a bunch of utility classes. They were inconsistent, not as polished as Tailwind, so they just came around and standardized it. So
Who didn't have margin small? Okay, who put margin small, which was always 12 pixels?
I don't know. I don't have small margins. I never had small margins.
I don't use margins.
Margins are an anti-pattern.
Yeah. Margins
How's
affect
that?
things outside of the element.
How's
Your
it take
element
there?
should not affect things outside of it. Ideally, when you mount something in a component as a parent component, you should dictate what happens outside of it. A component should not control what happens outside of itself.
So, you guys sound like a bunch of Zoomers. Like, some of us.
Brian didn't understand any of that.
Some of us have to go out there and make
What
tables
was it,
at
like-
one point in our life. Okay.
How do I get padding but on the outside?
Yeah.
Was that the quote?
That is how margins work. Padding on the outside.
Also, reminded me of another shout out. Shout out to Mark, our AV guy, my CTO, and the person who quoted Prime on that wonderful, wonderful quote.
What was the
Making this all
quote?
possible.
How do I get padding on the outside?
I believe.
But on the
was that the
outside,
quote,
yeah.
Mark? How do I get padding on the outside? Yeah.
It was in a terminal, okay? It's a very different experience in a terminal.
It's still called margin,
Yeah, actually, margin's very useful when you're building terminal apps.
I would imagine.
How do you do
There's-
margin in a terminal? What's your strategy? Tell us.
So there's this thing called Charm. Have you heard of Charm? Bash Bunny? Can I shout out
Shout
Bash
out to
Bunny?
Bash.
Yeah.
You spent how many hours trying to reinvent it before caving and using it?
First off, our system is genuinely more superior because we can do modals in
Did
ours.
you ship your system?
Yes, we did. We got pretty far, but then we bailed to prove Dax wrong.
Wait, how'd you prove me wrong?
We built it
Yeah.
in one. Well, I built it in one day. TJ went off and apparently fixed your OAuth or whatever it is.
No,
your
that is
credit
not
cards.
what happened.
He didn't
TJ
fix it.
fixed
That
his
is
credit
not what
cards. I
happened.
built the UI. The least UI person built the UI.
TJ
here.
fixed your UI. That's what I remember.
My favorite part about all of this is that the service, like the backend that runs all of this, was written by Dax in JavaScript, and they wrote the whole client for like the CLI in Go.
Yep, we are
It
the
is-
only we call it the funnel stack.
The funnel stack is
The
upside
funnel
down.
Oh, I thought
yeah.
that was a joke when you guys tweeted that.
No, it's the
I thought that
funnel
was a
stack.
joke.
You gotta
Why
be careful
how
with
did
that
this
hand
happen?
Yeah.
Well,
I did.
Well,
that's why I didn't
especially
do
out
that.
here.
I did that. That's why I really tried to make it.
It's an upside down triangle.
Wait, so how did this happen? JavaScript on the
So,
back end, go
how
on the
this-
front?
It's very,
how did
very
this come
simple.
about?
It's extremely simple. TJ and I are really based and awesome engineers, and then Dax helped out.
Yeah.
Also
Thanks to
Dax.
me, the app actually went out.
You know what? People are saying on the internet it didn't because it just says React Miami.
Oh, yeah, I did see that, but that's not my fault. That was your guys' side. The company's not going well. We're already fighting. There's a lot of infighting going on.
It's gonna be one. The co-founders are gonna push one person out. Who's it gonna be?
It's not going to be Adam.
Adam.
It's going to be Adam. Adam's the most useful person
Why
there.
are you
Adam's
pushing
gonna
Adam
find
out?
fund and start another company just to fight back out of spite, and I'll be sure to invest in that.
Adam is the most useful person. He is the biggest and strongest, but he's the one that takes all of our shit.
It does. It's
Yeah, I did
real.
not
It's
expect
true.
him to be the most jacked person here.
It's
Adam-
outrageous.
Adam is an actual Greek god.
Yeah.
Like he
He
walks
is
by.
pretty jacked. You think he's the most jacked person here?
Yeah,
You
100%.
would say?
Oh, yeah.
He
yeah.
he
Wow.
could lift Melky.
Dang, yeah.
He pinned Ken Wheeler.
For
Yeah.
the record, this is Adam
Like, without much
Elmore,
effort.
not Adam Rakis.
Yeah.
His
To be
diet,
clear.
Adam's diet is clearly
Adam
working.
Rackus would like
Are we
break his
converted?
leg thinking about it
To
too hard.
veganism? No.
Are we converting to
Oh, sure, we
veganism?
just got a raid from
No.
Janet. Thank you
Sorry.
so much for
I'm
the raid.
not
Appreciate
European.
you.
It's
Thank
not
you for
worth
the
it.
rate. It's not your.
I have no idea how we're doing numbers wise. I can't see freaking anything from here.
All right, but seriously though, I don't know if you know this, but coming up here shortly, in about 9 minutes, I believe Tony Casporo is going to talk.
Amazing.
I'm actually sad I'm going to miss that. Him and I have created an LLC together. We
That's so
built
cool.
companies together.
So you know him a long time.
I've known him for a long, long, long time.
Where did
We
you first
actually-
meet?
Netflix.
You're both working there.
He started at Netflix in 2014, and I started in 2013.
Wow.
And so then we worked together, and we'd argue a bunch. He was on the website. And okay, so I had to make this feature a long time ago in the React land. You may have heard of React. And I broke the website a few times using React. But one of them was that we have this show called Black Mirror. And the first episode of the first season is a little bit more controversial than the rest of the episodes.
Oh, I think I
And-
know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so we reversed the ordering for when Netflix did our season 3. So you'd actually see the newest content first because it's an anthology series. And so I had to come up with a series of flags in which were really, really great except for one of them. I screwed up. And I called the flag hidden. as opposed to show episode numbers. You know, so I put a little knot in there. So there's a bunch of not hiddens spread throughout, and Tony was fairly disappointed. Let's just put it that way.
He was upset.
It's on every single platform. I ruined actual Netflix code. That was me. I did that.
And that's how you guys became friends.
And then we started the company together afterwards. So Tony's great. Tony should be starting here soon. Tony's topic is on the trade-off between complexity and designing a good product. How do you plan for now and not forever?
What
Sounds
is
good.
it? Tony Gita by chance?
Kasporo.
Oh,
He's great.
yeah. There's another Tony at Netflix who I love.
There's a lot of Tonys. It's actually 10% of the staff's named Tony.
Yeah, the guy who, like, I'm trying to remember how we described Tony I worked with at Twitch, who went to Netflix. He was the GraphQL guy at Twitch who, like, made it so a company of Twitch size could move to GraphQL seamlessly out of fucking nowhere. Just showed up and did that, and it worked great. But he always felt like the front end people didn't really interface with him enough. So I kind of became the bridge between the services side of Twitch and the like client side of Twitch, and him and I just met all the time and like pushed a ton of heavy stuff. It was
What was
awesome.
his last name?
Gita, G-H-I-T-A.
Oh,
He was a
wow.
legend. He's a huge part of like me realizing I could like reach over past like the area I'm supposed to be in and have real impact like all over the place. And it was huge. Like I owe him forever.
The funny part is that I did work with Tony Quintero, and I also worked with Tony Miles and Tony Kasporo, but just not. And there's also another couple Tonys that I didn't work
There's
with.
so many Tonys.
I told you, it's 10%
Dang.
of Netflix staff at one point were Tonys.
They should have named Devin Tony.
They should.
Wow.
Rebrand.
I don't feel that we should talk about AI.
Yeah,
just because
react.
I get too triggered, and chat is going to try to trigger me. Can I get F's in the chat for fantastic? We don't
F's
want.
in the chat.
We don't want this.
I dislike your appropriation of F's in chat.
L stands for lovely take. So, can I get some L takes in there for a lovely take? We have
Curse.
lovely take
Evil,
and winner
terrible.
takes, okay? It's just L's and W's for us all day
Ryan's an
long.
optimist.
I'm an optimist. Lovely take. Thank you. See, look, everyone's so happy about it. You know what the real good insult, now that we're on AI, is saying that's an LLM take. You're the most average take I've ever seen in my lifetime.
I'm going to wrap all of this around. It's an LLL take if it's really bad React code you're insecure about. Because low-level learning has not let me look and audit his React code. And it's been like a year now that he's been
Nice.
telling me I
Hold
should. And then I
strong.
say, okay, I'll do it. And then he says, wait, no, I don't actually want you to see my code. You're going to judge me too much. It just won't let me do it.
Nice. Hold strong.
That
Hold
said,
strong.
he accidentally left source maps on. So I was able to get all of the source code for his website. So I can now rogue React to it if I really want to.
Whoa.
Wait,
that
what is
legal?
his React code for? It's a project?
Yeah, I don't remember. It's some type of like website for learning about low-level stuff that he built. It's like a learning
his,
platform.
it's his learning platform. I'm a student there.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah, it's great. I love it.
Is it buggy?
It's buggy. It's really buggy. I'm sorry.
No,
I
this
hesitated.
makes the audit so much more fun. I have to do
like,
this now.
I couldn't log in the other day, and I'm like, I paid for this, but I love it. It's a great course. I took the C course. I started taking the C course. It's amazing. I love low-level learning.
I'm so
There's
excited.
There's a few bugs. I'm not gonna lie, but it's okay. It's an adventure. It's an adventure.
All right, hey, you know what's an adventure? You're learning C.
I'm trying to learn C. Yeah, we had some good discussions about it.
Tell us about pointers.
So we say, anyone in the chat learning C? F if you're learning C's. Am I doing it right?
yeah,
F if you're
yeah.
learning C. Yeah.
F the C if you're learning it right now.
I'm still confused on pointers. So a pointer is
Low levels
literally
in
just.
chat. You just heard all of that.
Oh.
He's about to go turn
Low
source
level. I'm
maps
sorry.
off.
I'm a devoted student. I
love
actually
you and your
I
shitty
did
React
I
code.
did cancel my subscription, but I will
Oh my
No,
god.
But I've re-signed up recently. Just
She also
saying.
unsubbed to you on YouTube.
I'm gonna become a lifelong member anyway. Yeah, so okay, pointers are literally just a memory adjust, pointing to something in memory. But I don't understand yet why they're so complicated, so I think I haven't written them enough to know why people stress
They're
out.
not-
Someone tell me.
No, you just nailed it. That's
But
the
why is
pointer.
it like they're so hard, I don't get it
I think
yet.
people are used to languages where it's not a thing, so when they see a new thing, they think it's like something crazy.
So how does memory work like in JavaScript then? So like there's no concept of pointers. How would that work?
There is concept.
Yeah.
But it's like under the hood, right? Because I
Sort
never
of.
knew when I wrote JavaScript, I didn't know what a pointer was. So
When you
how does
pass
that
an object
translate?
and you mutate it, does it mutate a new copy, or do you mutate the one you pass in?
Wait, what?
When you
I
like,
don't
if
know.
you have a
function,
function,
the function changes a key on that object.
Oh, okay.
What does the original object change, or did it copy
Oh my
it?
gosh. It copies it, right? Wait, no, it changes. My bad. No, it changes.
Yeah, there you go. Pointers.
I don't know JavaScript either.
That's literally a pointer.
Unless you, pretty much always
Wait.
in JavaScript,
Yeah, I was
passing
gonna
is
say.
passed by reference. So when you pass
Right,
something,
right, instead of by value.
Weird.
I see. Okay.
The value just happens to be an int, which happens to be a pointer. So we always just copy pointers.
Huh, mind blown.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
yeah, so technically everything's
So
a pointer.
when I used to hear JavaScript pass by value, pass by reference, I thought that was a JavaScript thing starting out. I didn't realize.
No, long time.
Yeah, arrays are a JavaScript thing. No other language has those.
JavaScript or Java did it a lot. So Java was all about that.
Are those up for
That's for
grabs?
that's
I
for
don't have
DAX.
sunglasses.
There you go.
Yeah.
I have a question. I have a question about the
Thank
point
you.
pass by value, pass by referencing. 'Cause
Pointers, by the way.
I feel like people have different interpretations of this, right?
You
So there's
should.
some languages where you can implement a swap function. You pass in x, y, and the function can swap the values in it for anything referencing it outside. That's how they define as pass by reference.
We are definitely talking about React right now. At React
Fine,
Banter.
I just don't understand that API. What do you mean by that? Like you have like two numbers?
If you have a function called swap, it takes x and y,
What are X and Y?
numbers, whatever, or pointers to numbers.
Okay, so it's a pointer to something.
Yeah. So the
Same type pointer to something else.
so this function can swap the values,
yeah.
and anything reading those values are now going to be switched on the outside.
I would say that whoever wrote that function should get fired because that is an evil function, okay?
It's a function that only shows up in textbooks, so it's not
It
a
doesn't
real
sound
world
too far
function.
from how reverse works in JavaScript, to be fair.
That's
Because it mutates the original array.
Yeah.
the most evil thing I've ever heard in my lifetime.
That's
I actually
true.
love reverse. Reverse is my favorite JavaScript function
It
Why?
screws people over so much they don't realize it's mutating the original array.
because you can't judge a book by its cover in JavaScript. Oh, its cover says it's returning you an array. It takes an array and returns you an array. Must be copied. Boom, no.
Nope.
Boom goes dynamite.
No, and then sorts is different, and now you have what's the one that mutates a sort? Two sorted?
No, sort.
Sort mutates.
Yes. Two
And two
sorted.
sorted
All the ones
is-
with two don't mutate, they copy. They're adding two
Okay.
reverse and a bunch of others now, too, to fix this problem. But
Great. Now we have
yeah.
twice the number of functions.
Let's
Yeah.
go back to talking about C. We'll just talk about C all day
Okay.
at a React conference. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
All right, so a pointer is literally just like you said. It's a memory address that points to something. It's just
Yeah.
a piece of memory. Now, how you interpret that is the type you put on the pointer. Because remember, memory is just a bunch of ones and zeros.
It's like
at
an
the end
array
the
of
day.
ones and zeros. A
Yeah,
big
you
old
can think
array
of it
of
like
ones
an
and
array of
zeros.
ones and zeros.
Okay.
And so if you have an int pointer, we'll go an I64 to make it more understandable. That means what it points to, there are 8 bytes that are a signed integer. That's all it means. So you're going to interpret what's behind the pointer by the type it is, but internally it's going to follow the pointer and get that memory.
So it's literally just 8 bytes, but of type integer.
Yes.
Okay.
Has anybody seen Ken by chance?
Yes.
Are
he's
we
had a
getting
bunch.
Ken?
Multiple Ken requests
pointer.
so far.
We have
I've
had a
seen
lot of
Ken
Ken
a bunch
requests.
today. I think he left though. I don't know if he's still around.
Is Prime getting jacked? I wouldn't say I'm getting jacked. I just, you guys want to do like
Prime
a high
does
school
look-
photo? You guys want to do like a high school
What about
photo?
my arms? Nothing.
I know
Yeah.
my
Oh,
role
I just
here.
hurt my neck. Oh my god. I
Be
just hurt
careful.
my neck.
I've been there. I know exactly what
Prime,
you're
you
going
do
through
look
right now.
really huge. Like, it's crazy. You're like,
I just work out a lot.
objects in me are bigger than they appear.
Prime worked out today.
I did
No, you
work
do-
out today. You
Yeah.
know what's amazing is that I worked out today, and I was invited to work out with Madison,
Yes.
and now I went by myself.
So we made a plan last night. Prime and I were staying in the same hotel. We were like, okay, we're gonna meet at the gym at 8:20. And then I woke up. I'm like, hey, I'm ready. And Prime's like, oh, I already went at like 5 a.m. Sorry, you missed out. Wow.
I can't
Meanwhile, when I got to Dax's on Wednesday or on Thursday morning, it was yesterday. Jesus Christ, I scheduled a mess. But yeah, when I got to Dax's yesterday at like 7, Prime was in his fucking bed refusing to come out. So yeah,
Yeah, I didn't wanna
you
talk
work
to
out at 5,
anybody.
so you wouldn't hang out at 7. I see how it is.
We were all. Prime was just tweeting in bed. We
I
knew
was
he was
tweeting
awake because
in
we just
bed.
saw his tweets.
Prime
They
had
were
to wake
making-
up early this morning. You had to take a selfie. First thing you did, gym selfie. Dang.
selfie, yeah.
Influencer girl.
Yeah, tax
you should have done
write-off,
like a
there you go.
booty
Ta-
pop
tax write-off.
right then. Booty pop.
Yep. He
But
takes
here-
the picture. He first sends it to his CPA, and then he sends it to Twitter.
Yeah. Just so they know, I am actually continuing to work out.
Do you know you can go to the gym without taking a selfie?
It's impossible.
I don't believe you, first off. Okay, and second off, I mostly keep my shirt on.
That's true.
Mostly.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What are the exceptions?
The exceptions? You know what? I don't actually have a rule there.
He feels it in his heart.
I feel it in my heart. I go by what I feel here.
That sounds about right.
Also, when I'm coding HTMX, it just makes me feel hot and bothered and gotta rip the shirt off.
Sorry, HTML?
I just mentioned HTMX at a React conference.
You're saying
wouldn't understand.
HTML?
You promised
They're
you wouldn't
basically
do
the
that.
same thing now with server components, so.
So true. All right,
Yeah, one happens on the client and one doesn't work, so.
here's the real question, okay? Who here is actively using React right now?
Oh, we're are now using it.
You're using solid, that basically counts.
No, I don't want to count it.
that
I don't
that
want,
literally does
if
not
that
count.
counts, I have to switch because I'm only using solid to be different. That's the only reason.
Don't worry, you're still very different. That you don't have to put extra effort in there. You're like making a company, this whole thing is be different, for no good reason, just for the sake of it.
It's how I roll. I'm from New York, you know.
I
Yeah,
write
the internet
front ends and go, so I mean,
Sorry,
I'm there
you
with
said
you.
be
I'm pretty
different?
different
Yeah.
myself.
That's the company. You said your company logo is Be Different. So
Yeah.
you know that's taken,
Yeah,
right?
SST stands for be different.
Yeah, the S and the T stand for be different.
Didn't.
It actually stands for some stupid thing. People don't know that.
What's
What
the
is it?
stupid thing?
Tell us.
That's what it stands. It stands for some stupid thing.
Oh, that's it.
Really?
No.
That's what it stands. That's what
it doesn't
it's
stand for
canon
anything.
now. It stands for some stupid thing.
Yeah.
Wait,
Okay,
I just.
but what does it stand for?
It's a long story. We don't need to get into it.
Yeah,
it doesn't
so just
stand
tell
for
me.
it doesn't stand for anything anymore. We wrote a book called Serverless Stack, and this was like the guide of how to build stuff on AWS, and we abbreviated it to SST. That got big. We reused the name for our product, and now we're stuck with the name.
Oh,
So
so
it
you're
doesn't really
insecure
stand
that
for
if you
anything.
change the name that nobody will use the new thing.
Yeah, people mostly download our stuff by accident. That's where like 90% of our downloads come from. and
Yeah,
we
no,
don't
that's,
wanna
I'm just
lose that.
typing like npm
Wait,
install
what?
React and I typo it and SST comes out.
Yeah,
Really
exactly.
weird.
People download stuff by accident. That's a joke.
No,
What'd you say?
that's where most
Oh.
of our downloads go. No, I'm kidding.
It's actually a really great way to do what's called supply chain attacks. Is anytime
How so?
any new library comes out, you create every
like a
mistyped
typo,
thing.
like a typo related
and
Oh,
then
thing
wow.
you just
nice.
npm post install, hit them with that script.
that steals your
Dang.
Bitcoin, and then you're screwed.
scary.
So I work for a company called Inbox Messenger, and the app's name was Inbox on the App Store. And most of our downloads were from people looking for like Google Inbox, which was big in the day. But some of them stuck around. So, if you're starting a company, name it after another bigger company. It actually kind of works.
Hey, I want to let
Like
you know
React
something.
Miami.
Yeah.
Someone just said
React Miami.
that your voice is as if Pirate Software and I had a baby.
That
Is
is
Pirate
not
Software
good
not-
because Pirate Software's voice is already perfect. So it's just he's just saying it's
Yeah,
worse
so
than
like
Pirate.
taking something perfect and like messing
Mixing
it
me
up
in.
with like a little bit of rust and a mustache.
Taking something perfect
I mean,
and
I'll
messing
take
it up.
it.
Like, no, it's Pirate Software's neck beard, his mustache combined together creates the full beard.
Can we change topics? I'm not liking where this is going at all.
We like this.
This is what the people want.
This is
what
what,
they
the
want,
people want.
guys.
This is what they have.
Someone just took a
neck
selfie.
beard.
We're
with us in the
rizzing
background.
them
That was
with the
funny.
Yeah, there's a
Right
challenge
now,
where they have
alright?
to take a selfie with me for a scavenger hunt.
Oh.
And people have been
Okay.
very wiggly with the definition of selfie with Theo because I've been too busy to actually do the selfie part.
I saw so many people come up to you and you were like just not even you're like doing
Are
working
you
and they're
protecting our
taking a
camera for
selfie.
us?
We're just watching it. Just
Okay. Yeah, normally I'd like wrap something around the camera, but I did not plan ahead enough for that.
People are very scared of the monopod.
Yeah.
It scares people.
It's not the most stable thing I've mounted a $2,000 to $4,000 setup on, to be sure.
Should we
but-
get any of the speakers on the after half to give like a quick recap if they want to?
Yeah.
I would love to grab people around. I don't know if it will be speakers or whoever, but just relevant people are always fun. I
you know-
see Vukes right there, who's the creator of Excalidraw and like one of the most OG of the React world. He's wearing cool boots too.
That's pretty radical.
We got Ryan Florence walking around back there.
Yeah.
There's
I
Defiance
really wanted,
from the Twitch
Should
chat.
I go?
wanted Ken, but I
Should
don't
I
think
go
he's here
grab people,
anymore.
guys? I can be our little grabber. What's the wrong word?
No, you
Just
cannot
go
grab
around
people.
and start grabbing people.
Can I want?
And don't
That's
say
fine,
anything.
but who's the best
that's-
person to bring on first? Because
Go grab 'em by
they
the
have to be
React.
good enough. It can't be an impossible act to follow. Is the catch. So you have to balance it out.
Ken Wheeler. Ken Wheeler,
Zeke's
where are you
over
at?
there.
There's no chance Ken Wheeler's on premises.
There's no chance. Ken Wheeler is currently using or Miami's drug supply right now.
All of it. It's all
of it.
gone.
It's actually
It is-
gone.
it is
The entirety.
100%
It's a
gone.
dry night.
After yesterday.
If you came here to
Jacob
party,
is
I'm
right
sorry.
here. That is a fair point. We can start with Jacob.
All
Do
right.
that. Hi, Jacob.
Jacob,
wanna
come
come
on
on?
to the
We
show.
only have 4
Come on.
mics, so you're
Oh,
going to have to share with
on,
somebody.
Jacob.
You know what?
Jacob
Boot
Jacob
somebody
Let me
works
take
temporarily.
it
for
away.
our
Let's,
sponsor.
boot me.
We're booting Madison?
Boot me,
I think we
guys.
should come around this way, because we're booting Madison.
All right,
and
guys.
We'll send you to go find people.
Bye,
for us. Just
Madison.
figure out
I
who
will
we're
go
sending you
find
to
people.
find.
You're on mic.
I trust
know,
your
that's
judgment.
what I was
You know people well enough. You can find anybody interesting, bring them.
All right.
Ryan? Yeah, get Ryan. How we doing? That's fine. Howdy, representative from clerk number 1.
You're out of
Yes,
control.
I
am out of
figured
control.
I would be
You're
like
out of
in a
control.
movie, one of those individuals,
Honestly,
who's like
I
person
like it.
number 2.
Whoa, you gotta talk towards everybody. You can't just only
He's
look
talking
at
to the
Theo.
camera.
This,
And-
all right,
yeah,
first
yes.
off, this is our sponsor.
You're a sponsor?
He wants a clerk now.
I'm working at Clerk, that's right.
Okay.
DevRel, engineer.
Nice.
Yeah.
Did you help Madison get here?
Help who get here?
Madison isn't
Oh,
part of.
the sponsor deal was organized separately through me. We're working on convincing Madison to let me pay for her travel.
Nice,
After
nice.
all of this, she should be convinced. Yeah.
So you helped sponsor her to come here? That's pretty cool. That's radical.
Did you see my tweet today? A clerk employee left their laptop in my house, and I tagged Auth0 asking if they wanted to buy it.
I know it was Jeff.
Yes.
Yeah.
I didn't know if
I
he was
didn't
going to.
actually know it was Jeff. I just assumed, so I love that.
Oh,
guess
but
that
I just
right.
confirmed it. Whoops. I didn't know if he was going to get in trouble. So.
He got you.
Yeah.
Dax.
Did he get Core 2 out?
He literally got it out at Dax's party.
So he did actually ship it.
Oh.
Yeah.
It didn't tell me, and you also didn't tell me, even though I told you to tell me.
Nice.
For those who don't know, basically all of the annoyances I've had with Clerk as an Auth provider just got solved like at once with a big overhaul of the core of Clerk called Core 2. You don't install 2, you install version 5, but with that comes the better core. It makes the performance way better, it makes the middleware way lighter, it just gets out of your way much better, and I already recorded my tutorial using that new version. Funny enough, because I recorded it twice with the old version, and got so frustrated during the setup, I said, screw this, we're using beta software. I know it's beta, whatever, we'll do it. So, if you watched the tutorial, you've already used Core 2. If you haven't, you should try it, it is way better. Whew.
So
Beautifully done.
Core 2 with version 5?
Core 2 is version 5.
Yeah, so Core 2 is basically just, think about it as like a lot of the internal stuff, we call that Core 2. The V5 is the version 5 of the SDK for like Next.js and all those.
What's the internal name for Core 2?
It's Core 2.
It's Core 2.
You missed
It's
a
an
chance
internal
to
name
call it
that we-
Electric Boogaloo. That's ridiculous.
I have to admit.
I'll hold on.
Put it in your mouth. You gotta put it like in your mouth.
Yeah, right in my face. All right. Yes, I would agree with you that was a mistake.
Did it even come up? Did anyone suggest it?
Electric Boogaloo? No.
You guys just start paying this guy.
I'm literally a marketing genius.
I'm just gonna call you anytime there's some
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
anybody's like, hey, we're gonna do a new product release. I'm like, hey, Prime.
Okay, just
Can
let
we
me
just
know
make it,
immediately.
you said no AI, never mind.
No way I talk.
A machine learning based generator for prime names for things, where we take all the things primes named stuff in the past and train a model against that.
You know, I've been trying to be pretty clean on this stream, but it'd be nothing but dick jokes if you did that. So I would not recommend using whatever I've said as an LLM generator.
I'm
Just
gonna-
got info. Apparently, Ken will be back from lunch in 30-ish minutes.
Nice.
So,
Speaking of dick jokes.
Oh my god.
that's why I came to mind. It's like a big walking dick joke.
Oh my god.
Oh man, just not emphasis on big. I mean, for him maybe.
Oh man.
Girthy, it makes women uncomfortable.
So how many of the clerk team are here today?
Demetrius,
Sorry.
my the head of DevRel,
Yeah.
Yeah.
is actually emceeing. So
Yes,
if
he's
you-
wearing quite an outfit.
It's beautiful.
A
It's
big
gorgeous.
pink suit. He got his hair done. His hair looks great.
Like looks like a
Not that I know what that's like, but
like
you
a
know.
like he looks like a boss.
Do you ever miss having hair?
Oh my god.
Sort of. You know what? You would think that having less hair is less work, but I gotta
No.
shave my head like every 2 days. It's a lot of work,
Yeah.
and honestly, that's the part that sucks.
So how come you're
Yeah.
not just like doing this thing, just letting it happen, like little skull it going?
I feel like that's like clinging on to something you don't have, and I just hate that. I hate that feeling. It's gone. The moment I start losing my hair, I'm like, it's gone. I'm taking it all off.
Do you
Respect.
think that you're trying to let that much chest hair out as compensation for the hair lacking on your head?
100%. That is exactly what I'm doing.
I've never seen definitive proof that somebody can have both.
Both what?
Hair on their head and hair on their chest. Like, you can have some
Interesting.
amount of both, but like one is compromised, obviously.
No, Jay. Have you seen Jay? Have you seen his hair? His hair's amazing, and he's got a lot of chest hair. But he might be the exception to the rule.
Yeah.
Exception that proves the rule, even.
Yeah.
I love that. I love that term.
Yeah.
People hate
hair has
that
to be
term.
missing from somewhere.
Well, I mean, I don't know about his whole body, but
Mine's working in reverse. I'm losing hair up here, and it's working its way down.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's good.
You
That's
just slowly transforming into a Viking.
It's true. It's true.
If you're gonna lose it in one spot, you gotta grow somewhere else.
So I mean, not me personally. I just keep a full head of hair, being almost 40, plus some nice chest hair. But that's unusual. I get it.
It's gorgeous.
But we did get asked a very important question, Dax. I'd love to hear your opinion on this. Is Clerk used in our app for authentication?
No, we actually rolled our own auth, which
is known for working really well for you guys, right?
Hey,
How'd
it
that go?
works.
Roll it like sushi, people.
Here's the problem. Does Clerk have a terminal SDK?
I was going to say, like, this can
Yeah.
easily be solved. Clerk just needs a Go-based terminal SDK for signing in.
Well, no, we just need CRUD.
Unironically, though, having like a really minimal, at least an example of how to like bounce off from your CLI to the browser and back would actually be really nice.
So I'd like to mention that two things. We do have REST APIs that you could just build whatever you want using those APIs and not have to deal with like building out the back end database infrastructure stuff.
You might have been able to avoid writing JavaScript.
Also,
He loves JavaScript, though.
I love it so much.
PartyKit, their CLI uses Clerk.
Yeah, I mean, we technically didn't roll our own auth. We just used SSH auth.
Yeah, you may have heard of SSH, stands for Secure Cell.
Secured Cell.
Shakira Shell.
Yeah.
Shakira Shell. It's quantum secure. Are you guys quantum secure?
Quantum secure.
Yeah.
So what they're saying is it's harder to auth on their service than it is to set up auth using Clerk.
You know
No,
why?
I disagree.
Yeah, ours is as simple
You
as
just
it gets.
do SSH and you got it. Everyone has SSH around.
Can we talk about how Prime here invented JWTs like decades before anybody else even knew it existed? No.
Is that true?
Yeah, so what I used to do, so Facebook, do you guys remember Facebook apps?
Yeah.
What's Facebook?
What's Facebook? Meta, right?
Well, no, the application's still called Facebook. I can call it Fookbase if you need me to. Like, we can lead in here. You don't want that. Anyway, so Fookbase has these apps way back in about 2009 to 2011. And part of that is that it had a very limited subset of what you could do. And so I kind of figured, okay, so if it's like an iframe, and this is all you kind of get, you have to kind of play pretty smart. And so I'd store the entirety of their authentication in the URL, and I did that by taking JSON objects, encoding them, then base64 web encoding them, and then hashing them with some salt and some other things from their accounts and all that, and the way they did security and signed in their password, blah, 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 right? And then I would generate a small little front part of the hash to know if they've changed the object at all.
Oh,
So
nice.
only the server can generate objects, so it was hash dot their object.
Which is exactly how JWT.
It's pretty much
yeah.
JWT. So I did that, about 15 years ago.
You
16
also
years
invented
ago.
GraphQL before GraphQL was a thing.
We did Falcor, yeah.
You're really
Went
ahead of the
notoriously
curve.
well.
And then I quit. And then I also made the world's greatest security violation, Repulsive Grizzly. So, I've been around.
That's amazing.
And now I don't work at Netflix anymore.
I know. You're
Related?
What?
Related?
Related.
I did not know about that.
Yeah.
Unemployed, by the way.
I'm unemployed. Can I get F's in chat for Falcor?
God, imagine hiring Prime right now. Like, you look up his name online when you're, like, interviewing him, and you're like, yeah.
Yeah, we really hope your businesses work out because there's no other future for you.
I actually agree with that statement.
I wouldn't want to hire me, much less you.
Yeah, I wouldn't hire me either. Gosh. But hey, to be completely fair, I do have friends now.
You
and they
do?
would probably hire me.
I would
Dax?
hire you.
Dax,
yeah, I would hire you.
Yeah, he's...
Yeah, if you need a
Yeah.
DevRel.
I could be a DevRel. I could do that. I swear I would only sometimes talk about dicks.
About what? Dicks
Yeah.
or Nicks?
Dicks, not nicks.
I'd
I
rather
would
you talk about
nicks.
dicks than Nicks.
I would never have nicks in my mouth, don't worry.
I'm dying.
I didn't realize how funny that joke was until right now. That was hilarious.
That was really good.
That was really
You
good.
accidentally nailed it.
I accidentally stuck the landing on
So
it.
what's your current plan here? Are you just like now a Rust consultant?
Okay, hey, first off, actually, you know what I'm going to be doing here in the next 3 weeks? I'm going to be doing a little bit of consultancy for people with their Node.js servers because they're entirely too slow.
Is that true?
I'm not making that up at all.
Wow.
Yeah.
You're doing actual work.
I'm doing actual work.
So actually-
Building on Rust makes no sense because that implies that people who are developing in Rust are actually making money on their services.
Yeah. Checkmate. Jacob. You write Rust to tell people you write Rust.
Yeah.
You write Go to finish a product, and you write TypeScript so you can rewrite it later. Like everybody knows the steps.
Clerk's backend's in Go, right?
It is my goal for every service I write in TypeScript to eventually use that service so heavily that it's only responsible if I rewrite it in Go.
Yeah.
But my goal is to make things that are successful enough that they deserve that effort.
I mean, we rewrote in Cloudflare Workers. We rewrote the CLI from Rust
Wrangler.
to TypeScript.
Yeah.
Because it was just better.
That sounds like I've never heard skill issues pronounced so long in my entire lifetime. Will you actually stop using Rust and use TypeScript because
considering it's a tool for deploying JavaScript
was so
and
much
TypeScript,
better.
I think it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
The performance of your CLI is not a problem.
Actually, we moved from JS to Go for our CLI because the performance was a problem.
CLI, that's actually one of the best places you want fast stuff, is on CLI. Because that means developers are using it constantly, which means they want that snappiness.
Yeah, for day-to-day workflows, like it's gotta be snappy, you know.
Gotta be snappy. Snap it up.
Once the thing spins up, I don't care too much. Like if you're interfacing with it regularly, like multiple times a day, maybe. But if you're using it to spin something up that just like runs in the background, like my task runners do not need to be in a real language.
So why don't you use IntelliJ then? There's only a one-time cost, but then it's like the most superior editing experience.
Because I don't like the editing experience. If it was just the spin-up time, then I would actually probably use it. But I just don't like IntelliJ.
I tried so many different ones. I tried way back. I tried Atom.
I defend Electron.
WebStorm.
Oh, I tried Atom too.
I think we're talking about two different things.
Adam Elmore.
Yeah, Adam Elmore the vegan. He did not write any code this week.
I told him he should start CrossFit.
I will
Really-
admit,
really
as
double
someone
down.
who is obviously not vegan, I'm a little sad about how much you bully Adam for it, because he is not the like loud vegan. He is very quietly vegan.
No, and that's
you're
even more
louder than
annoying.
he
Yeah,
is
it's
now.
super-
It's
It's
very
super
annoying that he is a reasonable vegan. Like, it's
It's almost
extremely
worse because you
annoying.
expect the vegan to be annoying. So when he's not, you have to be more
Yeah,
annoying
it's
to make up
horrible.
for the gap there.
I think our favorite thing we've done so far is every time we go to a restaurant, we barely get sat down. We're like, oh, by the way, he's a vegan. This guy is the vegan.
Truly amazing.
And the waiter starts to roast him like the whole time. It's been
The
amazing.
entire time.
the waiters roast
Zeke
him.
first?
The
Yes,
waiters
every time.
destroy
Every
Adam.
time.
I love that.
Speaking of IntelliJ,
Yeah.
I'm going to ask you this question because you are quite old.
Thank you.
Uh,
I like the term experienced.
were you ever in the C# world?
Yes, I was.
Do you remember all the JetBrains tools for C#?
I never used any of them because I used the proper editor for C#, which is Visual Studio.
No, but do you remember
Writer?
ReSharper?
ReSharper, I used a lot of
ReSharper was incredible.
ReSharper actually was, I think Pinnacle ReSharper was like 2009.
Yeah.
It was so fast. I could type like 500 words a minute because ReSharper was just like, it was the greatest autocomplete. It put Copilot to shame. It put everything.
Yeah.
There was no better thing.
You could write a bunch of code and it would just suggest like, it would rewrite all of it and just make it better. It was amazing.
It was the best.
Yeah.
ReSharper is probably the coolest.
We should
It's
start
literally
swapping more people in. Hate to kick you.
No,
I see
no
a
worries.
very favorite person to bully here. Shall we pull in the Zeke?
Both Theo
Oh,
and
God.
Clemson's voices sound almost identical.
Really interesting. I've gotten that once or twice, and even like when I was mixing things and where we both hung out, I was like, wait, I'm struggling to tell who's who sometimes.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of exciting.
Middle here.
Yeah, if you don't mind.
I don't think I've ever done a stream before
Well, welcome.
that has viewers.
Who hasn't streamed to 2 viewers during COVID?
You want to guess how many people are on the stream?
I have no idea for what it's worth.
A few more.
300.
A few more.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't
Don't.
think people liked you guys.
Don't screw it
They
up.
don't, but they will watch.
Yeah, they
Do
will
you actually
watch.
want to know?
It's called
Ah,
antis.
okay.
It's a bit over 1,000 on Twitch alone right now.
That's pretty good.
And
Yeah.
YouTube might even have more because I have a thumbnail on it with Prime's face in it, which is very clickable. If you haven't looked at that face, like, do you not want to just click on that when you see it? It's
I
like-
really don't want to click on that.
But my favorite one is. That's how you make. That's how you do YouTube. If you're wondering how to YouTube. So for
I see
$300
Theo's
crash
face
course.
all the time, like shocked.
Shocked Pikachu.
I've reduced the amount of times I use the shocked face recently to see if it has a difference in it. It's been slightly positive for sure.
You want to hear something weird?
Yeah.
Don't open your mouth.
Don't open my mouth.
Yeah, for
Like when
YouTube
speaking?
videos. When you're
Yeah.
doing a thumbnail, you go like this. But if
You
you
actually have to record the whole video with
it'll
your mouth
actually
closed too.
it'll actually reduce your click-through rate. Opening your mouth.
I hate everything about this.
The only reason for that, though, like all of this comes down to the same thing. It's novelty. Since the open mouth crazy face thumbnail became so popular, doing it differently makes it the thing that's different stand out more. As soon as
There's
it
a
becomes
meta.
the meta, the meta's over.
What if you just, it's a picture of the back of your head?
Honestly, that might work. I'll try that.
I
will
can do
give that a shot.
consulting if y'all need help. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
For those who don't know, actually, we probably should have introduced you. Who the fuck are you?
I'm David.
No, you're Zeke.
That was
Zeke, my bad.
When people say David to
such a
refer to you, I get
weekend
so
try. You
confused.
need to try it again.
I guess I'm Zeeg, which is Z-E-E-G, or David, or Kramer. I started Sentry a long time ago. I'm
What's
an executive. Sentry, everybody knows what Sentry is.
Fair point.
The
One's in
app
chat
breaks.
if you don't know what Sentry is.
If you don't know what Sentry is, I'm confused. But
They're
app
the
breaks,
guards, right?
You know, something like
Guards.
that. Yeah. But yeah, we just do application monitoring.
There's actually a decent number of
all
ones
the
in
bugs,
chat.
You know.
Yeah, there's a lot of ones.
Errors. When you push your code out, we know it's going to break. But do
Yeah.
you know if it's going to break? That's why you use Sentry. You get alerted when your code breaks, which is going to be all the time.
Yeah.
We see everybody's bugs.
You know the hell that is taking like your source maps, your deployed software, what your clients are running on their devices, and then the errors that happen from any of those parts and trying to pull that all together.
No,
Sentry
we
doesn't
do
make
Go
it easier, but they
terminals. We
are the
have no
place you
idea.
put all that
No.
data.
Also,
so.
we don't write errors. So
we
it's
don't-
Yeah, I
a little
hear
bit
like
different.
Go developers have no errors. That's why the error handling is so bad. Is that right?
No.
No, Go has good error
the
handling. I
opposite.
hate Go. I hate Go so much. It has good error handling.
We don't have errors because we know when things err.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
By
JavaScript's
good
just
error
like, here's
handling-
a function.
I mean,
I don't
JavaScript
know.
only errors.
Yeah,
So what
like-
we mean by good error handling is you're expected to always return an error as one of the things that a function returns, like always.
Yeah.
He hates that.
I hate it.
He comes from the Python world.
Python, they figured this out.
Yeah, your Python code doesn't ever error because your Python code doesn't really run.
You want a conspiracy?
Yes.
What if we fund JavaScript because all of the JavaScript code is broken and it keeps us in business?
I would believe that, except I don't think you need to do that. I think most developers just write
Suddenly
broken
your
code.
sponsorship of me makes so much more sense. It all just came together.
Wait.
So I result in more engineers who make more mistakes using the tech that I
Yeah.
recommend. Because obviously Next.js and AppRouter are entirely broken. Nobody would ever ship anything on those. So by doing that, I'm now making an infinite set of future customers for Sentry. Wow.
Does that mean whatever you think of AI is beneficial for Sentry? Meaning if you want more AI, it means that AIs are worse programmers than humans, thus introducing more errors, thus helping Sentry in the end? But if you say you don't want them, that means AIs are actually the superior programmers because they don't introduce as much errors, thus they're not going to be as beneficial for you?
Was
What's your
Copilot a
thoughts on
psyop
AI?
by you guys?
I have no idea.
This psyop is so great. I want to know right now. What's your opinion on AI? Go.
It doesn't exist. I don't have a controversial opinion. I just don't think it works. You know, I like the Copilot IntelliSense thing, but it's just like slower than any other version of IntelliSense.
You should try
so-
Super Maven. It's faster. It's not much better, but it's a lot faster.
Super Maven does not work in Neovim.
Nothing works in
I'm
Neovim.
amazed that people use Vim still. I guess it's
There's
not
somebody
Emacs
here
at
with a
least,
Neovim
but-
shirt, actually.
Yes,
Yes, we did.
it's Defy Us All
Oh, shit.
from Twitch chat.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah.
Is there a Neo Emacs? Neomax?
Yeah, do Max.
It's Emacs.
Yeah, it's just Emacs.
Yeah. Unlike them, they actually keep updating Emacs.
I'm just letting you know that Vim's a great editing experience, and if you can't edit with it, you just have skill issues.
Oh, there's definitely. You have to learn how to use it.
Yeah.
I'm great with Nano, by the way.
Well,
Nano.
Superior terminal editing tool.
if you're not good with Nano, there's something like fundamentally wrong with you. Okay.
You might have died if you're not
I'm great
going
at
in.
Notepad, also, my friend. Actually, exiting Nano is fundamentally harder than exiting Vim.
That's true.
It
It's
is actually
Control
kind of
X, I
annoying.
believe.
Control X,
The worst
but
is-
if there's a save thing, you then have to like pick the save, and if you say no, it
Yeah.
like doesn't let you exit.
Oh, okay.
And
Theo,
somehow
do you know what
some will
Nano
change
is?
bindings.
Are
I
you,
don't
are you
know.
old enough for Nano?
Never heard. Yes, I know
Wait,
what
is it
Nano
Pico?
is.
Is it
I
Pico?
knew
Pico
GNU
was the
Screen
first one.
before I ever wrote a line of code, motherfucker. I was hosting Minecraft
Oh, I
servers.
knew it. I knew exactly why you knew it. You're like, I need my Minecraft server to be around even when I disconnect my VNC
Yeah.
session. And you
Yeah,
found screen.
I was an SSH GNU Screen wizard and knew Git very well before I ever wrote my first line of code. I actually think learning Git before learning how to code was like a superpower because I, up until recently, had never deleted code I needed, like for 15 plus years of coding. I did for the first time ever a few weeks ago, where I deleted code and couldn't get it back because I didn't put it in Git at any point.
You say you know Git, but you don't rebase.
Yeah, because I know Git well
Boom.
enough to know how to not get hurt.
Let's
using
go.
Git. And
The
I,
man, the
unlike
myth,
you
the
guys,
legend.
I use Git with other people because I'm on a team. I know that's a crazy concept, but like
That's
Mr.
right.
Unemployed over
TJ,
here.
Dax, and I all used Rebase, and we all.
And we all worked on a single branch. It was great.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, but we talked about this.
You all worked on a single
branch
branch.
means something else.
No,
What is that
we
thing
all
called?
worked on
No,
that.
the thing where people commit directly to main.
Trunk
That's
based.
what we did.
Trunk
That's what
based.
we
but,
did,
but
basically.
without
Yeah.
pull requests or
That's
patches.
what we just did.
It's called trust. We trust each other.
Yeah.
Oh, oh.
Trust-based development.
Yeah. We
This is
rolled
why
out
you're
Auth.
unemployed and you have 0 users.
This also sounds
Yeah,
very
I
good for the
know.
whole like helping him get more code that errors thing.
Well,
Yeah, that's
actually,
true.
to be fair, we had so many users, we actually had to scale up quite a bit.
We did. We had to use servers. We couldn't use serverless, Theo. We couldn't.
You're
Yeah.
Mr. Motherfucking Serverless Stack.
Yeah, and we use servers because
I started a company using serverless. You started a company trying to psyop serverless.
You gotta play on that marketing.
we have no opinions. If you want to deploy something, we will help you.
As long as it's serverless.
And on AWS.
Yeah.
Or on Cloudflare.
And TypeScript.
If it's on Cloudflare and it uses like 1/5 of Cloudflare's features or less, and it's the ones that they've actually implemented.
our program's
So it's like
in
using
Go and you're
Terraform on
launching it,
Cloudflare.
so
Yeah,
I
it's
don't
in
know
Go.
about I feel like there's some fake news going on
I
over
know.
here. You know what he told me?
Wait, is this
Just
a
give
coffee
me
day?
the EXE, you
I
smelly
said-
nerd.
I
And so
said-
we gave him
no,
the
No,
EXE.
I said give me the binary. Don't accuse me of that Windows stuff. I said give me the binary.
He does use Arch, by the way. If you don't know.
So how's that Pulumi going?
It's great. We're having a great time with Pulumi. It's amazing.
Still Terraform free?
Yeah. What is this? Is that a Pokemon?
This looks incredibly puntable.
Can you explain to us what this is?
Vulture.
Oh, Vulture. Speaking of servers.
Our engineers are blowing up because I'm over at eMerge and they're all watching you.
Let's go.
Wrong place.
Let's go.
Their fault. React Miami. It's the place to be.
Awesome. Can I get a selfie with you guys?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Live stream
We're just
selfie,
giving him this
let's
much
go.
of free press.
I know. You take that
$1,000
picture,
per
you owe us
picture.
money.
Anyone who takes a picture with this thing gets $250 of free credit on me if you post it on Twitter.
That
could-
sounds
we
like
could
more
give
of an
you, like,
ad, less of a
250,000.
compensation.
You can't help it, guys. Our engineers love you, dude.
Cool. So
say-
for
you say-
everybody
you say you're
watching
in-
stream right now,
Kevin
thinking that you can
Cochran,
just
I'm
show
like,
up
pay attention to
and
my social stream. They're not listening to me.
I'm sorry,
They're
man.
not-
Like
they're
we have
only
another
listening to
sponsor.
me.
Like get it, but cool.
Okay, thanks, guys.
Yeah.
Did you say that his interns love us? Is that what I heard?
Yeah.
His interns. Okay, I'll take it.
So he was offensive. He got free PR, and
I don't
no.
think it's that offensive.
He said that his interns watch us.
Yeah, I'm
That's
happy about
offensive.
that. Why? I love when interns are what makes software work.
Because you're referring to them
That's
explicitly as your
actually
interns, not
mostly
as your
true.
team.
Interns and new grads.
You're using the term to silo the people who actually watch our content into a smaller, lesser group, just to say, he could have just said his team watches us, but he didn't.
I don't know, I think you're reading too far into it.
I am, because I'm trying to understand why
I
people...
can't tell if he said
what people
interns or
think about.
engineers. It was one or the other.
I'm pretty sure he said really good-looking and smart people watch us to hopefully get better looking and smarter.
I like
Ken,
it. I
yeah.
like that interpretation.
That's how I do it.
Any last words before we boot you?
I don't know how yet. Do you do this like 8 hours all day?
6 to 7
Seems
hours
good.
per day a week.
I'm going to give you a compliment. I've noticed recently on Twitter that you're logging out all of your frustrations and happiness with Go.
Oh yeah, but I already threw Go in the trash can.
Yeah. I
He's
I love
rewritten
that.
Don't worry,
his
I'll be
app
back,
4
I'll be
times
back.
already.
Yeah.
I know, I love that though. I
You
think
left
it's
the group
great.
chat. He does it even more in there.
I just love when someone tries to do something just to prove it to themselves if what they're doing is actually right or wrong.
Oh yeah, I
'Cause
keep
it's
doing
super
it.
easy
It's
to
all
do
wrong all the
assumptions.
time.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah. I don't know,
Let's
it's fun.
grab Chan,
Cool.
dude Chan, the person who
Awesome.
made this all possible. Let's do it.
Thanks, y'all.
Of course, thanks for coming. Honestly,
Already
it'd probably be
backdoored.
easier for
Oh,
me to
we're
just
gonna
sit in
get
the middle and put our
backdoors, so
guest
many
here.
backdoors.
Now I think about it.
The best part
Let's do
about
that.
this is I can whisper and people can't even know that I'm saying things. Like they have
Howdy.
no idea.
What's up, boys and
Because
boys?
No one's monitoring this.
Not
so
much.
I'm just like going
Yeah,
crazy
we
right
accidentally
now in
kicked
the most
Madison, and
offensive
I
things
forgot
possible.
about what that would do to our diversity.
VS Code sucks.
It's all right.
Everything's terrible.
Yeah.
We
If I had our
Sounds
mics on,
fantastic.
or on handles, we'd do that. Anyways, for those who don't know, who the hell are you?
I am Michael Chan, Chantastic. Kind of nobody, but just having fun. Enthusiast.
nobody.
Enthusiast at large. This is my play.
You do it well. Yeah.
What are you saying over there?
Are you flexing over here?
Not doing anything. I'm totally normal. I have a
hate- I hate not
I have
having
a firm
microphones.
erection. I'm feeling good. Let's just keep going here, okay?
Fully erect.
I'm fully
I also
erect.
hate not having like a mic on the desk.
I know, it's kind of weird. It's kind of
Yeah,
weird.
I've never done live. I've done very little content without a mic on this. I've done no live content without it. It's just like the thing I'm always looking for is like, is my mic in the right spot?
Also, I saw an ad on Madison's screen over there, so someone's not subbed.
Oh,
Uh-oh. Madison is not
Madison.
subbed.
Maddie,
Not subscribed?
Maddie.
not subscribed?
I'd sit down. Oh,
Try
yeah.
hard.
I
She
guess
didn't
for
even- she
once
didn't even
they
hear
were
what we were
weak.
saying.
She's spaced. I knew it.
Okay, that's a good answer. I'll give it to her. Can we? I just used she was on the mobile browser on her phone when she was watching chat earlier, so I'll let her have that one.
Fair, fair.
just one quick, just I want you to walk right here, just for a quick second.
Madison?
No, TJ.
Oh,
TJ. Teach, can you just walk right here for one quick second?
I know where this is going.
I know. I just want everybody to see and feel the dad energy coming off of Teach.
Yeah, the outfit.
Look at that.
Yeah, the matching shorts.
This is the vibe right here.
Wait, you're doing the same thing.
Yeah, I know.
I don't.
Oh my goodness, I didn't even notice that.
Look at all these fathers.
Look.
Fatherhood. You can just
What
tell.
is-
You can just see it.
Look at these
You can
fathers.
call me a father figure, or you can say I've got a dad bod. Either way works for me.
Once more.
Hello, you can call me your father figure, or you can just say I have a dad bod. Either works for me.
You heard it here
How about
first.
Miami?
Sorry, we had to get him in here.
We couldn't not.
Neovim is so good. Don't let
For
them
those who
know.
don't
Don't let them
know, Chen here, he's the other person who's wasted the same money on these same annoying wireless mics as me that match perfectly so we could do this in the first place. And in the panic mode of setting this up, I knew you were here, I knew you were somewhere. I played telephone to figure out where you were sitting in that room, went in when the talk ended, the talk was 8 minutes late, impatiently waiting to bump over to you and be like, hey, can I borrow your mics? And you actually let me borrow your mics. So now we can be live, so thank you again for that.
My pleasure.
streams, by the
Happy
way,
to
Teach
contribute.
TV.
I actually really enjoyed our time in Epic at Epic Web, just talking. We nerded out for hours
Yeah.
about just.
We're the gear nerds. Make sure you
Yeah.
chatted with Adam a bit about that stuff too.
He
It's
was
his
like-
camera that we're using.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
He was like the one that I just keep looking over to make sure that it's still up. Like I'm so nervous
Fucking
about this
monopod,
camera.
man. That thing is terrifying.
It's firm.
No, it looks good. It's sort
Every
of
time I
hard
press a
to
button
record.
on it, it shakes at least like 20 degrees.
It's just
off
when
axis.
the sessions come out and like the people rush out that stresses me.
We should get one of those like little velvety ropes.
Yeah. Normally I would ask for that, but every time I asked for something from the venue, everything got delayed an hour. So, yeah.
So how's it going? What's going on?
Yeah. We're just watching chat, talking about React and development and
You can
the
see chat?
terminal shop. Yeah. Not checking it much, but I can see it.
That's good. Yeah, I would. I mean, I wouldn't read it if I were you and you were me. So you brought these microphones. Why'd you bring them?
You know, actually, I enjoy doing interviews from time to time. Yeah. I was gonna try to get one with you and Dax actually.
Nice.
All right.
I was
Why
gonna
would
do
you
that.
see
Let's do it.
Dax?
Dax is fucking awesome. Oh shit.
We can do it right now.
You can't. If you curse, you can't follow it up with oh shit afterwards. Okay, like that ruins
Here.
like the oopsie daisy.
Fuck. You're good.
Okay, good. No, Dax is pretty cool. I was entertaining this idea of a like mean-spirited interview in kind of the spirit of you've been doing some of those, which are
Yes. I did one with Fred and I did one with Rich Harris.
great. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of fun. They're totally fake. They're extremely edited. You know, people take them seriously. I did the Rich Harris one where we pretend to be angry at each other. Someone replied being like, "This was so mean. You clearly made Rich Harris feel so uncomfortable. I feel so bad for him." And I was like,
What is
wow.
it about devs that just don't understand sarcasm? Like, why is that such a common thing in our space?
So how did you land on that format though? Because
I want to do one.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay.
We should do it.
Yeah.
How did I land that format? I don't remember because we were doing work with all the different frameworks. So we did one with Astro, and we're like, how do we want to like talk about this? We didn't want to just do like, oh, let me like share my screen like showing the thing. It's boring. No one's gonna watch that. So like, what's the funniest thing we could do?
Sorry, I'll be right back.
And yeah, I like love the between two
All right, if you want to mute it,
between
you
two
press the
ferns
button on the
things.
bottom, that should mute it.
I don't want to mute it.
And Fred was down, and I'm like comfortable with Fred, so it was like I couldn't do this with someone that I just met. So yeah, we just went for it, and it turned out pretty good.
Yeah. So something I've been a little bit obsessed with is the notion of like I've always wanted to
keep walking through.
I did a podcast
good
for a
call.
little bit called React Podcast, and I've always wanted to ask the question that like people want to be asked,
Yeah.
you know? And I think that they always end up being like my perception of those is like the kind version of that question, but like there's something fun about that framework where it's like maybe they want to be asked a question where they feel like they can come back and be a jerk or like an asshole and like, really like
Sounds
go
great
for
to
it.
me.
You know, it's awesome. Like there's a
Let's see if you have it in
there
you.
that's
Ask me a
great.
question, it's a bit of a neg. Do it, right now, on the spot.
Oh, I can,
The harder
okay.
the better.
If
That's
you
what she said.
So if all your sponsors like just dried up immediately tomorrow, do you think your takes would get any better?
I think they would get a lot worse. I think they would straight up get a lot worse because right now all my sponsors are the things I use, and if I needed to put the money on the table, I would start getting sponsored for things I don't use. So they would get way worse. We'd be like deploying on Heroku again.
See, I don't have a mean
All
follow-up.
right, do Dax
because-
next. Do Dax
Dax.
next.
Should be easier.
Okay, so Dax, you have an amazing beard. I love it.
You're doing terribly so far.
Did you know that it would Did you know that it would come at the expense of like your personality? Or
Was there? That's like not really a question, it's an insult in with a question mark at the end of it.
shit? Did I do it wrong?
That was so
That was good.
I have no words for that, honestly. Yeah, I'll take it. You know, my personality wasn't great to begin with, so.
How does it feel to know you will never do something as great as the Zach Galifianakis Obama interview?
Honestly, having done these, I'm so much more appreciative of how good professional comedians are. Like, they're so good. Like, we're nowhere close to that. Well, I'm not.
Yeah.
You might be a
Again,
bit closer.
the beard personality.
Yes, I
problem.
know. Yeah.
It takes you like 3 days to realize how funny my joke was, which doesn't say positive things about me.
Do people realize? Are your jokes funny?
I've had at least one person tell me days later that my joke was funny, so at least once.
At least once. Okay.
It is amazing how much harder it is to like land a joke. Like, you know, hang out with your friends, you kind of get a sense of like, oh yeah, maybe I'm a little bit funny. But you're right, like that comedian level.
Yeah.
It's like the difference between like a pro athlete and like someone who has like an at-home gym.
Yeah, exactly. And they're doing it with people they just met oftentimes, and like completely improv. And it's just like, yeah, you're either born with it or you're not. You know.
I have the fun problem of like people who are like objectively very funny that like have people who follow them just for their humor. They always say I'm funny, but the people who like them for their humor don't think I'm funny. So it's like it's the artist's favorite artist. Yeah, you're not funny, so it doesn't matter. It's like it's the artist's favorite artist, but for humor. But it's even worse because I have no influence from that position at all. I'm just the kind of funny guy that makes bad jokes.
Yeah.
I rock it. I know my role. Talk about JavaScript and not be funny.
I'm drinking my vegan water, by the way.
Oh man.
I think the idea of non-vegan water is actually interesting.
This is vegan
If
water.
that existed, Prime would drink it for sure.
Oh, for sure. I actually
Just
have this
meat
whole
water.
idea. You know those like
Protein
Prime drinks
infused.
that Logan Paul made? You have to make Logan because he made Prime.
I
Prime
can
should
make
make
Logan.
Logan, and that should be the
It'll
meat
be
water.
non-vegan water. My idea was
water.
to try it out on Adam. Is I would sneak in a couple drops of like chicken stock into his water and hand it to him.
And just slowly you build up a dependency on it. Yeah.
Slowly trick him into wanting meat.
Yeah.
I think it's a great idea. Start with one
I've
drop.
heard worse.
Yeah. L move. The guy's name is Donnie Eat Plants. So you sound a little biased towards my great ideas.
Any things you've really enjoyed at this conference so far? What was your favorite talk?
You know, honestly, I've never been to Miami before. So like,
Same.
this
Wow.
was really fun. It was really fun to see B. Dougie up there. I haven't actually seen B. Dougie give a talk.
Yeah, it's really nice seeing his takes on like how to contribute to open source shift in like my direction. It's really cool.
Yeah.
Dougie was one of the first people who like noticed what I was doing too. First person to ever invite me on like a podcast as a guest. Like I was nobody at the time too. It was super fucking
That was
cool.
a great interview, by the way.
Thank you.
I
Yeah,
think
people
he
are
did a good-
finding that years later now.
Yeah.
It's so cool.
Yeah.
So what was the talk? Was this the open source talk?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wanted to see that one, so I did not
It was really
get to see
good.
that one.
He
Give me like a five.
You know, honestly, he showed a graph and then just said, "What is this massive erection?" Like at one of the points, and he sold me. Sold me.
Sneak a phrase. What is this massive erection?
Man sneaks erection into a talk. Sold.
Yeah,
It's
and a lot of like
90-degree angle.
yeah,
I get
a lot of like hip hop references and jokes too.
He's
He
good.
called me the Michael Jordan of DevRel once.
That's right.
In a conference, in a
interview's
talk
good.
he gave multiple times.
Nice.
Yeah, no, his whole thing was about open source, and they're just kind of building a platform to see
Not
who's
open
actually.
sauce, open sauce.
I
Open source.
checked out their
I've
products.
been very confused about that whole
It's
situation.
very confusing. As someone involved in both.
Yeah.
Building a platform to be able to see like how people are contributing to projects, but like just not just code, but a more holistic sense. of,
Emotionally?
like, emotionally.
Like which
Yeah.
repos are you involved in? Do you cut issues? How often do you follow up on them? It's like the real stats to see if a person is a good open source contributor or not. It's not just like look at all these repos they convinced to merge a like typo fix, but really like how involved is this person on GitHub? And as such, they've learned a lot about what a good open source contributor is, and it's not somebody who goes and closes a bunch of first-time issues and like typos. It's people who actually use the thing that they're contributing to. And his whole talk was around that. It's like, build things, use things, look at the things you use. Here's a way to see if this project takes actual contributions or not and what that looks like.
Yeah.
And maybe try it. But he gave the example of TypeScript, which in Q4 of last year did not take a single external contribution. So like, if you think you can contribute to TypeScript, you can't. You're wasting your time. Contribute to things that actually take contributions, but also use things that you're actually like using and familiar with. Very measured take, and that's coming from the person who made a video titled "Don't Contribute to Open Source." It's a phenomenal video, by the way. You should watch it if you haven't.
All right, I think T just queued up.
Let's grab T.
I got one last question for you though. I didn't get to ask you a question.
We don't need to do a prime roast.
Yeah.
A prime roast.
When you heard that you could one day have your own
coffee joke, by the way. Do you like that?
I like that.
When you heard that one day you could have your own planet full of virgins, did you know that it would be Earth, and that the virgins would be teenage tech insults?
I don't get the joke.
Is that you just listing facts about your life?
Are you just? First off, I'm a confirmed 4-time sex haver. I have 4 kids. Okay, so I don't get
At
this
least
joke.
2 of them are his too.
At least 2 of them.
They
are
haven't tested
his.
the other 2 yet, but.
Second off, that place already exists. It's called Arch Users. Right here, you got one right here.
I don't have children.
He doesn't have children.
Yeah, it's true.
Cheers.
All right, what am I?
T. John?
I'm gonna have
Sounds
children.
good. Thanks for stopping by.
I wanted a good question with like a ripping.
Oh.
They just
go,
made a
we'll come back.
statement about me being a virgin. It hurts a little bit.
I didn't say you were a virgin.
That's exactly
I was
what I
talking
got.
about the tech virgins that you're surrounding yourself with.
Dax and Theo?
You win.
Damn, you still insulting them, man.
No.
I guess I
See,
got
I'm bad at this. I can only have sincere conversations. I'll let you guys go. Hey,
Good seeing you as always, man. Of course. I'm sure we'll hang later.
We should have Michelle on too.
We should have Michelle on for sure. We should find Madison wherever the hell she went.
Hello?
Swap people out. I was going to volunteer to be the one to swap out, but then I realized it's my channel. It doesn't matter, but the other way is slightly better.
Okay. Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Look at him.
Who's this guy? Who are you?
Mark?
Yeah,
He
no,
streams
you,
so good.
motherfucker.
Look at
I'm
him.
Teach. Welcome to React Miami. I hope all of you have been enjoying the stream. I've been enjoying the talks.
Did you buy that at the airport on the way in?
Nope, I've had it for a while. I got it. Well, why not?
Because it looks like that?
So far, I've gotten a lot of compliments.
Madison sees him and she goes, "You look like a dad on a cruise," and immediately teaches like, "I am a dad on a cruise."
This is as close
Okay, so we have
to
different
it as I can
definitions
get.
of compliment, is what I'm hearing.
Yeah,
that one wasn't a compliment.
it's
He took it as one.
It is.
Well,
I would say
Why
that.
would I
see?
not want to look like a dad? It's the thing I'm most proud of in my life, basically.
Not only that,
Wow.
but you know what that says? This says I am the most confident person in this room.
Extreme confidence.
The confidence is oozing. Like, I'm more confident just being around you.
To be fair, all of the confidence came from Dax giving me the seal of approval this morning.
Yeah.
Fuck, marry, kill, being a dad, Arch Linux, Neovim.
I guess Mary being a dad.
Technically speaking, probably the best.
Marry that dad.
That was my
You
route.
heard it here first. TJ's marrying his dad.
We'll kill Arch Linux and I'll
the
make
better.
love to Neovim.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As one does
As
on a
one
daily
does.
basis.
How else do you change your config?
It's a very intimate process.
Yeah.
Have you heard his streams where he works on it? It's something else.
I'm about to rewrite my whole config.
I just got done doing that.
Yeah?
It was a healing experience.
So like an average Tuesday.
No, I only rewrite it once a year.
I have never rewritten mine. I have a bunch of config that's still the same from like when I started 10 years ago.
I respect that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But this time I have it so chat can send a lot of, let's say GIFs, like flip my screen upside down, make me edit in VS. We don't have a bleep button, do we?
No, this is a family-friendly stream.
In the Visual Studio editor of the code variety. Or like it opens my current file in LibreOffice for like 5 minutes and then I'll close it afterwards. So it'll be a good time.
I
It'll
just
be fun.
remembered, you do all of your Photoshops in GIMP.
No,
right? No?
Photopea.
Photopea. Yeah, Photopea's dope.
Yeah.
I like Photopea a
I
lot.
use GIMP. I'm the GIMPer.
He's the,
Yeah. Which is why you don't do your thumbnails.
I don't do thumbnails.
Yeah. I still do all my thumbnails, and I really shouldn't. Do you take commissions?
Did you like the one I did?
Yes, it was great.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, if you want one, I can do a really good one. What I need to do is I need to get more compromising pictures of Prime so they're like exclusive, like how Peter Parker gets
I
special
had a
pictures
few
of Spider-Man.
from like last year, but I've used them all since. Prime, you got a gift from a certain buffering individual.
What is that?
From the ocean?
It's from the ocean.
It's like still warm. It's wet.
Is that coral?
Show it.
Coral.
Show it to the camera.
What is this? What is
Farm
this?
to table.
Coral. This is definitely somehow a penis some way. I know it's an ocean penis.
Do not ingest that.
Do not put that near you. I know what this is.
Madison, you want to swap?
I said the word penis.
I knew I could.
Bye, Dax.
Bye,
I
Dax.
fit it in.
All right, we got
dropping
some
back in.
sweet guess. What have we been talking about? Let me guess. Vim.
Came
But
up once
just
or twice.
yeah, Theo's been making fun of me about it.
I know, I made
He's
one
not
joke. You guys have
wrong.
been talking about your configs for 5 minutes now. As Vim people do.
I just barely found out what a config even is. I put my first plugin in. I got-
Plugging it in.
This is my Vim setup. I got Kickstart and one plugin called Neotree.
Very
and that's what I'm going
Besides
off
the
of.
tree.
Agreed.
Ask Prime. What's your opinions on file trees?
I think file trees are an anti-pattern.
I
Wait,
think
what-
files are anti-pattern. Just put
So-
everything in one file.
Yeah, I didn't think you could use
10,000
Next.js
line.
that way.
Wait, do you actually
You
believe
used to be
that?
able to.
Are
I'm
you-
sad
are
I
you
don't
making-
use file trees.
I've
I
never
actually
seen-
am sad about that.
The only time I use a tree in any sort of way is if I try to create a file.
Wait, so I've seen
I
you
don't
stream and I
peruse.
never see one, and I'm always like, did I miss him using it?
Pretty
How do you
nice. Pretty much, Subby.
like when you're organizing a file in your head? How do you know where to go?
Well, I type in its name in Telescope, and it goes there, and I
Telescope
open
engine,
it up.
let's go.
Okay, so for me, because I was a VS Code, where's the bleep? VS Code user for a long time,
Yeah.
and they have that built-in editor, so the tree directory, I was always used to it. But then in Vim, when I started, I'm like, wait, where's the tree?
It's
Like,
one
I
of
felt
my
very
big recommendations.
discombobulated.
That's one of my big recommendations is the first time you open up Vim, it doesn't have on that side the file tree,
Yeah.
and you will feel inherently confused.
Very confused. I was like, where am
It's a
I?
CS
I
it's an
was
old
dropped
CS
into
Lewis
an
quote.
ocean, and
Yeah.
I have no. What's the quote?
About file trees.
C.S. in his famous book that J.R.R. Tolkien said was his first good book, Out of the Silent Planet, he talks about a guy landing on a foreign planet and he looks at a mountain and trees in the ocean and he says he cannot see any of it because it's so new to him. He can't even recognize the things he should be able to recognize.
That's
and so
me.
when you open up an editor that's different, you can't recognize it because it's impossible.
And that's
Oh,
part of why it's so scary.
On the topic of file trees, we could transition to graphs. And if we're going to transition to graphs, we should talk about the tool that I use to draw all of my graphs and all of my diagrams.
GraphQL.
The creator of which happens to be here.
Oh,
GraphQL?
Yes.
Are you down to swap?
Yeah.
Thank you, Tej.
Tej, it was amazing having you. I missed the combo because I was over there. But
Hey,
what's
hey,
Not much. Good to have you on the show.
Good to have you on.
Long time fan, first time chatter.
up? Yeah.
Good to have you here. For those who don't know, who are you and what do you do?
So my name is Chris, also known as Visual on the internet, and I've done a bunch of things. So I helped open source React. I organized the first React Conf. I co-created React Native, and Prettier, and Excalidraw, and CSS-in-JS, and yep, some of those things.
A lot of very useful things that I build a lot of things around. So
Nice.
yeah.
Can
Did
I-
you see that wrestling yesterday where Ken Wheeler and Adam were like wrestling each other on the ground?
I have
It was
not-
actually over Prettier. So like you built a really
Oh,
incredible tool.
I missed it.
Yeah, semicolons. It was the semicolons.
That
Yeah.
makes sense.
At least one person has been punched due to Prettier, and you should be proud of that.
Yes.
Good stuff.
You want to just
Yeah,
talk?
I
into
will
the microphone?
so I want to. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No,
I want to.
you.
I want to ask you, like, okay, what is your advice to someone who like wants to build more things or get into building more? What would you say? Because you've built so many amazing things. This is like someone is me, basically.
So if you were at my talk like earlier today, I did an entire talk about how to be successful at doing open source. So this is like a good like thing to look at. But I think the best advice I have for people is like programming is a tool. And so it's a tool for something. And so usually what I do is I look at what is bothering me on my day-to-day and then try to figure, okay, can I solve this? And then I'm going to like look at whatever technology and whatever tool I can use to actually solve it. And this is like most of like the project I've been working on, like how I've been thinking about it. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, I love that. Okay, so
Especially when we
figuring out
consider the
solving.
things that you built, that makes a ton of sense. Yeah. So what frustrations led you to the creation of Excalidraw?
So Excalidraw was actually procrastinating. So every 6 months at Facebook, you have to like do your self-review and your peer review and your manager review and these kind of things. And like I didn't want to do it. And like there was a deadline, so I was like, okay, I'm going to do something else because like I cannot write stuff. And so what I ended up doing is trying to like write a blog post, and I use a tool called Zwibbler, which is basically Excalidraw where you can do like handwritten drawing and everything. But unfortunately, like the demo website was broken, and so I couldn't use it. And I was like, oh, can I actually try and build it? And so I started using Code Sandbox to like write a small demo, and I posted it on Twitter, and like I got like 200 or 300 likes on this, and I'm like, oh shit, like this is cool, like people want it. And so the next thing I did was to like create a GitHub repo and write like 20 issues around, we should have like a drag and drop, we should be able to resize, we should be able to move around. And then like a lot of people started like building and building and building. And so it was like the original story about it. But really what took it off is sadly like COVID happened. And so it was in January of 2020, and in March, COVID happened, and then a lot of people were like, okay, we need to like have a virtual whiteboard. And people started looking at this and were like, oh, it's actually like a really cool like virtual whiteboard. And this is where like a lot of like the activity and like things kicked out. Within Facebook, we started using it for interviewing, and like a lot of companies, you started using it for like all of your live streams.
I was using it way before then. I was using it in that January, February window because I was following you due to Prettier and all the other stuff you worked on. I saw it. I shared it inside of, somebody else might have shared it originally Slack. I don't remember if I saw it in Slack or if I shared it in Slack, but I remember seeing it in Slack, using it a bunch, and using it for all of my presentations and the things I was doing internally at Twitch, and got so many questions. For me, it was a really like big like mind-opening moment because I've always had terrible penmanship. Like, I get embarrassed when I have to whiteboard in an interview or use anything that involves like handwriting because my penmanship was so bad I almost got held back in elementary school for it. And suddenly I could actually whiteboard. And for the first time I could do something that looked and felt handwritten, so I wasn't spending all my time perfecting the diagrams, I was just drawing what I wanted to show. And it looked really good despite being really simple and easy to quickly do. And it gave me that freedom that most people have when they use a whiteboard normally. What are you laughing at? My penmanship?
Nothing. You know, we're just... I love Excalidraw.
I love it too. I use it all the time now. I first heard about it from Theo because you were using it, and now I love some of the like AI tools that are built in, like with what is it now, Mermaid that's in there, and all the cool stuff you can do. It's amazing. Yeah, I have the Plus membership actually, where you can like save everything. It's so awesome. It's so useful. I love it.
Can I make a live feature request?
Yeah, sure.
A Dvorak friendly key binding set.
Oh.
Because I have to take my hand off the keyboard and put it back on for, say, rectangle.
That makes sense. So we
just a one-handed layout for Dvorak.
So if you want to send a pull request and to live code it on stream, this is something we may want to accept.
Cool. Because actually, that's like just knowing that I have to put my hand from the mouse back on the keyboard, do this. I'll just open up GIMP and just start drawing in there because it's less emotionally bruising.
That makes sense.
Understandable, honestly.
Yeah, so there's a challenge for you. If you actually like do it on stream, I'll review the pull request and accept it if it's good. Do we have a deal?
I love that. You guys should do that.
Oh.
Yeah, let's do that.
Woo!
Let's do that.
I am so hyped. Real open source happens here.
Real open source. We are breaking the cardinal rule that you just said for open source, in which we all recognize, which is that I only use the tool lightly. It's not a problem I'm really trying to solve. But the reason you're not using it more is this. I'm trying to solve it in the executive way of just complaining on the internet.
No, but you're complaining and now you're actually part of the solution and not of the problem.
It is actually a perfect use case. Okay,
this is open source at its best here.
Stop lying, Prime. I know.
Do you have a project that you're most proud of? Because there's so many cool ones. Like, I don't know.
I think the most proud of is probably CSS-in-JS. Is like a lot of people like thought it was crazy and everything, but to me it just made sense. And so if you look at the history, like we started with the HTML, CSS, and JavaScript within like 3 different things. And when React came, it was like, okay, now we're going to put like the JavaScript and the HTML together. And the next wave was like, why do we actually put styles in a different place?
Yeah.
Like this doesn't make any sense to me.
I hadn't thought of it that way before. The idea of like CSS and JS not as like this cursed technology that makes JavaScript run longer, but as like the making the component model work inside of like the way that HTML and logic are co-located, the styles being co-located the same way. We call that locality of behavior.
Thanks for the dictionary.
Yeah.
And one of the things that like if I can like talk to the audience, like a lot of people say that like writing the inline styles in JavaScript is slower than CSS, but it doesn't make sense to me. Because like CSS, you have to like do the rules, you got to traverse the DOM, you got to do all of this complicated work. Whereas like, if you actually set this particular element to like this specific value, like it should be faster. And so if somebody can like show me a benchmark.
I just did a video, somebody did this benchmark, and inline CSS is way faster in a bunch of cases, especially like crappy mobile devices. Inline CSS loads like twice as fast.
Nice.
And it's not smaller, it's like 2 seconds to 6 seconds difference.
Yeah.
So yes, inline styles, technically speaking, are way better on the client side.
Nice.
I know that offends you, Mr. HTMX.
No. She just told me to wink, so hey, how do I mute this thing again?
The button on the bottom should do it. Make sure you confirm with Mark quickly.
So I told you to
Can you
wink
hear him
because
Mute work?
someone in the chat kept
Did he
asking
successfully
what Prime
mute?
was reading. Prime, someone was asking what you kept reading on your phone, and he said
he
wink
mute
if it's.
successfully?
Someone said wink if it's the chat. I'm like, yeah, of course it's the chat.
Is one of the... Yeah, cool. You're good.
I'm good. Yes. Oh, Mark's been hearing me? Oh, no.
Yes.
This is terrible.
He's gone?
Cool. I wish it showed any signal of the mute being muted on the device, but it sadly does not. Yeah, Road, I love you, but you're letting me down a lot more lately. Anyways.
So what does chat want to know?
Chat, what do you guys want to know?
Yeah.
Ask a question to the legend who created Prettier and solved all of our formatting discourse forever. How does that feel, actually? I'm curious myself. Like, I went from caring a ton about syntax to effectively not giving a shit at all, thanks to Prettier.
Yeah.
Like, how does it feel to have just ended a whole section of discourse?
This feels so good. And the thing that's also like super cool is like I feel like the power, because I made a lot of the decisions around style that like I wanted to, based on like research and everything, but I got to like define like how a lot of people are writing JavaScript code today. So yeah, it's pretty good.
Why no trailing commas then?
So we have an option for trailing commas.
But it's not the default.
So it should be the default, but the issue is like when we actually did Prettier, trailing comma was not part of the like JavaScript spec. And so if we would have enabled it by default for everybody, then like we would have to break stuff. So now it's been a long time, so we probably should like start flipping it the default, but
yeah, and if you need the legacy mode, you just turn it off.
Yeah. So
yeah, it makes sense.
And so we've done like Prettier 2 where we did some breaking changes like this, and Prettier 3, so maybe for Prettier 4 we could actually like flip the switch.
Is 4 when you're doing spaces and tabs finally?
I don't know.
I was excited about that one. So I don't care about tabs versus spaces, but I've heard really compelling arguments on the accessibility side, which got me much more interested. The idea that a tab is a different thing from a space is useful for things like screen readers when you're reviewing things.
Oh wow, is it really? I
Yeah.
didn't realize there was a case for that.
Yeah,
Wow.
and also since tabs are like rendered as their own individual thing, you can change how big or small a tab is, so it's less opinionated on a code level too.
Wow,
so
that's crazy.
I went from giving 0 shits to slightly leaning towards tabs now, but I also refuse to have a Prettier config. If I don't need a Prettier config, I don't have one because I want to just use the default. And as soon as that file exists in the code base, now we can start getting into that conversation again where we're talking about and fighting over the style system. I don't want to think about those things. I just want to write code.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Do you change any of the defaults now?
We haven't changed in a while. And,
Do you personally, on your projects when you're using Prettier, change the defaults?
Yes. So at Facebook, we use a slightly different version. So we use like single quotes instead of double quotes, and like the trailing commas. And also for JSX, we put the chevron like in a different place. But outside of this, yeah, pretty much a standard one.
Good stuff.
Testing.
Do we have anybody else we want to grab before I forget?
Milky. We're gonna
grab
in.
Milky next. Yeah, he's my.
Any last words to our chat, our React and React Accessories crew watching as we do this live? Anything you want to promote?
So I'm actually doing weekly challenges on my Twitter. And so if you're interested in tech and like doing like fun challenges that are not useful at all, but
What kind of challenge though? Like what's the challenge?
So this week's challenge is, so there's a whole thing about Bitcoin. And so to re-implement a small coin, and just like for fun and for learning. So last week was about the eclipse. There was the eclipse in North America. So can you like implement the 3-body problem to know when the next eclipse is going to be? And so,
so implement the Netflix movie.
yeah. And
Careful
so
with the camera,
every
please.
week I'm trying to come up with like interesting programming challenges. It should take you like 2 or 3 hours. And there's a cash prize of $150 per like week. And so you can also get some cash if you're like scoring high. So
Good shit. I do love those challenges.
Awesome.
I haven't had a chance to do them, but they're super cool.
Yeah, that sounds really fun.
yeah, so if
fun.
you're interested and like if you want to do one on stream, one of you, it could be also a cool content for you guys.
very down.
Love it.
Good stuff as
Cool.
always. Thank you again for coming by.
Yeah,
Appreciate
thanks
you
so
again.
much.
See
Thank
you
you
later.
so much.
Have a good
It was
React
wonderful
Miami.
to meet you.
Steal that. Melky.
Monkey.
Melky.
Oh, we're gonna milk the milkman.
Sweet.
Here we go.
The
Get
milkman.
milked.
Yo.
He streams, by the way.
Hey,
Hey.
button that shirt up. You know the new
What's
Twitch
up?
rules.
What's up?
Hey, I have a quick question.
I just saw a chest
This
tattoo.
chair is broken.
Oh, damn.
Hey,
It's
Hey.
broken.
Melky.
Hey,
If you unbuttoned one more time, I don't think your shirt halves would connect anymore.
do you want me to do it?
Yeah.
You want me to?
No.
Who's a counter streamer?
Mine.
It's getting R-rated.
Dude,
R-rated.
imagine Twitch staff showing his nipple on stream.
Imagine Twitch staff getting ex-Twitch staff banned from Twitch live.
That would be a title. That'd be a weird way to
That'd be
collab
epic.
a video.
Yeah, that's the way to go
Once you
out.
have too many things in the title that like contradict and complicate, it gets way, way worse.
Current Twitch staff gets
Yeah.
ex-staff banned off Twitch.
Like that would be funny to like screenshot and tweet, but it wouldn't be a good title for a video.
Yeah, that'd be too
It'd be a
long.
great tweet
All right.
though.
Melky, chat
Yo.
right now is just going fast, wild, smooth, and they have a very important question.
Yeah?
How are you so studly and manly? What happened?
Dude,
Apparently you were born in Europe first.
Yeah, I was born in Europe. I was definitely born in Europe.
They kicked
But
him out,
I said
now
you
we're
were the
stuck with
most
him.
American
I
man.
was born in Europe. I moved to Canada and got kicked out, so now I'm in the U.S. So we'll see how long until I get kicked out of here.
What did you get kicked out for?
It's just being too European. I'm on that Shane Gillis scale right now, so I gotta watch
I
out
know
for
who that is because I'm not a European, so. My mic? Oh, him? Yeah, put your mic in your fucking face. man.
Closer?
There you go.
Closer?
Oh yeah, you
Alright,
gotta get
alright,
it
my bad,
right
my
in
bad.
there. Almost like you're licking it. Like that.
Is this better?
It actually
Yeah.
helps slightly if you flip that.
There you go.
Cool,
Down.
cool. There you
You
go.
want to get in. You want to get like.
Can you
in
do
there.
that? Can you do that motion again?
No. I
Show
don't
me.
think that- I can't.
No,
show you.
I couldn't see that.
I know you're very competitive, and you bet you could do it better than me, but I'm not even going to show you my technique. Okay,
Your
buddy?
technique will blow everyone's minds.
It would.
Their minds are what's gonna be
blown?
blown?
The
Yeah.
minds.
Oh yeah. With Prime's mic holding technique.
Yeah. I hold a lot of microphone.
Oh,
Okay?
you do?
I hold a lot of
I can
microphone.
tell.
Chat
Yeah.
saying that Shane Gillis is the most American comedian ever.
He is.
I'm pretty American. I never heard of him, so.
You know what's funny? Today, Theo said I don't know if he said it's a joke, but Theo said I was the most American guy in the room. And then Madison agreed.
Immediately,
And
to
then,
my
immediately, yeah,
and
it was like a
Madison-
no hesitation. She said, yeah, obviously. And then Theo left to go help set up and like figure things out. And then all of us were like, what are you talking about? And then she flipped so fast. She's like, wait, actually, never mind. I totally see how he's not American.
Okay, in my defense, I thought Melky was pretty American, but then your shirt, like your chest hair, then I
I'm
was
in
realized,
Miami, baby.
Wait,
This chest hair.
I'm in my
is
Miami.
really nice.
Wait, hold on. Are you saying his chest hair
What?
is what makes him not
No,
American?
You're next
no,
after
the
this
open
fucker.
shirt combined with the chest hair. It's very, and the chain, it's very European.
The 2 chains. I got 2 chains.
It gives me the ick. I love you.
It gives me the ick.
I just think. No, it looks great. It looks
No,
great.
thank you. Earlier, she was saying she's never gonna date a European guy. Straight to
Yeah.
my face.
It's true. I would
It's true.
never
I'm
date
just
a
a way
European
for her to let
man.
you down, honestly.
That's true.
All things considered.
There could be way worse, right?
I don't think a European man would date you.
Hey.
I can change him. So, Melky, tell us about your video that you did recently.
Okay.
How you use VS Code and Vim, like way to not take a stand by the side, by the
Yeah.
way, bro. But tell us about it.
Yeah, sure. So,
So his thing is called fence sitting.
I'm
It's
sitting
when
on the
you
fence.
don't make a decision and instead you try to please both parties and then nobody watches your videos.
I used Neovim for like 4 years. And, yeah, ignore that.
Yeah.
Just don't even
Don't worry, I'm
acknowledge
right
it.
there, I'm right
yeah,
there.
I know.
We're
You're,
tight.
I'm talking to
I
you.
watched it
I'm
twice.
I'm talking to you.
I know, let's
So,
talk.
yeah, I used Neovim. It was dope. I love it. I think the team does a great job with it. I think it's like super fly.
Yeah. Older brother, teach.
My older brother literally is one of the core maintainers. So, and then I hopped into VS Code to try it out, and I really liked it. For whatever reason, it just felt like, I don't know, it was like I didn't have to worry about configuring it as much. It was like a nice one-stop shop. But then, like at work, I still use Neovim. I work for Twitch. I never got off Neovim. I still used it. Never even tried to get on VS Code, and yeah, and that's how I kind of use both.
So you switch between both for some reason?
Yeah,
That,
switched
I
between
feel like
both.
that's
strangest, like because he uses Neovim professionally.
Yeah.
And VS Code. So Neovim in the streets.
Yeah.
VS Code in
in
the
the
sheets.
sheets. Yeah,
That's like
literally.
switching between Rust and Go. Like, why would anyone do that?
This is the strangest thing I've ever heard in my
I'm so-
entire life.
I know, right?
I'm
It doesn't.
fascinated.
It doesn't have to make sense, but it works because I think. Okay, so here's why I don't think the technology at work moves slower than the tech I'm exploring on my own time. So when I'm exploring new things, like even in the JavaScript ecosystem or wherever, I'm like trying to play around with things as much as I can. And I think VS Code like plugin extensions just kind of handle that for me
I guess, easier. But whereas at work, like, there's not really many things changing. I'm just writing Go, and it's all good.
This is ASL. She's doing ASL right now.
Do you want to come on?
I was saying come on in 10 minutes. Like, come on the show. Anyway. But go on. But, okay, but
Melky, that was actually such a good reason why.
Yeah, thank you.
Can you repeat it? Sorry, I was trying to.
She was doing ASL.
You're doing ASL?
Hand gestures.
Can you repeat it? Sorry, one more time.
TLDR is, the only reason why I use Neovim at work professionally is because the technology stack that I use at work doesn't change as frequently as the tech I'm interested in my own time.
And so, what about context switching? Is it hard? I guess it's easy to just like switch between all the time?
It's really easy just because I use Vim motions. So even when I'm in VS Code, I use Vim motions regardless, and my bindings between my Neovim configuration and VS Code is like the same.
But do you use a mouse?
I don't use a mouse, no. I don't. My mouse is in between my keyboard.
Okay, something else I want to know, and I actually haven't heard anyone's opinion on this except for Prime, but I'm really curious. I've never heard this before. You were saying that file trees are an anti-pattern. Can you explain this? And also, what is it? Directories? What's it called?
No, file trees.
File
Using
trees.
file trees.
So file trees. I want to hear everyone's opinion on this, but can you first explain? I'm so curious. I've never heard this, and I'm like, should I just not use my file tree in Vim? Can you explain why?
I'll give you the quick one. Okay, the quick one is that having it open provides you nothing. Perusing a project based on file structure is an exceptionally small amount of knowledge you can gain.
I agree with everything so far.
Yes, and so creating a file, of course, I don't think there's any problem using a tree type view to create a file. You click to where you need to be or navigate if you're using Vim like a real man, and then you get to where you need to be and boom, you create your file. But like having it open at all times,
yeah. I agree
like,
to that.
what are you doing? Screen state is valuable. Stop having so many distractions.
So I was using the VS Code plugin that you have like little animals in the sidebar instead, which was great, but it got really laggy inside of my editor, so I stopped doing that. But I needed something to put in the space, so I just put a file tree there.
So I use something called Goya when I'm doing like my offline.
Does it have cute animals?
No, what it does is it puts empty spaces on both and puts the text in the center of the screen.
Can it fill the cute spaces with animals?
I have ADHD.
I'm getting confused. What is Goya and what space are we filling? You asked me.
The side spaces. So if you take out your file tree, all of your code's on the left-hand side of the screen. So you're like looking like this.
Shit.
Right.
So I center the code and nothing on either side.
I see.
You use text-align center. Yeah, that would be great. Imagine using text-align center for all of your coding. That'd be fucking hilarious. I might try that. So there you go. So I try to have a distraction-free environment.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
for
Theo,
sure.
you mostly agree, it sounds
I
like?
use one button, one
Same.
window. Monogamous.
I
One
think
monitor
file
gang.
trees often lead to people thinking that they represent something more than they do. For me, the reason I leave the file tree open is that I do a decent enough job of co-locating at like a directory level, like the things that are the immediate concerns of where I am. If I could just have the folder for where I am right now open on the side instead of the whole thing, that would be a decent bit more useful. But I have
That's called Nerd Tree. That's Vim. You may have heard of Vim.
I have a couple like hot takes like tangential here, which is that when you're learning a new code base, learning it by looking through the file system is the worst way you can learn it.
Single-handedly.
Look at the pull request
Wow.
tab, not the code tab, if you want to see how a code base actually works.
I look at tests.
Wow,
I
interesting.
look at rim
So
tests.
looking through the file tree is not helpful because it's...
Because the vast majority of files haven't been touched in a long time and probably aren't relevant to what you're trying to do.
And plus, when you know there's a problem, you use your LSP to navigate in or out.
Yeah.
You do not use the file tree. It's crazy to talk to use the file tree. Yeah.
Or you can just search for like the function, like using fuzzy
So,
finding or
Melky,
grep.
okay, I want to
Yep.
hear your, what do you think then? Is using a file tree an anti-pattern?
I mean, I don't think it's as strong as an anti-pattern, but I agree with everything these two guys said. Like, I don't have my file tree open. I mainly just have file tree open when I add a file, add like a directory. But I use like, if I'm on Neovim Telescope, if I'm on VS Code, I use an extension called Find It Faster, which is like basically Telescope for VS Code.
Yeah.
It's nice. Obviously, I think Telescope is like far superior. But it's
Older
a nice
brother
little,
shout-out.
yeah. It was a very nice extension to find because it made me feel closer to like the searching from Telescope.
That said, pepper his opinion with a little bit of salt because he also uses the same single Excalidraw file for all of his diagrams ever.
I do.
It's like
So
literally
do I.
like hundreds of hours of stuff in this one single gigantic Excalidraw.
It's so
canvas.
bad.
I get so stressed when I see it.
Yeah, it's disgusting.
That is so stressful.
And when I zoom,
Zoom it
out,
out, zoom it in.
Yeah, dude,
You
when
know-
I zoom out, if I go far back enough, my whole computer like freezes because it's like retrieving all the info from local storage.
This is so
That's
good.
just like, hold on, I got a buffer. Hold on, and it's madness.
How do you know where anything is?
I keep going right. Oh, like specifically? I have
Always
no idea.
right.
I always go
Always
right.
right.
Wait,
Yeah, I
isn't
always
that
go
from
right.
Zoolander? Like you can't go left?
Yeah.
You don't know how to turn left?
And be Turner.
No.
But why male models?
But why?
Melky, say it.
Tail.
But why male models?
But what?
But why male models? Never mind.
You're so based. You're actually it's too much.
Based.
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 So based.
Speaking of male models, we should swap to our next guest.
Yes. Okay.
Hate to kick you out, but
Swap
one
your
person
male
is waiting.
model.
so
Let's
much.
swap to our next guest, Michelle. Come on.
Yeah, the other male model.
She's way more interesting.
That transaction
Milky.
was trash.
I'll steal that, or you can pass it straight to her.
Let's give a hand to Milk. Yay.
Thank you,
Be careful, this
Melky.
chair's a little
The Vim
not
and
working.
VS Code user, probably the only one on Earth who uses both.
Anyways,
I think so.
we
In
have our
way.
next guest. Probably the most important guest, at least the most important guest here.
Facts.
Yeah.
Facts
For those who
and
don't
logic.
know, how would you introduce yourself?
I'm Michelle Bakels, and I am an organizer for React Miami.
Thank you. She's Michelle Bagel. She's an organizer for React Miami. Yeah. I asked you how to introduce yourself, so you just gave me how to
okay.
intro you. Perfect.
Sorry.
No, A+. I loved it.
It's a little hard to
Again, nobody gets my humor, and that's fine. You'll all realize how funny I was a few days later. But yeah. For those who don't know, Michelle is one of the most legendary people in the space. She's given a ton of incredible talks at most of the things I show up at. We run into each other all of the time, everywhere. You were at Epic Web last week, even though you're running this week.
Yeah.
You were. You gave an incredible talk at Epic Web Dev last week on burnout, work-life balance, the essentialism plan, which I'm trying to start It was incredible.
No
It's incredible.
offense. Possibly the
What?
worst person to give a talk on work-life balance.
Me? No. I have work-life balance. I learned the hard way. Yeah.
Tell us more.
So basically, several years ago, I developed a stress-related heart condition from overworking and working in kind of a toxic situation. And so, yeah, I mean, it was just generally an unsustainable way of working, and I kind of left this job where that was developed, went to another place that ended up kind of being worse, and it got really, really bad to the point where I just had to I had to stop and figure my shit out. Did I want to stay working in tech? Do I want to stay doing this? Because I'm 29 years old and at this point, and I have a cardiologist, which is crazy to me. So yeah, I have to have work-life balance. Otherwise, my heart hurts.
So what was the first step you took? Because you identified you're visiting a cardiologist. How do you break that cycle? Because once you're in the cycle, it's very hard to break it.
It takes a while, but I will say this heart condition, it's heart palpitations that stir up when stress starts to occur. And so it had gotten so bad that I would try and talk and I wouldn't be able to speak. And so there's just this, breaking point where it's you have to just start figuring something out. And it took a few years to figure out what I was gonna do or how to start changing things, because they are hard habits to break, and it's a hard mentality to break, to feel don't work on the weekends. I still have to if I'm oh no, I'm gonna do this little thing, it'll take 10 seconds, no, just leave it for Monday, so that you can rest properly. So it's years of work and learning.
Did it take you a bit of time to unwind it, in the sense that did you have to work even less for a long time before you could come back, or was there just a slow reduction?
I ended up working, when I started working for G2I, the company has really good boundaries and work-life balance demonstrated by the founder, Gabe, who's here. And so I basically just emulated him. And he is
cool.
Yeah, so it was just okay, well, I'm not gonna worry about doing anything that the CEO's not worried about doing. So I just kind of learned by copying.
As a CEO with a CTO that's much more worried than him, understandable.
Everybody is pretty chill at G2I.
That's good.
So then you decided to start a conference. Did that flare anything back up, or is this kind of that relaxation work?
I would be lying if I didn't say I didn't have heart palpitations trying to get this thing up and running.
I am sorry. I am so sorry.
I was
We did
sitting
our
at
best.
this table and I was oh my god.
Yeah. This stream was a lot of work to set up. Huge shout out to Michelle for all the effort to make it happen.
Battle today. We were at war with the internet.
The war is over. We have won. We are here. This all worked. Thank you again.
But it does. Yeah. But React Miami in general, it doesn't. I love this. I love community. I love gathering people. So this is very, very fun for me. I look forward to this every year.
It's crazy to me that this doesn't stress you out to no end. The thought of running an event like this, just it makes me flush. People are commenting on it in chat.
The first couple of years, yeah, it was pretty stressful. But after a while, you learn that like when people come to conferences, they're prepared to take care of themselves. They're prepared to seek out the experiences that they're looking for. And so the first couple of years when I was really stressed out, it was because like I was like thinking I have to do everything for everyone. Like I'm the host, right? But after, seeing 2 years of this, it's like, okay, everybody knows who they want to meet, everybody knows where they want to go, and they take care of themselves, and I don't have to stress out so much.
This is one of the things I thought was really interesting about how you talked about and how you run the conf, where it's, yes, there are awesome talks and they're really important, but a lot of your focus was the hallway track, like us being out here, getting to hang out with and talk with whoever. I think that that's like something really special about this conference, and I've even noticed that here myself. Want to turn that off?
Yeah, I was going to
There we
off.
go.
Yeah, and we're trying something new tomorrow.
I think the camera has slowly gotten skewed, apparently. I'll fix that quick. Keep talking.
Should I just lean
I got
over?
it now. We'll
and then
fix
we'll
it.
just adjust. Which way would I go?
We look great from the upward angle.
Yeah. So Theo said keep talking. Okay, so tomorrow we're going to
It's not
try
that
to do
bad. What
these
the hell are they
smaller
saying?
workshops and just kind of emphasize the hallway track. So like keep some learning, but also make it more interactive and kind of be hanging out around downtown Miami. So yeah, it should be a looser format, should be more low-key.
Okay. So why did you decide to break it up as like this more kind of workshop-y type building one day?
Just kind of based on feedback of people wanting to do something maybe a little bit more hands-on or do something more interactive or like focus on more networking. So it's just kind of an amalgamation of feedback that it's like, okay, well, let's try something new.
Yeah, I know Tanner was talking about the idea of like, what if we had a conference where it was literally just the like aisle or like the hallway track, and I think you've done a good job of like balancing that out and making something that feels both like a traditional event and a place to just go hang out with friends. Like I know Prime's even described this as like he came out here to hang with friends, and then we could do all this cool additional stuff too.
Yeah.
I think you've achieved that goal, and I'm surprised more people aren't leaning in that direction.
Awesome, I'm glad to hear it. Well, Miami I feel like brings out
Echo, apparently there's
Good
echo
sign.
and the audio is borked now. Any
Is it
idea?
this one?
Need help? I'm gonna help him out with the
Is it
audio.
this?
Oh, the audio sucks. The audio
Moment.
sucks.
Is
It's
it mine?
echoing. Is it echoing? Is it echoing?
I wonder why.
Do I stream on Twitch?
What are you
What's
doing?
echoing?
You look like you're a
I'm not
you
doing
look-
anything.
You look like the dorkiest secret agent in the world.
Don't tell me my business. I'm very
Hope it's
impressed
not
that you
mine.
can do all this, honestly.
I know,
'cause
this is incredible. The vibes are immaculate.
I'm impressed by you guys and what you guys do too, so mutual.
I'm unemployed. I don't.
You're a full-time streamer now. You like basically graduated to the next level.
Streaming is hard.
I'd like to say I graduated. That's a nice term. That's a good one.
Is it fixed?
It's fine. It was fine the whole time, probably. People are gaslighting me because they realize I'm just checking chat now.
The
Oh my
hardest
gosh.
part about any of these things
Yours
is
has
just
no
like getting all the people aligned and making sure. Like I would say lightly is a very, very like impressively too large word for me. But I lightly helped out on the Neovim comp stuff, and so
It can't be my mic, guys. There's like no way it's my mic.
It is outrageous how hard these are. So I'm massively impressed that you can organize this many people. And there's like not a fight. Like
We
things
could
are
start
coming
a fight.
together. No one's upset.
You want to get in a fight, Ken? You want to get in a
Ken C. Dodds,
I bet I can
nicest
find
man on
somebody.
Twitter, is about to get in a fight. Here we go.
After the fight yesterday
apparently
with Ken
my
and
mic
Sam.
is
Oh my goodness.
Okay, that doesn't count. Ken and Sam was not a fight.
I turned off my mic. Is it fine now? Mics are out of sync. I don't care about that. But it's apparently there's echo.
Keep trolling. Keep trolling.
I'm seeing equal numbers of yes and no, which means that all of you are wrong.
Tell him. Tell Theo he
All right.
has an
We're
echo.
fine. Oh, is it the camera mic? Scroll down and see if the camera has audio coming through.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Tell him there's lag.
No, okay, then y'all are gaslighting me. There's nothing we can do. It's hopefully fine.
They're saying there's
lag.
lag.
I don't care. No, you guys don't know which mic's on the far right. 3-second lag now? Not seeing it at all? It could just be Restream fucking up, if you can check the Restream dashboard quick.
This is wild. I don't know
Only
how you
Theo
guys
lagging?
keep track of stuff like this.
You get used to like reading like in chunks, basically. You have to
Yeah,
learn to
speed
read differently.
reading.
We should put a lot of time into Twitch chat, making sure it comes through in chunks, even at high velocity, so you can actually read it. Because if it's just a constant stream, you can't read shit.
This is wild.
The lag. There's enough people saying it that it's not trolling, that it is actually screwed up somehow. Our tech guy is on it.
Tech guys on it.
We got F's in chat. Hey, Mark, are we still connected?
What?
Maybe he found a problem.
He's possibly finding a solution to the problem.
I just left this stuff, sorry. I can't help it.
He's investigating said problem. So if I break down my 2 megs, that's going to be, okay, the lag is fake, the echo is real. There will be some amount of echo due to the nature of how we're doing this, so we're just going to have to deal with that.
I just got a notification that I'm close to a 200% move goal on my.
Hey.
A 200% move goal?
Yeah.
What is that, 22,000 steps?
I have no idea what this means.
I turned all of that off because it stressed me out.
The amount of talk I hear people with like closing the ring, I don't really know what this is, but they're like, I'm about to close it, we're closing it.
My sister, every day. I need to close my ring.
Yeah. My wife will do that every now and then. She's like, I gotta go I'm walking. I'm going.
I
I'm
told
moving.
her, I was like, break your streak and free your mind, like free yourself from the ring. Yeah.
The mono, so they're not MOBO mics, they're all the same microphone. I just have fancy things on top of them for those two.
They're saying my mic's pretty good.
I never unmuted mine. I'm gonna look at it.
All right.
All right, good job,
I bet
everybody.
we could get
gotta
Dax
call
to
it.
start a fight. If you're
Yeah.
looking for a fight.
You can start a fight.
Yeah, if you guys are still looking for a fight.
Yeah.
So, did you hear about Dax's amazing protective dog?
Mark's confirmed there's nothing wrong with the audio. People are just being annoying. Cool.
All right, cool.
We'll go with
dog
it.
that got Sam Selikov and Ken
Thank you,
Wheeler
Mark.
under control the other night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Love it. The pictures were brutal.
Zuko's security for the party.
Zoko security, for real.
Good shit.
Yeah.
Should we grab Ken?
Is Ken getting on?
Ken, you ready?
We do it. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for
Thanks,
having us.
guys.
Appreciate you immensely. Sorry for all of the issues before,
No, I'm
during,
sorry.
and after.
I'm sorry.
No,
It's
don't.
okay.
You're fine. Thank you so much for the help. Howdy. Yeah, the chair's a little. I'll swap it with
See,
mine
I
afterwards.
communicated with Adam and he did it. Yeah.
Ken next to me, yeah.
What up, internet?
Much. Good to have you here,
It's
man.
that ASL.
Yeah, sorry about the chair. We're lucky this team's even alive right now. This has been quite the day setting it all up.
Hey.
For you putting in all the work to make it happen.
Thank you. We're grateful for having you here.
Yeah. So you just organized your own conference last week, obviously. How was that? I was there. It was amazing, but
emceeing, that was so cool. Thank you for coming.
I was there hiding in the back room filming random interviews.
Yes, also
Very fun.
Yeah, thank you for being there also.
I wasn't there. I wasn't.
Yeah, that's okay. Next year.
Well, you wanted it to be epic, so I get it. I understand. And web.
so Ken did just casually did a backflip off the stage at one point, and I was so impressed. I was like,
Wait, apparently your mic's not audible. Is his mic on? No, don't worry. It might be something we did. Is this good? Yeah, just make sure it's nice.
I'll hold
there you
it
go.
really close.
so yeah, you backflipped.
Yes, I did. So yeah, it was just like we were taking the photos at the end of the event, and the stage was right there. I was at the edge of the stage, and somebody said, "Kent, do a backflip off of this." I was like, "Well, the event's over. If I hurt myself, then it's fine."
Do you do like gymnast stuff regularly, or is it from the past?
Yeah, it's from the past. I plan on doing more of it going forward. I have my kids in gymnastics. But yeah, when I was in junior high, I competed. So I was into it quite a bit. Yeah,
Do you
it's
know
fun.
Mark Grabansky?
Yeah. I
okay.
actually went to his gym with him when I went to teach at Front-End Masters.
Okay, yeah.
Did you go also?
No, me and him do a lot of contests, but no, none of that.
Dude, yeah, it was fun.
Yeah.
And I'm inspired by that guy. He does really amazing stuff. So yeah, it's cool.
So yeah, how was Epic Web Dev? I mean, I was there, but
Yeah,
asking you.
it was so good. For a year one conference, we had 160 people there, which is 10 more than the lower bound that I promised the sponsors. So thank goodness.
Yes.
But yeah, the speakers killed it. Like the most, Theo actually asked me what was the most surprising thing, and the most surprising thing was how few people there were in the hallway track. Like everybody was in the for the talks because the talks were so good. Every one of the speakers just nailed it. So really grateful because like there's a certain level of respect that you have to have for the attendees and the organizer to spend that much time on your talk. And so it was like really sweet, I guess, you know, in all senses of the word, for the speakers to spend that much time putting together such great talks.
Yeah, I was really impressed. I've only had a chance to watch one or two, but the quality bar was insane. I've been excited to go sit down and watch the rest. It's one of the few conferences where I actually have like been waiting to find a time to sit down and just watch through all the talks.
Yeah. So in like the next day or so, I should get all the edited videos. They'll all go up on Epic Web for free. Like, yeah, just.
That's what they fucked up with mine? Will there be any YouTube or any other link, or is it just Epic
the
Web?
live streams are on YouTube that you can just watch the live stream if you want. But yeah, edited stuff will just be on the website.
Do you have a YouTube channel, Epic Web?
Yep.
Okay,
Like
is it at Epic Web?
Yep.
Okay, I'll just put
It's
it in the
like
chat for you.
at Epic Web Dev or something like that.
Oh yeah, let's put it in chat. Yeah.
So.
Yeah, that was an incredible conference. I got to see a little bit. I went to Main Street in Park City with Saran. We got to explore a little bit, and it was beautiful. It was so much fun. Seems like a lovely place. So
It
really cool
so
to go
is.
to.
I'm so glad that so many people were exposed to that wonderful place.
Yeah.
It's a cute little city. Lots of like mom and pop shops, like selling, their own stuff that they're making and whatever.
Yeah.
Pretty cool spot. I'm glad that you got to walk down Main Street.
Yeah. Tell us more about your talk that you gave
Is that
today.
here?
Yeah.
So my talk was titled "Stop Lying to Your Users," which kind of implies that people are lying to their users, and most of us are. Whether like most of us are doing so unintentionally, but the lie is the app is ready. Like you can start using the app. And when in actuality, like you go to click something and then something pops in and you're clicking the wrong thing. And so lots of it is the content layout shift, or like the buttons are all there and whatever, and you go to click something, but the JavaScript hasn't loaded yet, so the button doesn't do anything. So stuff like that, it bothers me. And
it bothers me too. Twitter's like the worst offender.
Oh yeah, Twitter. I can name a bunch, but I did actually give some specific examples, and talked about how you could change, or like simple things you could do to solve those problems, because it's actually the web platform has a lot of like built-in capabilities that you don't actually need to wait for the JavaScript to load, or if instead of loading this on the client and making a bunch of requests, you just have it server render. It's not any more expensive to server render something than it is, or to send JSON than to server render. Like the server doesn't care if it's HTML or JSON. So like, yeah, just server render the thing, and then you don't have to have spinners all over the place. So yeah, that's the idea.
I love that phrasing. Like it is a lie.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that. I'm excited to watch it.
Well, the user sees it and they're like, oh great, it's ready for me, but it's actually not. And that's annoying.
Good stuff. What did I miss? Sorry, I was debugging audio issues.
Yeah, I was just talking about my talk.
Oh, yeah. I cannot wait to watch
did
it.
you say Madison MC'd?
Yes.
I did.
Was this your first
It was my
MCing
first
event?
MC event, first ever time, which I was like so honored that you asked me.
You did such a great
oh my
job.
God. I had my co-MC, Mark Texan, shout out to Mark. He was really helping me. He was like coaching me through. He was like giving me a pep talk the night before. It was amazing. It was so much fun.
So what are you MCing next?
Oh, to be announced, I guess.
Yeah.
What
This
was
is
the
an open
hardest part
invitation.
of
Invite.
The hardest part of emceeing was, for example, like when lunch was running 10 minutes late. So as we walked up on stage, we were like, okay, what do we do with this 10 minutes? What do we say that seems natural and fun, like off the cuff when there's something, like, because some speakers go a little over, some go under, so you have to fill the space.
Yes.
And you want to be funny and natural. And so people said we did good. We got a lot of really lovely feedback. That was the trickiest part. Like, what do I say right now?
Yeah.
And if somebody else wants to book you in the future, how do they do that?
Oh yeah, MadisonCanada@gmail.com, I guess. There you go.
Let's go.
Perfect. So do you think having 2 MCs is better than 1?
I think it was easier. I think one MC is a lot harder, I'm sure. And I took some, Mark has done it before, so he was kind of my mentor. So I think I had the best ever experience because he was like coaching me through the whole time. Like, you did great, or try this. I think one MC seems like a lot harder, actually. And we just played off each other's energy. I mean, Mark is just so much fun. Like, I became I think funnier on stage because of him. Like, people were laughing. People don't normally laugh at my jokes the first time.
Agreed.
First time ever. It's true. I'm just not funny, but like I was just saying random things. Like someone lost their glasses, so on stage throughout the day we were like, hey, here, like, glasses, and then we were doing giveaways, and I was like, let's do a glasses giveaway. And I think it was Mark's energy was so amazing.
Yeah.
But the crowd was also incredible. Like, the nicest people I've ever met. It was a good crowd. It was easy to do because I think it's part of like Kent C. Dodd's atmosphere. Like, everyone orbiting around you is just like a good, kind person. Like, everyone there was so kind and amazing. Yeah.
That's one of the things I love about this conference as well. I found that conferences are kind of an extension of the organizer. So however the organizer is, that's how their conference is going to be.
Yes.
And this is very true for Michelle's conference. Like, these people are awesome, super nice, and the speakers are great, and just a very positive energy going on here. So yeah.
Like when I was at Epic Web and I realized how nice it was like, this could be Kent, but this could be Utah. And then I came to Miami and it's still really chill. So clearly this isn't just the state that we're in.
Yes,
so,
it has a lot to do with the organizer, I think.
Makes sense. Like Epic Web was so chill that I managed to squash my beef with Ryan Florence finally. It was awesome.
Yeah.
I was so pumped to do that because I've looked up to him forever and now he actually understands that I'm not bullshitting when I say that.
Yes, it really changes your relationship with somebody when you meet them in person.
Absolutely.
And so, like, from now that we've met, for like all of our interactions online are going to be changed in a very positive way because we understand each other. Like, we can hear each other in our like. I've seen your streams and stuff, but like meeting you in person, it just changes things.
Absolutely.
So
yeah, I will say you're basically the exact same everywhere I've ever encountered you. You're just, like, people think that the positivity is like a face you're putting on, and then they meet you in person, they're like, nope, that's just Ken.
Well, yeah, thank you. Like I'm not always positive, but I try to be genuine, and hopefully that comes through.
it more than does, and I think you set a really positive example for everyone going forward too. It's like you made the web at the absolute least a friendlier place, and it's really cool to see.
Well, I really appreciate that. Thank you, Theo.
Thanks for coming on.
Yeah, thank you.
Want to see what happens when we subtract one letter and how much the energy changes? Because we have a very fun guest next. Mind tapping the other Ken for us?
We're ready.
No, Chad, get ready. All right.
Woo!
The man, the myth, the legend.
Here we go.
Yes, you are. Say to you.
What do you have to say to me?
I don't think Groovebox looks like an old Buick. I'm still salty about that.
I'm sorry, what?
Groovebox.
Sorry, I thought you said his box.
My box?
Groovebox, the color scheme. Doesn't look like an old Buick.
You don't think so?
No, you son of a bitch.
It's very muted and like earth tone.
How are we doing for the echo now, guys? Real quick. I just tried setting this back up. Let us know in chat.
So
if
like
it's
you see a Buick,
fucked or
it's
not.
like orange.
Yeah, can you hear Theo? Good?
Not bad yet.
You know?
Not bad. Great. Okay, cool. We seem to be good again, finally.
Audio's okay, yay.
They've been talking a lot of shit throughout, but
Are
yeah,
they
it seems
talking
like
shit?
we finally fixed the audio issues.
Fuck
Hopefully.
you guys talking shit.
Tell Kenny we're
It's good?
We're waiting.
All right.
Pitbull.
Ken Wheeler in the house.
Cool.
Yeah, out here. I feel so much better now.
Yeah.
After
How long did you
yesterday,
sleep?
you mean?
Huh?
After yesterday?
Yeah, well, you know what? Like contrary to popular belief, I'm actually an introvert.
What?
Yeah.
Lies. I call bullshit.
I don't believe you for a
bullshit.
second.
No,
We're
I
getting
really
3
am.
for 3 bullshit.
I get like absolutely like drained socially.
I know that's the alcohol.
Yeah.
No, so like this morning, I'm like I went out to like breakfast with people. They're like, "How are you?" I'm like, "I'm good." They're like, "What are you up to today?" I'm like, "I'll probably go to the college." I was like a normal human being for like 73 minutes.
Yeah, that's still the
I didn't see it.
Yeah, I don't know. Video.
No, but
Okay.
I'm back in play now.
Tell me,
back in the saddle,
chat
boys.
can't see, but tell me this is a picture taken of an introvert,
That's fucking hot.
right?
Let me see it.
Oh, whoa.
Yeah, it's very introverted.
Can you send me that?
No, that was blackmail.
Yep,
keeping
we
that one.
got some blackmail on Ken.
Chat is really wondering this question. When did Pitbull become a father and have kids?
And learn to write code too, which apparently you know how to do. I don't proof, but
Are you talking about me or are you talking about Pitbull?
You, of course.
Oh,
Discount
Pitbull is here, I think,
Wish
actually.
Pitbull.
Funny enough, actual Pitbull is presenting at the other
I
conference
know.
here.
We tried to arrange a selfie, but he's very in
Closer?
and out.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. Around like 28.
Nice.
Yeah, I was like 28 years old, and I'm not as crazy as you think. Me and my wife have been together since high school.
That's kind of adorable.
Yeah, we had been together for I don't know, 10 years at that point.
How did you meet?
At a party.
High school.
Whoa, at the party, were you sober? Or?
No.
She asked where to go to the bathroom, right?
That's
I
exactly
have heard the
That's
story.
exactly right.
That's where the bathroom was, and
She wanted to know
now
where the
she's stuck with
bathroom
your
was.
children.
Ooh, did she,
You're like the bathroom that way.
did she really want to know, like, about the bathroom? Or did she really need to go to the bathroom? I've used that
No,
line.
she actually had to go to the bathroom. When I tried to go in the bathroom, she's like,
It
stop
wasn't like a line.
We like mad.
From this
and-
point forward, you now have to be very careful who you ask where the bathroom is.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
I take it back.
That could be your
Oh,
husband.
no. I'm
That
never going to find
could
the
be
bathroom.
your husband. Remember that.
Yeah, and we have a freshie now. He's like 1.5, and he's hilarious.
I've never heard somebody refer to their new child as a freshie.
No?
No.
Oh, I thought you said a Frenchie, like a French bulldog.
I have that
I was
too.
like, whoa, that's...
I have a Frenchie as well.
A freshie and a Frenchie.
Yeah. But yeah, dude, it's funny having a little boy because like I don't know, in, like today's day and age, like you like there's like sensitivity around like pushing any which way on them. But like with no encouragement whatsoever, this motherfucker is just into dinosaurs and trucks, which is hilarious to me.
Yeah, good shit.
Just naturally dinosaur and truck loving.
Yeah, and sunglasses.
Loves them.
Absolutely loves them. So,
All right.
so how you, Ken, you obviously have a very aggressive job that you work at. You got to put in some hours. You got to make some good product out there.
Yeah.
How do you balance that all with the freshie? People want to know this.
Well, I work at home.
No commute, that's it?
Yeah, I make a very conscious choice to work at home.
Yeah. Baby in one arm, SP404 with the hand and webcam for the calls. Makes perfect sense.
I've given up a lot of opportunity.
Yeah.
To not move places, or not be in office, or commute to New York, and it was extremely intentional to work from home, just to like see the kids more, be more tapped in. Like, I have buddies and like they like go to work at like 5 in the morning and come home at like 8 at night. They see their kids for like an hour a day. Ugh. And there's just not money you can pay me to do that.
Yeah. I don't even have kids. You could pay me to do that.
No.
That's just 5 in the morning though for you. That's
fair. But the idea of spending that much time going somewhere and being somewhere that isn't where I like to be is very stressful.
So it's funny, like I actually used to enjoy the commute just a little bit. I had like a 45-minute commute at one point in time. And what I would do was I would sit and I'd make a beat on my iPad in the car while driving.
That is very you.
That sounds safe.
And like every morning I would make a beat on the way to work and I'd rap to the beat and post it to Instagram. So I have these like ridiculous raps on Instagram.
This might be the most Ken Wheeler thing I've ever heard.
No, because if I start rapping, I'm gonna say things that.
Yeah, no, this is on my Twitch channel. If it was on yours, maybe, but.
Fair.
Is that K-Dub, bitch? Yes, it is. And I like yo booty and breastises.
Trying to get me fucking banned, bitch.
Did I just hear breastises?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
It rhymes.
I just remembered about profanity. Wait.
Profanity.
I didn't say a bad word. I didn't curse.
I have been swearing so much throughout this. You're fine.
I don't mind when other people curse. I love it. I don't care. But for me personally, I don't like to curse. I actually try not to curse.
Just at all?
I've always, yeah, I don't. I say like.
Why?
I just think it sounds tacky when I curse. I just don't like it.
You know,
But it's fine when I
explained it to my kid the other day. She's 9.
Your mic.
Oh, your mic.
On.
Oh, it's not on. We didn't turn it back on yet. We forgot to turn it back on. That's us, not you.
I cannot believe how much you just cursed.
I can't believe they took away my voice. Yeah, so much cursing.
So my 9-year-old curses, and I had to tell her, I'm like, you can't just curse.
There we go. There we go.
Sorry, I was recruiting people to be on our,
You're doing your job. That was our fault, not yours.
You have to pepper the cursing. It's like seasoning.
Yeah.
A dish.
You mean you don't need a plate full of salt and pepper?
I actually get where you're coming from because there's certain sets of curse words that if I use them, I think I sound cringe using certain sets. Like there's some words that
you ever heard him say piss? Sounds weird as hell.
He says it weird.
Do you want to say it?
Say it.
No, I go pee-pee.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
he's so scared of
he
saying
knows
it
you want to go pee-pee.
Why?
Like,
Because of how it sounds.
Dude, bang pee-pee in the chat right now.
I have certain words like that I will not say. I think that they sound horrible. I'm not going to say it now. I'm not going to say it. But
I have
yeah.
one that I don't say.
That's not true.
Yeah, it is. I don't say the C word ever.
Oh, the C word?
Oh, that's
absolute worst.
Not my
just,
not my
honestly,
bag.
that's
Never
just
been my
trash.
bag.
Not my
Never
thing.
been my bag.
The British?
They love it. They
Automatic
swim in it.
gunfire at that word.
So I'm from Boston, so I just use fuck in all of the different senses. And like you even pronounce it differently and it comes out different.
They
Like
say fack.
Yeah, when I'm drunk enough, it comes out as fack.
Does it?
Yeah, absolutely. That's how you can measure my alcohol levels or my stress
I love
levels
that.
by how much fuck becomes fuck.
I was just telling somebody before. I was in Wooba.
Worcester.
Wooba.
Worcester.
No, not Worcester. Wooba.
Oh shit.
What the?
So
Are you
in
guys
Wooba,
speaking
right,
a different
for a business
language
trip?
right now?
This is East Coast talk.
And I go to
yeah.
like the Outback Steakhouse, and I asked the hostess, I'm like, "What's there to do around here?" And she goes, "You want a fucking patty?" And I said, "Oh my god!" It was unbelievable.
That's very Boston.
God, I love Boston.
I don't, but
I'm
do.
nobody.
But you're not Bostonian. You're like a
I'm
farm boy.
Yeah, I am a farm boy, but
How farmy?
What?
How farmy?
Whoa.
How farm?
Well,
How farmy?
Yeah.
My street was named Hope's Farm. Like literally was a farm converted into a street.
What kind of farm was this?
It was primarily apples and horses.
Wow, that's exciting.
I was like my backyard was a horse farm.
Oh, I
Are
love
you an
that.
equestrian?
I wish I was rich
I
enough
love
to be a
horses.
crazy horse girl.
I spent a lot of time riding and like
crazy
helping
chill.
horse farms
Yeah,
at-
you know the term
like, at the barn
crazy
and
horse
shit.
girl?
Wow.
It's a girl who's obsessed with horses.
I
She's
looked
crazy.
into farming.
And your
Hi,
decision was?
Madison.
What I started to understand is that the farmers, they don't make
we don't know what they do
money
here.
off the apples. They
No,
make
they
the
don't.
money off of throwing weddings in the farm.
Yep. There was a lot of weird weddings all over my town.
Yeah.
And a lot of cranberries too. Weird. There's
Everybody
like
wants the
cranberry
farmhouse.
bogs,
Cranberries.
farm like events and things, and like
Cranberry
a lot of degenerate
nuts
behavior.
in this conversation.
Yeah. What?
Hey guys, you're having a very East Coast talk.
Yeah.
And we're feeling very excluded over here.
So tell us about ranching.
You have left
Prime.
us out?
Yeah.
Canceled.
I also have a horse barn, so
You have a horse?
3 of them.
You have 3 horses.
I'm kidding.
I thought you had 4.
My neighbor does. She puts her horses on our land because her land's too hilly, and one of their horses broke their leg 2 years ago, and we had to shoot it. So decided to change.
What do you
up
shoot a
the
horse
strain.
with?
A gun.
What kind of gun?
Well, you only need so big. A 9. You can use a
You
9.
get a horse with a 9?
You could definitely kill a horse with a 9. They're not grizzlies, okay? Like there's not.
So one time I'm hanging out in New Jersey, right?
Yeah.
And it's like 5 in the morning.
Yeah.
And I hear like bang, 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 bang. I'm like, what the fuck is that? And a deer got its leg caught in the fence on my property.
Yeah.
And I didn't know that. I went on, put like a headlamp, and like walked out there in like boxers and like fucking like hunter boots. I'm like, what the fuck? And I see this deer in there. So I go to Depot. I go to try and get the right bit to take the fence apart, so I can get him. I tried a couple things. I tried to put like a piece of plywood, whatever. And my old man came over, and then he texted me. He said, "Don't worry about it. He broke his leg. He snapped its leg trying to get out."
Yeah.
And then
That's the end.
I called the town, and I said, hey, can I dispatch this animal, or do you have to do it? And they said, we have to do it. So town cop comes over and just fucking takes his shit out with a 45 right there at 7 in the morning in a fucking suburban cul-de-sac.
What
It
is
was
he gonna
crazy.
do?
Bow, dude, it was crazy.
It's not crazy. That's just what happens, man.
Yeah, man, no, but like
I feel like
in New
I've
Jersey,
described outages very similarly to this. Like, hey, can I fix this or do I need the other team to? And then they send someone out a few hours later and they just like reset the server and then it's good.
my
Exact same
neighbors
thing.
all came over. They're like,
What are you doing?
it was crazy.
Oh, you turn it back on?
My mic is on.
Is it on?
Here, there's a button underneath,
It looks
so I'll show
green.
you. It's here. It doesn't change at all when you press the button, which is really dumb.
Oh.
Should work now.
So you don't know if it's on or off.
He said dispatch is a gentleman's
Yeah.
word.
Dispatch.
It is. It is really, really.
Isn't it? But that's the word.
It
That's the technical word. I mean,
yeah, I mean.
Throw dispatch in a bar right now.
Two different.
huh?
Put dispatch in a bar right now.
You don't want me to freestyle.
I don't want you to freestyle. You're right.
You don't.
I really don't. Did you see that I was on the
He's
Harry
thinking
Mack
right now.
freestyle?
He's thinking so hard right now. I can see that.
I'm sitting here trying to not rhyme dispatch with this ass. Like so hard. I'm like, where else can I go with this? It's like not profane.
What else rhymes?
You know Harry Mack, right?
Yeah.
Did you see that Prime and I were on his show recently?
No.
He came to the Streamer Awards and did freestyles in the lobby, and it was Prime, Pirate Software, me and like another friend, and we all had to give random words. Motherfucker gives marsupial. No, I give marsupial. He gave like plenary
Yeah, plenary.
as
Plenary.
words for him to sneak into a freestyle.
I can rap at both of those.
I'm sure you could. We'll hear it after the show.
Yeah. You guys look dapper at that.
Thank you. It's what happens when you rent a tuxedo.
Did you
It's
see
been
the
a
stains
while.
on that fucking tuxedo after I documented them throughout the night? It was incredible.
No.
It took them like
Stains?
45
From what?
minutes from showing up to just have the entire left side like just covered in shit. I don't even know what it was.
Hey, I live my
Oh
life.
God.
And I don't let a little bit of stains get in the way.
Neither do I.
Yeah.
The
I had a
stain
stain on
was
me last
from
night.
your what is
I
it?
don't know what from.
Oily smooth
I got a
clothes.
stain on me right now.
You do?
Oh my gosh, you do.
You're a
Not
sloppy
even like
puppy.
a
What are you
slight
doing?
one.
Avocado.
Avocado?
man.
It looks like mayonnaise or perhaps
Wait,
mustard.
I got
No.
the same meal as Prime, and he's all dirty. And look, I'm in white, flawless.
How do you get away with it?
That's a skill issue.
How do you
Prime.
do it?
She doesn't have the skill issue.
Yeah.
She
No,
doesn't
but how do
have
you
to
eat
feel
food without getting it all over yourself?
you
Did you
should-
see her drinking water
I
earlier?
just literally don't eat it.
Yeah.
I just pretend to eat it, and I don't. You know.
I actually eat it. And therein lies my problem.
Fair point.
I actually waterfall it. I just go like that.
You should.
That
Theo's
actually
about
makes
to
sense.
say the same thing, but if you see her drink water, you'll immediately understand why she doesn't spill.
How do you drink water?
Okay, so I have
She makes sure it doesn't
lipstick
touch her
on,
lips.
and I make sure I
She-
try not
she's
to
a
get.
well-regarded water drinker.
I'm a regarded, well-regarded water.
Like you pour it in your mouth like you don't trust your friend's health?
You don't
He's
want to
doing his
get.
job. Don't give him shit.
Well, Ken, let me ask you a question. Have you ever worn lipstick? No judgment here. We're a
Yeah.
safe space. Whoa, really?
Yeah.
You just put it on for fun?
I have girl children.
Oh, that makes sense. That's so true. I
Do you have any
babysit.
idea how pretty they made me
I
before?
babysit. Yeah, I can tell you're wearing a little eyeliner right now.
I was gorgeous.
So you don't want to get the lip. You want me to show you?
No,
Oh, do it?
this
No.
is just me drinking some water.
Oh, okay, never mind. Let's move on. Next topic.
This has been way too much fun. I'm enjoying this a lot. Did you grab other people, or because I don't want to keep it going for
Yeah,
way
I've
too
got
long.
David next, then Ryan, and then someone else. We've got a bunch of people.
All right.
Damn.
I
Well,
gotta
get the fuck out.
Let's start blasting through them then.
Hey,
All right.
Lithium,
David?
where are
We're getting
you?
more gifts. Oh, Lithium keeps gifting. I need to thank you for all of the
Lit-
gifts. You're a lunatic. You've
All
gifted
right.
over 100
Ken,
total in the
thanks so
channel
much for
now.
hanging
Thank you so
out.
much, Lithium, for the
We'll
support.
see you later.
Thank
And
you,
next
Ken.
up,
Later, Gators.
Lithium is
I
somewhere
love the
around
Kents
here.
to Ken AB, by the way. I think it's so good because they're only a one-letter difference, and it turns out that makes a lot of difference. Yeah, we won't say which is which though.
oh.
No, I'm not as cool as Ken.
I'm so sorry you have to follow up Ken. Like genuinely, like that sucks. But I appreciate you for being here regardless.
Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you.
Anyways, how you doing, man?
I'm doing good. You
How
know?
should I introduce you?
I don't know. You should say this is a guy who is the use effect guy, I guess.
Yeah, he's the anti-use effect guy. I'm the
Yeah.
neutral use effect guy. And one of my first big YouTube videos to be reacting to his talk about use effect, which if I recall, you haven't watched a reaction still.
No, I haven't yet.
Yeah, probably
I
for the
just-
better. I think I'm gonna unlist that video. It's cringe.
Yeah. So I saw it, then I read the YouTube comments, and you should never read the YouTube comments, and I was like,
Oh yeah, that's rule number one.
Whatever.
Yeah. Also, there.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Closer
got
is
it.
better with these.
See,
They're
I never
sensitive.
stream, so all right.
Well, not sensitive, I suppose.
Yeah.
But yeah. Anyways, how's your war against use effect going?
Well, I'm going to be talking a little bit more about that today.
Oh boy.
My
When's
last
your talk at?
So my talk's the last talk, 5:25, and I'm actually doing a joint talk with Jenny. So
Oh, that sounds really cool.
Yeah.
What
so
are you speaking on?
we are speaking. It's called Use What. So.
Oh God, I
yeah.
actually will be watching this. I know exactly
Okay.
where this is going, but tell the audience where this is going.
All right. So basically, Use What. It's just there's an old talk called What.
The greatest tech
and-
talk of all time.
Yeah,
of all time.
I will not live up to it, but basically I'm just talking about the weird stuff about React. So if there was ever a reaction video, this would be the one to do.
Can you
but
give us like
I'm
a small
done.
sneak peek?
I will, for sure.
Like a very small sneak peek.
No, I can't, because
Okay.
it's just like freaking
Okay.
everything, every single, or like a ton of hooks. Some of the
everything.
weird stuff about React Server components, just how React is weird in general, but how like the spoiler is it doesn't really matter if it's weird. Like it's just extremely useful. It's a great tool to use. Yeah.
What do we mean when we say weird? Like unintended behavior or unintuitive? Like, I guess I
Skill
wonder.
issue behavior.
Like when you add the string 1 to the number 1 in JavaScript, it comes out to 2. But if you add or if you subtract it, it just breaks. Like that type of thing, where like it's the weird quirks of JavaScript was the original what talk, but it's gonna be equivalent to that, but for React specifically, by the sounds of it.
Yeah. No, that's exactly it.
Oh,
It'll
it
be
sounds
very
so
fun.
good.
Yeah.
Does strict mode come up at all?
It does come up.
I am very excited to see what happens when a behavior changes between strict mode and not strict mode. That is when you know you're in deep.
Yeah. And there's so many of these little gotchas where if you're experienced with React, you already know all these gotchas. And, it's still weird, but you just deal with it.
They can
And
still be
you don't-
presented in a
yeah.
really funny way, though.
Yeah. I mean, hopefully funny. We'll see.
That's so interesting because I feel like when you start using something and you're a newer developer, and you don't realize it's weird because if it's like the first thing you started out with, you think it's normal, and then later when you expand more, like you try other frameworks, you're like, oh, this is weird. I could see it. Like you think it's just regular. Does that make sense?
Yes, and React does a lot of that. I'm saying as a big fan of React, the way it makes certain problems go away implies things that aren't really how the world works, which is really good when you're writing React, but it's really bad when you're writing anything else.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder how that translates to you learn to think in React and how that switches your mindset when you go to other things.
It has resulted in almost every other UI framework rebuilding itself to have components or just dying slowly instead. It's been really cool seeing the Apple ecosystem realize that React was right and slowly adopt the patterns in Swift UI.
Yeah, and that's one of the main points is that React is really, really weird. Like you said, thinking in the React way, it's extremely unintuitive. But honestly, as far as frameworks go, it's top tier.
That's so interesting to me. Like, what is can you?
Oh,
what
wait,
is
hold on. I have to interrupt. Did you
No,
just
of
call
course.
a framework? React is a framework. You heard it here first. React Miami.
I
React is
misspoke.
all and none at the same time.
I misspoke.
So I'm-
in my talk, I'll
I'm-
call it a library. So.
What is
It's
what's
fine.
a way that React is unintuitive? And maybe I don't know it. I'm really curious.
All right, so there was this thing a long time ago where the tagline was React is just JavaScript. And that's so far from the truth, and I'm going to talk a little bit about that in my talk. But hooks, we just accept hooks. This is how you update state and everything. It's that's not how JavaScript, or it's this implicit global state. You really have to sort of understand how that works. JSX, that's also weird. Server components, doubly weird, Lots of things.
Use effect's a fun one too, where
Yeah.
the refusal on the React team to give anything an object config with key values is hilarious. Where like useEffect has 7 different behaviors, all encoded by like where or if you put an array at the end, whether or not you return something in it, and all of these are weird implicit behaviors you have to know about React. You can't just autocomplete your way to it because you can't make an object that's like the function that you pass it, and then the onComplete function, and then the like dependencies is just all implicitly bound based on these specific things. Or like all the hooks, they return not an object, but they return an array where the order of the things in it matters. There are certain...
I love that.
You like that?
Yeah. That way I
Can you elaborate?
I have to check the type.
Thought I was doing fine
I know
with
which
that.
way is which. That's actually my favorite API of all of React. The fact that it returns a tuple. And you have to have an LSP,
It's a tuple
or
some of
you
the
have
time.
to look it up on the internet, which one's which.
It's nice because you can name things whatever without having to type a bunch of stuff twice, but then you have to define your prof for typing a bunch of stuff twice, so...
Oh man, I forgot to mention that.
Dependencies definitely get confusing for me. So like I'm just like, what is happening here? What is firing? When is this firing exactly? Where's all the dependencies? Like it can be tricky for me. Yeah.
Yeah, and honestly, you would think, so now, I mean, obviously your experience with React.
I've used it once or twice.
Yeah, so you know, like, okay, we have to put a dependency array. It's like drilled into you. But reading the original docs it's not until you scroll at the very end that you see, hey, by the way, there's this thing called a dependency array. It's important. And people don't realize that.
They're better about that now, but they're not good enough about it still.
Completely agree. Yeah.
What's the dumbest React bug you've ever seen?
All right, so when I first encountered the whole strict mode double rendering of use
I love that one came to my mind immediately.
Yeah,
It's going to be a good one.
It's terrible. And the fact that they have such good justification for it, I don't want to call it good, but they have a very thorough justification for it, but still it doesn't make sense. Having dev mode and prod mode be completely different in behavior, like you said earlier, that's the one that got me. I was like, why are things logging twice? I remember when React had class components, I added things like, why did this component update? And you were counting like, oh, wow, it was 17 instead of 16 renders. Wow, I should really check on that. No one does that anymore. Why?
Can't.
Because React is just
Did you see the argument I got into with Dan about this?
I have not.
It was a while back. I was trying to like showcase some things live on stream and kept on running into really weird, stupid edge cases due to the useEffect double fires.
Mm-hmm.
And what I really wanted, it was very simple. I wanted the equivalent of like use memo with a cleanup. Because I wanted to be able to memoize something on definition and have a way to clean that up when I was done with it and the component unmounted. Which meant having a use memo, having the thing appear and disappear twice, always guaranteed, and absolute help defining that cleanup function. Because I just want use memo with cleanup. That's all I wanted, and I could not convince them. Eventually, some of the use case came through with like the use action stuff, and then they got rid of all that too. So yeah, I have my frustrations with a lot of these React core behaviors as well, as a fanboy.
Yeah, that's the thing too. Introducing and then removing APIs. People don't talk enough about that, but...
Oh, no worries. See you in a bit, later, maybe, no? Oh, cool. Are you gonna take your phone with you?
My next thing
Sounds good. Thank you. Yeah, I did not know Prime was going to be disappearing. I'm sure it's for a thing that is of value, but I'm sure it's for a thing that is good. It better be good. You're Prime now. You need to go shave and talk a lot about Rust. Were you leaving? I don't know if that's on, and you're certainly holding it upside down either way. Is this on still? No. Cool. Now it is on.
I was really waiting for Prime to be done so I could go home and take a nap. So me swapping for him doesn't exactly work.
But you're thrilled. We're
but
excited.
I'm thrilled.
All right.
Oh, look who it is.
Yeah.
Mr. State Machine.
Yeah, I'm actually not talking about state machines at all.
That's literally impossible.
You did such a good job not mentioning state machines. We've just been talking about weird React things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know that he's a Florida man.
I am a Florida
man. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
You've done a great job recovering, unlike most of them.
I'm not a Florida man. I chose Florida.
That's even worse.
It is worse.
That's significantly
It
worse.
is
You
a lot
chose to
worse.
live in the swamp?
Yeah. As long as it doesn't snow, I'm happy about it.
I literally grew up on a swamp, and I got bit by more mosquitoes in the 3 hours I was in your backyard yesterday morning than I had been in like a whole summer in my hometown.
You know, it's great having you guys around because I always get bit by mosquitoes, but when you're here, when Adam's here, I never get bit.
Yeah, we attract them.
They go
for
straight
sure.
to you.
They-
Yeah.
They look for the fresh blood. They know.
They're sick of me. Yeah.
Understandable.
Yeah.
Any last words to mock React a little more before your talk?
I'm afraid to. I don't want to get canceled online, so I'm just going to keep my mouth shut.
Understandable. I'm the one here to get canceled.
Yeah.
Yeah, appreciate you
Canceling
immensely. I believe that we have Was it Una and Ryan?
Yeah, first up Ryan, and then
awesome.
Una.
Can I pass
talk to
your
Ryan.
mic to a certain Ryan?
All right.
So you know which one?
Good seeing you all.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Thanks again.
Mr.
I'm
Florence.
gonna swap these chairs out because I feel really bad for whoever gets the broken chair.
Okay.
I'm gonna swap it with yours.
I'm
Jacob,
happy
because
to
you're
sit
not
on
using
the
your
bad chair. I'm
Oh.
fine.
What happened?
I'm not even on the stream
There's
yet.
a
I'm
bad chair, I
talking.
guess. Hey.
You got your fresh chair.
What's,
other one was broken.
what's happening in these chairs that
The
they
other
need to
one
be
was
fresh?
broken. I have no idea why or how, but yeah, sorry, Jacob. Anyways, good to have you here, Ryan. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Pretty good. For those who don't know, how should we introduce you? Should I turn it off or?
What?
I think your mic's on. Is your mic on?
However you want.
All mics on?
Yeah,
Cool.
I think
no,
it's good.
we're all good. Cool. I was making sure.
Sorry,
others-
go on, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Otherwise, probably best for that. Yeah. So, how would you like me to introduce you?
However you want.
Cool. Ryan is one of my favorite technical speakers and contributors. He made things I don't like and things I do like and influenced all the things I love to be better. He created Remix as well as React Router and has been pushing the React team in a very good direction for how many years now?
Too many.
Too many, for sure. He's the one who got me hyped on hooks
10.
originally, if you want to know how far back this goes.
Yeah.
He didn't have those wrinkles when he started.
I
It's
did.
not related to age. It's all related to React.
Yeah, it's all React. I would have looked the exact same as when I was 30. Yeah, it is a long time actually. I was just looking at I don't know if this is public knowledge, but I'll be on the page eventually. I'm speaking at React Conf, and I was just looking at the commits on React Router, May 9th, 2014.
Damn.
So it's literally 10 years ago.
I'll admit to one of my few engagement things I have done. I went through a bunch of popular repos and found the source commit date and scheduled a happy birthday tweet type thing for all of those on Twitter. So I just have a schedule where it just will randomly I remember when it was for Svelte, but Svelte's 5th birthday, check my Twitter. That's when you're gonna know when it hits. But I'm gonna have to put React Router on that list for sure.
Yeah, man, May 9th.
Good to know.
My birthday's 2 days before that.
Oh, you're back?
I'm back.
I am even more scared to know what you had to leave for that was not important, but was also short enough.
Is my mic on?
Yes.
Does he need a fresh chair?
I had to pee.
Oh, so he does need a fresh chair.
I just had to freshen up. I had to go to the old little general's room.
No.
Freshen things up, you know what I mean?
Good
I didn't
now,
want to
or-
tell Chad because Chat makes fun of me for using the bathroom.
Chad?
Chat.
Cool. Sorry.
This is Chat?
Chat is the
Oh,
1,000-ish
Chat.
people watching live.
Sorry, I'm an
Chat.
elder millennial, so
Yeah.
I am an elder millennial too.
I'm not as online as you.
That's fair.
Yeah.
I'm online too much. He's online a little more than enough, I would say.
So my kids actually call Chat GPT Chat.
That's hilarious.
They're like, oh, I just asked Chat for this.
He calls it
assignment or
ChatGPT.
whatever.
I do.
ChatGPT, yeah, I like
ChatGPT
that. Yeah,
is my
ChatGPT, that's a
favorite
good
term
one.
for the- How old are your kids?
16, 13, and 11.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so what is it like having a 16-year-old?
It's the best. Yeah, kids are so much more fun when they're old. You get to go snowboarding with them, go on hikes. They know
Hold
stuff
the mic
you
a
don't
little
know.
closer. Yeah.
Sorry, I
No
got to eat the
worries.
mic.
You do.
That's what I always told people when we played
Yep.
shows. When I played in an old punk band, you got to eat the mic.
Need to dig into that too.
Punk band, really? Power chord?
Yeah,
Power
but
chord
I
Florence?
can.
Was that your nickname?
I know some harmonic minor scales too.
Okay,
and
okay.
Like yeah,
Little
or
pentatonic here and
pentatonic.
there?
Sorry, not
Okay,
harmonic.
little-
Pentatonic. Never mind. I know nothing. No, obviously. Yeah. So teenagers, babies are the best. They're cuddly. Like I kind of feel like there's this cavity on my chest that I can't feel anymore. But I can imagine my old babies. They just snuggle in there perfectly, and so that's sad. They don't have that anymore. But teenagers are super fun because they're smarter than you with a lot of things. So you actually learn stuff from them. They're fun to talk to. They have their own independent thoughts about things.
Yeah.
And
I know he learns a lot from 16-year-olds at his Twitch chat.
I do. They help me with React. I don't know if you've heard of it. It's a framework. It's a hot new framework.
Yeah, I learned that before JavaScript.
Yeah.
Well, I decided to use React.
React
or
forced me to
learn
learn
React
JavaScript,
instead of
unironically.
Based it off.
Is his mic not on? Oh, it's higher. Ah.
I can go higher.
On that topic, though, I genuinely feel like I learned MooTools before I learned JavaScript. I was just copying and pasting crap that was online, and then one day I realized, oh, I know JavaScript. And same with Rails. I was learning Rails. I couldn't distinguish the Rails from the Ruby, right? It was just Rails. And then one day I woke up and I realized, oh, I know
This is
Ruby.
not Adam.dev.
So I think it's valid to say you learned to React before JavaScript.
So what you're trying to tell me is you copied and pasted JavaScript, and you learned JavaScript from copying and pasting JavaScript.
Thinking that I was copying and pasting MooTools.
Yeah. So you
So-
learned JavaScript by using JavaScript.
Yeah. There's the truth, and then there's the experience,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
I get that. Well, I mean, the best kind of learning is the learning in which you get progressively less lied to.
I want to dig into the punk thing though, because I've noticed a weird pattern where like a surprising number of people, not just in our ecosystem, but like the web dev as a whole, are deep on music. So many musicians, and also like punk artists in particular. Like, do you know the history of Ryan Carniato, other Ryan?
Yeah, I've talked to him. His band was called Solid.
Mr. Solid.
Or Mr. Solid, that's right.
He still has the Mr. Solid
like
tattoo.
Mr. T experience, you got to have like the Mr. in there.
Yeah, I still call him Mr. Solid sometimes when I'm trying to get under his skin a bit. It's fun.
Yeah.
Love him so much.
I like that that's like a cross generational thing for him. Not generational, like just a lifespan of the word solid.
His progression and like his history is insane when you think about it. It's like, you know, he's still one of my like personal heroes. I've learned so much from that man.
I love other Ryan.
Yeah.
Quick question. If your band name is Mr. Solid and then you end up writing something called Solid.js, is that nominal determinism? Is that like it? Because
I'm not old enough to know what that means.
Who you are, right? And so it's like he named something and he was the thing and then he became the thing he worked on.
Becomes it again.
Yeah, he wanted it to be a really solid framework.
Yeah.
And a really solid band.
Yeah.
Solid man.
As someone who's heard and used both, respectively, in that order, yeah, effective.
But yeah, my partner Michael, he plays music.
Didn't know Michael was also a musician. By the way, Michael Jackson, by the way.
Yeah.
Happens to be a musician, if you didn't know.
So to my children, when they hear someone talking about Michael Jackson, the pop star, they get so confused. They're like, how do they know Michael? And it's like, and what are they talking about? His albums? And anyway, so there's lots of people. I'm trying to think of some other ones, but I'm brain farting.
Tanner Lindsley's an EDM artist too.
Yeah.
What kind of music do you play now? Now that you're in your elder days, your elder millennial days, what do you play now?
Last song I performed was Sweet Child of Mine with my daughter. She's a drummer, and for one of her drum recitals, I was up there playing the lead guitar, and then her drum instructor, he plays guitar too, he sang and played the rhythm guitar. But I basically just play whatever my daughter wants me to learn, because she might be learning a song on drums, and so we've done Green Day, we've done Journey, we've done Backseat Lovers,
Which band is the easiest to sneak JavaScript puns into the song title or song like lyrics of?
Oh, I know. I've never done it. Never tried.
Why is it that the hip hop artists are the ones who keep making really funny JavaScript like meme songs and not punk? I'd love to hear a punk JavaScript song.
I'll write one.
Can I be real for a second?
Yeah.
I don't like funny programming songs.
I didn't.
Yeah.
I cringe.
Kitz's freestyle JavaScript thing was actually well done and funny. As someone with like an obnoxiously high bar for hip hop stuff, I was annoyed that it was good.
Almost crossed the cringe to not cringe, but it was still. I still had a hard time.
If you watch it with just like the track, like the lyrics on the screen, like a view to TikTok, which is how I use most video when I'm like scrolling through things, it seems cringe. And then when you listen, it's actually decently well delivered. I was impressed.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I think you did a great job.
Yeah.
I saw you do some pretty sweet karaoke last week, Ryan, at the Epic Web Dev. You were doing something awesome. What was that song you did? You did a couple.
All the punk ones that they had in the catalog.
Of course.
Which was 2 Blink songs.
You were jamming. Yeah,
all
oh my
the small
God.
things.
I love the Blink songs.
Dang it.
Yeah.
Dang it.
Got to keep my brand. And
classic Blink-182 song. Dang
Sum
it.
41. There were 2 Sum 41 songs.
Of course.
In Too Deep.
Oh
and
yeah,
Fat
what
Lip.
was the other one? Oh yeah.
I can't do Sum 41 though. Derek, his lyrics are like, or his vocals, way too high pitched.
I loved your talk too. I loved when you were talking about how there are so many people who created something, and then what it ended up being used for is so different than the original intent.
Like React.
Like the Qt.
That's a lot of tech.
Yeah. That was a fun talk.
What's the worst thing you've seen somebody do with React Router?
I don't know. Gosh, way too many things.
I worked in a code base that was a lot of those things.
Yeah, this is actually a conversation that I was just having with my team. It's hard to design APIs when you have a lot of experience with people using your APIs, because you start getting paranoid because of all the weird stuff you've seen them do with what you've made, that then you're like, you come up with a good idea and you're like, oh, this would be great, and then you can see all the ways that people are going to like be weird with it. And so then you don't want to ship it because you don't want people to do weird things, but you can't design anything without people doing weird stuff.
That didn't stop React from shipping UseEffect.
Hey, UseEffect is still good. I like it.
UseEffect, having you write
very
after
useful
David's
during
actually
this time.
kind of funny now I think about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm UseEffect neutral. You're leaning positive. He's obviously leaning very negative.
So he used to do workshops for us at React Training. one
and you kicked him out because of his use
one of our
of
contractors. No, but it was kind of cool that we all taught the same material, but like you definitely got a different flavor based on who you were talking to. But I mean, just compare use effect to component did mount and component did update, and it's good.
Yeah, I like it because of the way it lets you build your like life cycle around your data instead of around your components and like when they mount, rather than having the data life cycle be commandeered by the component life cycle.
Yeah, exactly.
That said, the use effect API, questionable.
It's hard.
Yeah,
it's a sharp knife.
It's super unintuitive until you've like read the whole doc on it and then used it wrong about it.
I know, but you don't like buy a Japanese chef knife for $200 and then when you cut yourself on it, be like, oh.
Yeah, but I don't
this
expect,
knife is bad.
I don't expect Japanese knives
those
not
Japanese
be used
people,
anymore.
What's wrong with them?
I don't expect Japanese knives to go through my McDonald's ass framework.
I want the one that I can't cut a tomato with, and then I'll hurt myself.
I'll mash that tomato.
That's fair. I've definitely felt the knife nature of React.
There are sharp knives and there are foot guns.
Yeah.
It's very hard to distinguish.
Speaking of
when
sharp
the
knives,
thing you made is one or the other.
Speaking
But
of
you
sharp-
never know until you ship it.
Yeah, speaking of sharp knives and foot guns, how are you feeling about server components? I know you've come around quite a bit.
I think that they are an incredible innovation that have not yet found a great application.
You said so coming around to them. So you started off more of.
I always loved them. First time Dan showed them to me, they weren't called server components. It was just he and I in a little video chat. He sent me a message like, Ryan, check out this cool thing. And I was like, that looks great. We're building this thing called Remix, and it looks like you're just going to move the code from the loader into the component. And that's generally it, and that's how it's mostly panned out. So no, I've been a big fan. They're just hard to do right, I think. Like it's really, really, really cool tech, really great innovation, but I think they're way too misunderstood and over-explained.
Yeah.
Like we just keep explaining it instead of like shipping one that's a version of it that's easier to use.
I have a hot take on that one. I think a lot of why hooks were easy for us to adopt and learn was that you can adopt them from like a leaf up. Like any person at the company who likes React enough to update the major version can start using hooks on something in your code base. Whereas with server components, you got to start from the root. You got to change everything to start adopting it.
So that's in Remix. It's going to work the other way. We actually just Jacob on our team who's working on it just has a demo for us internally about the progress he's got on it.
Yeah.
Where from our loaders, you can just return like data, right? Like an object with some keys, and you're going to render that stuff. But our first stab at server components is not our final story, but just the beginning. Is you can just return JSX from your loader, and it'll come through like all the rest of the data from use loader data. But that thing is going to be a server component, and so it's you don't start with server components. It's still all whatever Remix is. I don't know if it's server or client first. It's kind of both. But it's still that same Remix model, but now just your loaders can return and actions too. So you could just be like, okay, this little thing is our components depend on the data. Like we don't know what our bundles are until we fetch data, which is the like best use case for RSC, the clearest one. Like you go to a CMS, right? And there's 10 different types of blocks that you could be rendering, so you don't know which of those 10 components you want. Fetch it from the CMS and then render. You can just take that one thing, where in today in Remix is rough because all 10 components are going to have to be in the bundle whether you use them or not. And you can just move that little bit of rendering up into the loader, and now you get the benefits of RSC without like having to switch to like app directory, right? You can just keep going.
I think another huge part that you're not giving enough credit to here is that like this works great if you're already using Remix, but getting to Remix from an old Create React app based React Router app is actually viable, unlike it is in another framework.
But even then with React Router, if it works in Remix, it just means we put it in React Router. They're the same thing. Means React Router loaders will also understand that.
Yeah. But that React Router loader would have to run on a server, which is a big, scary part of the adoption.
You're going to have to fetch from an RSC server.
Yes.
So you could keep your SPA out there and then deploy a React app that sends RSC content, probably easier in this case if it were Remix. But you don't actually have to like expose that Remix to the app, right? You can just call its endpoints that send RSC content from an existing React Router SPA.
This sounds like the exact type of thing I would hack into the code base and then get yelled at when somebody finally noticed after I shipped it, which I love. That's how you get adoption.
Well, it's you got to sneak into it. So I had one boss that I really hated in my career, but he had an amazing comment that has stuck with me my whole life. He said, you know, we were trying to decide to go to React from Ember, and I was talking to him about it, and he was like, the technology that survives a really long time is the kind that can be easily adopted and easily deleted.
Yes.
And so that's what we're trying to do with RSC is it's like, just return a little.
Say that one more time?
The technology that survives and lasts a long time can be easily adopted in like a small piece, right, in your existing system. It can be adapted incrementally into an existing system and also removed incrementally from an existing system. So you get it in there and then it can grow and eventually take over the whole system. React was that way. We embedded React into an Ember app the first time we ever used it because we had this one little input field that, I won't get into details, but it was not fast enough in Ember. You type and it would pause all over the place. So we made a React component version of it and it was super slick. And so we just embedded that into the Ember app. And we could just remove it too if we needed to.
But I mean, React fundamentally is super hard to remove once you have any sort of momentum. Like any framework, like any library, framework, whatever you use, it becomes virtually impossible. Like,
I would say the Webpack build that created it is the hard thing to get out of.
Yeah.
Really?
Yes, absolutely. Specifically, like with Next, for example, which I'm obviously more familiar with, if you use Next in like Pages Router era, the old way, you're literally just stubbing out a bunch of API functions that you could call from anything else. I've actually ported a Next.js application to Solid before, by copy-pasting the entire API directory, dropping it in something else that has Webpack and can deploy it via Node for me, and then just rewrite the UI and connect to it that way instead.
Yeah, so that's not easy to pull out. Rewriting the UI is the whole. That's the point.
If you write the UI,
technology that
all the UI
lasts,
that you
or
wrote
technology that's hard to remove. The technology that meets a need, and you can convince people why. Or let me say it this way: I think technology that's built to last will be technology in which you can solve a problem with, and other people can understand why the problem is solved specifically with this.
Totally.
I don't think easy insertion or easy deletion has anything to do with lasting. Netflix is still primarily class components. Want to guess how long ago those were? Like, it was a long, long time ago for that exact reason. There you go. So it's like, are those easy to remove? No, they're actually extremely difficult to remove. Are they easy to start using? No, you have to rewrite the entire app to start using these. But they have such long-lasting power once you've made that commitment.
Yeah, I guess...
Sorry, when I heard that, I was just trying to reconcile with my experience with what you're saying.
It's like when we launched Remix and we were talking about progressive enhancement and web tech, and everyone was like, React and progressive enhancement? What are you talking about? But no, so in our case, it was literally, we put an empty div on the page in the Ember app, and then in an Ember lifecycle hook, we said React DOM, render, and then just dumped it into that one little spot, and we could easily just pull that thing out as well, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, when it's grown huge and it's your whole app, I mean, even React router stuff is hard to bail out of too. And it's hard to adopt just a little bit of that.
How did you test that? Like, because Ember and all these things you've already have written, you obviously have a large amount of stuff you're sending down, and now adding React to that, you've increased your payload, user experience, all those kind of things. Like, how did you do that? Or was it just like a dev decision?
This is a long time ago, but the performance issue was not like initial page load. The performance issue was, as you're typing, like the thread was locked up, and you'd like hit a character and like nothing would happen for a second or two. And this is kind of where, at the very first React Conf 10 years ago, I did that stupid DB monitor thing that like compared React, Ember, and Angular. That was actually a real app too. But yeah, React had, actually you and I were talking about this last week at Epic WebConf, where you're like, people didn't start using React or people used React because of the component model, not because of, and then they put up with the performance problems. And I was like, no. We absolutely adopted React because of performance. Everything else was so much worse back then that React was like smoking fast. They just didn't market that way. They were always like Pete Hunt was always like, it's fast enough. We're not like, that's not the goal to be like the fastest renderer. It just has to be fast enough. But yeah.
And let everybody else optimize outside for you.
Yeah. But so to go all the way back to what you're saying with RSC, we're trying to do it in Remix in a way that you can just like put a little bit in, see if it helps out, and if it doesn't, make it easy to pull it out as well. I absolutely believe in the tech. I think it's going to take us years to apply it really, really well across the whole ecosystem.
Super excited to see what that looks like.
I'm curious about when you were talking about building something that's easy to delete. I guess I'm wondering, like, how do you build something that's easy to delete? Like, what do you keep in mind?
Composition.
I'm really curious.
I know that's like a dumb old programmer thing to say, but
can you expand on that? I want to hear from you.
Do you use the CLI very much? Like
a little bit.
Bash?
Yeah.
So like you're just typing stuff, you know how you can like pipe one operation to the next?
Okay.
Like you could do like cat package.json, do the pipe, and then you could do like grep react. So that's 2 different programs. You pipe the output of one into as the input of the next.
Okay.
And then grep is going to like find the lines that say React in it, right? So like you can just go do that in any project and kind of see what happens. If you just do cat by itself, cat shows you the whole thing. Grep just searches for the lines. So these 2 functions, cat and grep, they don't know anything about each other, but they do one job. Cat reads the file and echoes it out to you, and grep searches the lines and echoes it out to you. And then the second important thing is that they share a common interface, which is strings. They take strings as their input, and they put strings as their output. Old nerds know I'm talking about the Unix philosophy here, which is do one job and do it well.
I'm not old, and I still love Unix.
But the second thing that everybody misses, the second rule there is use strings because they're the universal input. Use the output of one program as the input of the next.
Okay.
And so
Very cool.
anything that kind of feels that way, like React components, right? You can drop a context provider around something, and now it makes things available down in the tree, and then you can pull that thing out as well. I actually had a note-taking app that just wrote everything to local storage, and then if you click sign in, I would stick underneath the local storage component a Firebase one. And so I just took the stuff that was already going to local storage, and then I could just send it up to Firebase and synchronize it there. And it was literally just dump a component in, and now it's synchronizing to Firebase, pull the component out, and now it's not anymore. So that's because of composition and sharing inputs. And in React, that's props and context and state.
Okay.
So the one thing that I want to hear more of your thoughts on this one, which is that you're saying that, like, your example with context, for me, is like the opposite, because context is a 2-way bind, because on top you're like, hey, I'm going to start giving you a value starting here, and below you're like, I'm going to rely somewhere above me. Like, you're doing this thing which is
with the
which
Unix,
is very non-Unixy, if you will.
Environment variables. That's what they are, right? In the parable here, context is like environment variables.
Yes, if you
Some
can generate
scripts
them
depend
based
on
on user behavior and change them at any moment.
Yeah.
The change at any moment's the sketchy part, because
I'll give that.
Yeah.
But
like, I'm a program and I depend on something that I didn't define, and that's how some components work. I depend on some context that React Router put there. That's a lot like an environment variable.
My ideal use cases for context is not being able to, from a component level, update the context. Usually, like, the component level triggers something else, like a navigation, that would then update the context. Or like the user changes their like theme from light to dark, which updates the context. But I try to minimize how much a component itself can change the context, and have the context be just like you described with an environment variable. I actually really like that framing. I'm going to use that in the future for sure. This has been absolutely awesome. Thank you for stopping by and coming to chat.
My pleasure.
Great.
Yeah, thank you.
Hey, find Unix philosophy. Let's go.
Yeah.
You told me I was going to be in one of your videos for Testacular.
I know.
And for the first time, I watched a whole one of your videos.
I was going to.
Just to stroke my own
For the
ego.
first time.
By the way,
and then I wasn't there.
Karma Testacular, which, by the way, was my favorite testing library in 2012. I used it like wild. And 2011.
Yeah.
Right in that region.
Yeah, it was a good one.
It was a great one.
Yeah, I couldn't say the word in a meeting without everyone asking me what the heck was going on.
It was obvious. It's spectacular testing.
Except it said the test runner with balls.
Yeah. Okay, that's
Great
fair.
description.
Okay. Maybe I tried the cope a little too hard there.
I love it.
All right.
Well, thank you so
Thanks,
much. Mind
guys.
passing that to Una?
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Una.
Thank you so much, Ryan.
Yes.
Una.
Before we get started
I
on the
was
next
saying
one,
it
I have to
wrong.
thank
Una.
our sponsor, Clerk, for the wonderful mic stand that they have so kindly gifted me. If you guys don't know, Clerk is the easiest way to set up Auth, not just with React and Next, but also with Remix from our good friend Ryan. Yeah, thanks to them for sponsoring us, getting us here, giving me my mic stand. Anyway.
Thank you so much, Clerk.
Yes. Join us.
Ooh, who's coming on?
Oh boy.
Hello.
Howdy, howdy. Good
Hello.
to have
Make
you
sure
here.
you keep it
Howdy,
really
howdy.
close.
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, there you go.
Super close.
The one at
Hello.
home, I
Is it
rest my
ASMR?
face on
How
it.
are you today?
I'm good. How y'all doing?
Good.
Pretty
You
good.
must be tired. You've been doing this for a bit now.
I stream for 6 to 7 hours straight usually, so I'm more tired from setting everything up. I'm starting to get my energy back, if anything.
All right. Every time I talk to any of you who are streamers, the first thing I'm like, ask is, how do you do it? Because I feel like I tried it one time, exactly one time, and I was just sweating bullets by the end of it. Because you have to keep track of so many things. The chat, the whatever you're doing, like the live monologue in your head. It's just
The monologues is kind of a default. I wish I could turn that off sometimes, but it just goes and goes and goes, and I have to do my best to make sure it comes out in a digestible way. Speaking of which, before we go into the monologue, we should introduce you and who you are.
All right.
So,
hello, friends.
how would you like to be introduced?
However you want. I can introduce myself if you want.
We can go with that.
All right, so hi everyone that's watching. My name is Yuna. I'm a developer relations engineer. I work on the Chrome team, and our team focuses on web platform UI. So all the things that you use to build websites, primarily HTML and CSS and a little bit of JavaScript for making things interactive, is what we focus on. So we want to make sure that we're building the right things into the platform. I work with a lot of other browser engineers too to make sure it doesn't just land in Chrome, but lands across the board so we can all use it. And the goal is to make the web a better place. That's really the goal.
Yeah, you can definitely do that. For just an example of where she comes up, whenever I tweet a complaint about Chrome dev tools or some weird behavior in the browser, she's the first person that's tagged every single time. Every time.
I'm like, let me help.
And you've done a great job at it.
Yeah, no, it's cool. And before I was doing this, I was doing a bunch of stuff in the UI engineering world. So I used to write React. Like I used to be in that space, design systems world. Like,
Unlike
really
most of us, you escaped.
I don't know how I landed this job. It's sort of a very niche thing, but it's pretty cool because I get to actually listen to what people need for the platform. I have a lot of opinions too, and then make it happen. Like,
let's hear some of those opinions. What's the worst thing about React?
All right, thoughts about React. I feel like I don't have as strong opinions about frameworks because everyone, use a framework that is of your choice.
React is a framework.
No, I know, but
he's been trying to bully everybody who's saying React's a framework since it started.
No, I'm
no,
not.
React's a conference. React Miami.
I'm trying to tell
it's
them
a community.
She's correctly identifying React.
The interesting thing about React is it's gone beyond Facebook. We have events here. Facebook was not involved in this event.
Yeah,
Facebook was not involved in any of the React events except for the one they're hosting this year. So it's pretty crazy to see how it's taken off and what it's become. It's wild watching it because I remember when they first announced React at the JS Conf in Amelia Island. It was like 2015, and everybody was like, "This is dumb. Why would we write code like this?" JSX.
They were so mad at JSX.
And I think it was, it was the way that they talked about it that didn't make sense at the time. It's crazy how normal it's become. It's like the thing on job applications now that people look for. 10 years of React experience.
Yeah, I think that how React was introduced internally worked so well, they assumed that would work externally, which it didn't. Where like React worked specifically because they taught everyone at Meta what React was, like one-on-ones, and like forced everyone to understand it and adopt it. And then they took the things they learned from that, put them in a presentation, and that's what people need to hear to try something out for the first time.
I think that's usually how open source works. Like you solve a problem for you or for your company,
yeah.
And then you share it, and you hope that other people like it. And so I think with React, when it was new, it was very much like, well, I'm not Facebook. Do I really need this level of cruft almost, for all of the things that it does? I mean, virtual DOM, there's a lot of great ideas in React that have now spread to other frameworks. So I think it's really changed the way that people code. And I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing, but it's definitely become the web platform for a lot of people. And that's interesting to see. Like, I've talked to people, last year I was at React Miami, it was my first React conference, and I talked to a couple people about CSS, and they were just like, hey, if it's not in Tailwind, it's not in the web platform for me. I can't use it. It's not a part of CSS in my world of styling. And that was interesting, and I worry that happens sometimes in these ecosystems where you learn a feature, a library, and then you sort of stick to that, and it prevents you from kind of digging deeper and learning more things that could help.
Can I give an alternative take on that one? Because I know Prime's going to love that and agree with that as somebody who doesn't write any code in the web. But I, as someone who writes a lot of code in the web...
Literally just wrote a startup yesterday.
Yeah, he
wrote a whole startup.
Yeah, which works through the terminal. He had somebody else write JavaScript for their servers in the backend, and he wrote the whole UI in freaking Golang in the CLI. So he does not write web stuff.
No hate.
In fact, he's been giving a bunch of crap to the one person on the team who wasn't trying to build him a website because he's trying to build him a website. Okay, so my hot take isn't that. My hot take is that I had largely gotten burnt out on keeping up with what was changing with the web, because it honestly felt like a 50-50 shot as to whether or not this new thing was going to be worth looking into at all. Like, web components flopped. I hope we can all agree on that. Web components have not reached even like close to other frameworks levels of adoption.
Web components have had a lot of issues.
Yes, I could spend a long time ranting about that. I don't want to go too deep into it, but we mostly agree web components were not what we expected them to be when they were initially launched and pushed. Other things, like a lot of the new behaviors around line clamping in CSS, for example, are things I would want to use and consume, but I don't know which ones do and don't work, or how I should consume them, or if they're ready or not. Something like Tailwind or something like React are actually great gateways for people who are deeper in those things and trust them more, can make the right decisions and then bring them to me. So it's not so much that I'm not trying new CSS features because Tailwind. It's actually kind of the opposite, is I know which ones to try because those are the ones Tailwind adopts.
I have a couple thoughts, and I actually meet with Adam every month, and we talk about new platform features to make sure they get added to the browser / to Tailwind as they're added to the browser. Okay, so my thoughts on this are, I think that when you're talking about standards, those are features that are added to the platform that get consensus, that are designed in open communities and in working groups. So it feels like those are things that, if there's positive signals across browser, you can trust will become a part of the platform. Of course, browser support, etc. Tailwind is not a good example of that, actually, because Tailwind 4 uses features that aren't even landed in all browsers yet, like app property. Color mix is brand new, so there's arguments to be made on both sides of that.
That's fair.
I don't think Tailwind is like an inherently bad thing. I actually support people that use Tailwind. The part that I struggle with is when people say, this is my web platform, and this is my subset of features, that I think limits them. So today I talked, for example, about scroll-driven animations that can be used really well for progressive enhancement. I talked about popover features, and I talked about anchor positioning, which is kind of like next to the web platform. If that's not in Tailwind yet, are you really going to ship a bunch of script because you're waiting for it to land in Tailwind? Like, why is that a better indicator, especially for progressive enhancement features like scroll-driven animations?
I'll admit I've seen this. I feel like this mindset started to die out, though, where like in the early React days, especially with hooks, I saw people using hooks for everything, including a lot of things that don't need to be running in the React world at all. A lot of the things would be better to just define an object outside of a component and do a bunch of work there async and just bind that to React any of many different ways. But I definitely have seen some number of people who get so deep into a solution that they don't look outside of it. I do think that's rarer than we give it credit, though. Generally speaking, I think people see the tool as a tool and are willing to try tangential things. Like I can't think of any Tailwind devs I know that aren't willing to bust out the CSS file when they really need to.
Those are Tailwind devs. When I talk to developers generally in the community, a lot of them learned Tailwind as the way they learned styling. They didn't learn other things yet. That was their entry point. And when I talk about, why is it the case, that's what my boot camp taught me. That's the way that I entered the industry, which is obviously shows why it's valuable, because then you don't have to learn the entire cascade. You kind of get no cascade. You get like these bits and pieces that you can apply. I mean, the biggest pro for Tailwind is that you copy and paste. And if you're using the same base styles, you get what you are thinking you get.
Yes.
You don't have to apply it separately.
We can agree for the most part cascading is not good behavior, especially when learning.
I disagree. I think cascading is really powerful. It just is another skill that you gotta take into account when you write code.
I'm actually first off, I'm totally on your team with this one. I'm going to come in at the anti-Theo stance on this one, which is that
he always does.
The value in an engineer isn't the value of the library. It's how they understand why the library is there and how well they can go in and out of using that. That's what makes a good engineer. So understanding why CSS does the things that CSS does, it's great. I love Tailwind.
Yes.
I use it all the time. But there's so much more value in understanding CSS and then using Tailwind.
And it helps you
or
debug
knowing
Tailwind.
when to
It
break
helps you understand your code base more.
Because you don't even know why is Tailwind so modular. Well, until you built like a bunch of websites and go, man, I should not have called this one list item foo and this one list item video because they're doing the same. I should have just had our list item. And then you start like, oh, look at this. I'm like building these things. Then you understand the philosophy behind it because you took the time to understand the concept, not just the library and how to use it. I'm very into like the core mechanics of learning. So
my hot take still stays the same here, where like I had done a lot of these things. I had gotten bored, frustrated, annoyed with them. I consider myself almost anti-CSS because I hated working with CSS so much. And like I had tried every style solution. I'd been deep in them. Like I was like about to start contributing to Material UI because I was so done with stuff. And then I decided to try Tailwind. I didn't even decide. Somebody else at the company I was working at used Tailwind for the website. And I had to add a blog to it. I was like, oh, fine, I'll give this a shot finally. After like 2 days, I was fully hooked. And it made me start liking learning CSS more again. I had stopped learning about new CSS stuff because I had stopped liking doing it. And Tailwind made it fun again and made me go deeper because I finally wanted to.
I will also commend Tailwind for implementing new features pretty quickly. And for example, like they
Apparently too quickly.
for Tailwind 4, I think it's quite bold. But like they, for container queries, had a first-party extension pretty early on. When I talked to Adam about anchor positioning, like they're interested in making sure that lands in Tailwind. Like they want to be on top of the latest stuff. But I think that that's important and good. I don't think that's the only thing that you get. You also can't learn semantics that way. Like there's just so much more.
One more alternate framing I just thought of because I've mentioned it. What is worse for a developer learning standards, Tailwind or Material UI? So I think there's one that's obviously much worse.
UI is a third-party material library that
everyone uses instead of learning anything about the browser.
There's a lot of component libraries.
Yes, but MUI is like the one still. Even Bootstrap kind of, but like MUI's been the one for a while now.
I just don't think there's a lot of value in saying like this one's way worse or this. It's just
I think
that
one actively
no matter
encourages
what,
you not touch CSS. The other one literally has the CSS it's applying in your editor when you do it.
I just don't think so. I think that people eventually, whenever they use, especially like any of these type of things, they go, I don't like how this is. I want it my way. And then they have to go and investigate why these things happen.
Either of these tools, I think that they're similar to me in that the utility is that it'll get you there quickly, 90%. If you don't have a team, if you're literally a small startup with no designers and you don't have a design system and you just want to get something shipped for a prototype, great, that makes sense. Not only that, but there's a lot of money to be made by these companies selling components. Like MUI has a paid plan, I don't even know, it's like $20 a month for component library, like for just like a data table, for things that are just too hard to build right now on the platform, which is what we're trying to solve, like making that easier, making that more democratized. So, I mean, the goal is to make that all easier so that people don't have to rely on paid solutions to build core web platform features. But also, you're never going to get to 100% of a custom, like nice feeling, unique UI that makes you stand out from the rest of the crowd without actually digging in and writing code, probably CSS and HTML.
I think this is the part where I disagree specifically, is that like when it comes to like what percentage of perfect can you get to with a different tool, I think Material UI both doesn't get you as far and gets in your way a lot more when it's time to go out. Where the jarring nature of going from MUI or a component library to writing CSS is a much bigger gap you have to jump over than going from Tailwind to writing
These
CSS.
are apples and oranges. It's a different fidelity and type of library.
A component library versus a utility library, I feel like like there's a notable gap there that isn't just like apples versus oranges.
Well, the utility library has components you can copy and paste that use.
Tailwind doesn't.
Tailwind doesn't have a showcase.
They have a separate sold Tailwind UI thing that almost no Tailwind devs use because they use something like ShadCN or something else instead.
Okay, but open up any blog post that talks about Tailwind. You can copy and paste their UI components, sidebar, whatever it is, cards, profile.
No, not really.
That's how V0 works, is that I literally copy that. And
so
I get
they're
that.
doing it based on ShadCN, which is a whole separate thing that's built more heavily around React ARIA than it is built around Tailwind. Tailwind's like a implementation detail there, rather than being the core of it.
Tailwind.
But like you don't Google search Tailwind components and get ShadCN. You Google search like modern web components and get ShadCN.
I think we're too far in the weeds on this one. We're not actually making any sort of real progress.
But
on
like
this.
my issue is I'm in the weeds because I can't find examples of what you're talking about. I feel like things like Bootstrap and Material UI were a real problem in that they forced developers to be so far away from CSS that they weren't learning CSS. I think Tailwind's a huge jump in the right direction, where to use Tailwind you have to know some CSS. To use Material UI, you don't know any CSS, and as soon as you learn CSS, you realize how much these things fight each other.
I do feel like learning Tailwind made me learn more CSS, and I like that.
I hear this so
I like
often.
that.
Which I like to hear.
Yeah.
Last time I was here, I was surprised to hear a bit more of the opposite, which was more that this is my domain of what is possible in my realm of CSS knowledge, and I don't plan to learn outside of that because my team uses this library.
Chat, let me know. Hit me up. I'll do the rare. Hit me up in my DMs. If you're a person who feels like after learning Tailwind you were less interested in learning CSS, let me know, because I really don't think that's the case. Let's do the chat.
No, what I would like to know is, if you are someone who uses Tailwind, how often do you write custom CSS? And are you following along with updates to the platform to constantly improve your CSS? And that's what I hope most people are doing. But I'm still researching that. Like, I want to know.
I think you also have a huge bias problem. You also didn't know CSS and you're building things, and you're in the middle of your journey going through this. So by the very nature of building something in the last 2 years, if you are newer and you're using Tailwind, you're going to also be learning CSS.
Oh, so you're saying people are biased? Like if someone just came in, they learned Tailwind first, then you think that?
Did you learn a component library before Tailwind, or use one?
Yeah, no, I had used them before, but I would say like I thought Tailwind was like fun to use, so I actually got more interested. Like before I was kind of like, oh, I don't know if I like CSS. And I felt like Tailwind was fun, and then I started learning more of the fundamentals, and I felt like, oh, it's more exciting to me now.
This is exactly what happened to me, and I hear this so often. I know I could name a dozen people off the top of my head who got more into CSS and more into the platform and the standards and all of these things, myself included, because of Tailwind. Yeah. It helped us get away from component libraries. We were stuck in component library land for like a decade in React world, and getting people to stop buying or grabbing a component library instead of writing their components for the first time. Even like Shadsian, which we talked about, it's components, but they're components that are in your code base that you can change anything about. That's a new thing for React devs.
Yeah. I think that that's great to hear, honestly, because I agree that the right direction is away from pre-built components. You have way more customization. If something changes in the ecosystem, you don't have to worry about having to update and then having things break. So 100%, like separating your logic from your styles is a really big part of the thesis of what we do. And when you have your component libraries, you have a lot more sort of interweaving of logic and styling, which is a lot harder to break out of. So again, I'm not anti-Tailwind. I'm happy to hear that this is making you more interested in learning CSS, and I hope that that's the case across the board.
Yeah, also your talk, or one of your talks I saw last week, loved on all the cool stuff that's happening with CSS right now. I don't know if we already talked about that and I missed it when I was wrangling guests, but...
No, we were too deep in the woods about Tailwind.
I am really excited. We talked a bit, I didn't have a chance to watch the talk yet, but we talked, I think it was the night before, going in on the... what was the other name that was proposed for the layer that Adam was talking about, but the dialogue layer that's being introduced?
Yeah, so dialogue is actually stable in all browsers right now, so you can use it. It's been out for a couple of years.
It's the top layer, I think is what
Oh, the top layer, right.
Sorry,
So yeah, dialogue, popover is an attribute that you can apply to any element, give it your own semantics. It could be a menu, it could be navigation, it could be a tooltip. And then, yeah, you don't have to fight z-index.
We have moved past the index for your modals, finally, after how many years?
Oh my god, I'm still trying to get us to style drop-downs. That's the big
I
one.
remember Adam was talking about having hierarchies inside of the top layer, and then realized he was reinventing z-index on top of z-index.
Yeah,
the reason was to escape it, now we're doing it again.
Yeah, you get a ton of other benefits too with things like popover and dialogue, where you get default tab management. So even if you have your popover at the end of your DOM, you can just tap into, from the popover button into the popover. You don't really need React portals anymore because...
I was about to say, someone I've put so much time into crazy things with React portals. This is magic to hear about.
Exactly. So because of that, you can have it inside any component, and then it trickles out to the top layer outside the rest of the components. And then again, you're about z-index or dealing with portals. There's a lot of other good stuff too. You get automatic keyboard navigation for escaping and double toggling, so you don't have to add any of those events yourself. There's a bunch of other stuff now. I'm just thinking off the top of my head.
What's your favorite thing coming to the browser in the next couple of years that you're allowed to talk about? Anchor positioning? Let's hear it.
Anchor positioning I also mentioned today. It's actually landing in Chrome stable next month. It's not in other browsers yet, but it is such a powerful API. So if you ever tried to build a menu?
Never once. What's a menu? Yes.
A menu, a drop down, and then maybe you have a sub menu.
I brought Popper to Twitch, and it was a nightmare. I caused multiple outages in the dumbest possible ways. Funny, I'm due to z-indexing plus Popper, but yes.
So fun fact, Popper's on 4% of all websites. It's wild.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it's because it's a problem that's so hard to solve with everything. You have to deal with scroll. You have to deal with, resize observing. You have to deal with element observing, as things enter the viewport, as it hits the edge of the viewport. All of that is very heavy logic. So anchor positioning does this natively.
That is huge.
You just have to say that you're anchored to two elements. You give it an anchor name, and then you can use the bounds of the anchor to position any two elements, two or more. You can have multiple anchors together, declaratively in CSS, and it's super straightforward.
What's in more websites, Popper or web components?
Probably Popper.
I had to, I'm sorry.
I don't know.
But that is so nice to hear that anchoring is finally happening. And so that's just one of the many pain points that I've had with Chrome and browsers as a whole that's finally being solved. And I feel like I've seen this progression in Chrome over the last few years especially when Nicole was there. I talked with her a bunch and she was incredible. It feels like Chrome stopped trying to define how we use the web and is trying to help us use it to its best. It's been a notable shift.
I think that one of the big shifts too is, I don't know if you know about Houdini, like the Houdini effort for
Vaguely,
CSS.
but for,
I don't know about it.
chat.
So this would be like 5 years ago, and before then a little bit. There was a real focus on shipping platform primitives, like the typed object model, things that were way more low level, and the hypothesis was, hey, we're going to have developers build libraries that other developers are going to use. We want to give them the primitives to hook into the browser system instead of the high-level features. And that felt like JavaScript developers writing CSS, like trying to define CSS. And there's been a big shift since then of just having people who care more about CSS really like take the lead and the focus on the future of the CSS ecosystem. There's a lot of other things that have changed too, but now the focus is higher level declarative features that give you a ton of control and power that fix these gaps, these really big gaps in the ecosystem, like styling dropdowns, like anchor positioning, popover. These things are actually required for styling dropdowns. It's all in the same vein. View transitions, really powerful.
View transitions are so cool.
Yeah.
I'm really hyped to start using those for more things.
And they're a really great progressive enhancement. So I think view transitions and scroll-driven animations are an awesome progressive enhancement. Like, don't even worry about shipping a polyfill if it's not core to your user interaction. You can get like the default, interaction now, which is probably just changing your page or items coming in like usual, and then add a little zhuzh on top.
I think they're a really good progressive enhancement the other way too, not just like browser technology level, but like has your JS loaded or not level. So like if you have JS transitions and those haven't loaded yet, and you go to the wrong page and you click about, and it can transition nice there before the JS even loads. That's huge.
Yeah, and like speaking of performance, during my talk I showed a case study where one team that we work with, Tokopedia, they studied their performance off, as you scroll. It went from like 50% CPU usage to 2% when they changed over to the native feature versus using classic JavaScript events, because you have to do all the scroll handling yourself. It's really janky sometimes.
God, I hate the trend of doing everything in JS for your scroll behavior. Even like Apple makes this mistake now. It's horrifying.
Right, so hopefully in the future we'll have a smoother web platform because of these features, and we'll be able to separate the styling, like scroll is style. If you have things animate on scroll, that's style, from the actual logic. Like, that's the whole idea.
Scroll style is pretty dope.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm hyped. I've recently been too deep in the new JavaScript features, not the new CSS and styling stuff, so this is all super cool to hear about.
This is why I speak at React conference.
This is,
I'm not a React developer really anymore, per se, but
otherwise we won't hear about this till it gets added to Tailwind.
Right. Hopefully Anchor will be. I think it will be soon, hopefully. But yeah, this is why I think like the audience of people who really focus on frameworks, on JavaScript, on that ecosystem, full stack developers, front end developers even are more full stack back end than they used to be, I think. These are the people who benefit from these CSS features, but they're not following along as much. So I'm very happy to be here, React Miami, to talk about CSS. It's my favorite thing to do.
Love it.
Thank you so much. Any other things you want to tell the crowd about before we find our next guest?
They want your Twitter handle, by the way.
My Twitter handle is Una, at UNA, like USA with an N.
Why do half our guests have better handles than us?
I think my handle's great.
I'm older than you.
Yeah. You and Zeke are like the kings here. It's insane. You're 3 and 4 characters.
Yeah, the 3-character handle. I got pretty lucky. Also on GitHub, it's Una and CodePen. So
That's
the 3.
Oh, CodePen, love it.
Yeah, the 3 platforms that matter.
Right, exactly. So find me on Twitter. I write about all this stuff. I share a lot about it. Thanks for having me.
Thanks so much for coming.
I feel like I'm much listening on here. All right, I'll see you later.
Thanks again.
All right, our next guest is Ryan, and then we've got Wes Boss.
Which Ryan?
Sorry, I pointed to the wrong person.
Sure, bring him a mic, get him over.
Look at my name. My first name is the name is.
Should I put it down and then go get him?
I was just, sure, yeah, that works too. I'll
The name.
Find him. I don't know who he is.
All right, who are we bringing on?
Apologize, Ryan. No, don't bring him. I have no idea who that is.
Oh my God, sorry.
Yeah, no, you. Yeah, Wes Boss is here. We'll take Wes Boss. Cool. We'll take Wes Boss.
You're up, Wes.
Yeah, that's not Wes.
Are you ready?
Are all the mics on? Yeah, they were wrong.
Hey, folks.
Howdy.
How?
I know that is.
Are you excited?
I'm stoked to be here. Thanks for having me on.
Of course. Thanks for being here, man. Yeah. The other way too deep in the weeds React podcaster, video baker, whatever you want to call us nowadays.
Yes.
The content creator, I suppose, is our term now.
Yes. Yeah. Whatever. It was tutorial guy at the starting, or blogger way back when, and
a little closer.
Yeah.
A little closer. All right.
I'm so happy I got to miss the tutorial wave, or also honestly like pull us out of it. I was so tired of that shit.
Oh, Like just making tutorials?
No, everybody.
Tutorials are snooze.
What is
It
the
was
tutorial
most of tech
wave?
YouTube. Most of tech YouTube was tutorials, like the Traversy era, where just like everything was a tutorial, and everyone like to this day I still feel obligated to make them, both because like the few I've made have had such positive feedback, but also it's like that's what tech YouTubers do. They make tutorials, right? You're an educator that's just teaching people on YouTube.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's crazy to see all the content change over the years, and I don't know, it's kind of cool.
I don't know if I've told you this before. You had my favorite thumbnail of the year last year.
Okay.
Do you know which one it was?
I had the favorite thumbnail?
You made one of my favorite thumbnails of the year last year. Probably the favorite.
I don't even know. What was it?
You had one particularly incredible thumbnail. You don't know what it was?
I can't even think of like a good thumbnail I've ever made.
It was the webcam in the split browser.
Oh, yeah.
That was such a good thumbnail. For those who don't know, I can't really show it easily here. He did a crazy hack where he got a bunch of browser tabs to synchronize so that they knew each other's window location. So he had his webcam in all of them, and he could move the windows and have space.
Oh, I saw that was wild.
That's
pretty cool.
That was so wild.
Yeah, where you get because you can get the screen value and you can get where the browser is in relation to the screen, and you can offset the values. And like that's been doable for like 15, 20 years. But for some reason, one guy like brought it back up, and then everybody started doing demos with it, and that was kind of an accident. I just took a screenshot, and then the video did super well, and I was like, oh damn,
that's because it was an incredible thumbnail.
Maybe I should be thumbnailing a little harder. Yeah.
The video was also good.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, thank you.
Just to throw it out there.
Yeah. Bad videos don't perform well.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but a video can't be better than its packaging, though. That's the key. Is like, in order for a video to succeed, the video has to be good and the thumbnail has to be good.
Yeah.
And the thumbnail and the video have to have a powerful relationship where they actually like meaningfully intertwine. And by having your thumbnail literally be part of the video, and it be something so compelling because it stands out so much. It was just like it hit all of my check boxes for a great thumbnail. I loved it. I've thought about it at least once a week since.
That's awesome. Thanks a lot.
You can also just go surprise Pikachu.
I need a whole repertoire of those.
Yeah, I used to film at the end of every stream. I just sit there and make funny faces at my camera for 4 minutes and then take a bunch of stills from it. And then I learned, I know the quirks of every single piece of video playback software on macOS because none of them let me take stills that easily. Fun fact, VLC Media Player will leak memory every time you save a screenshot of a file 4K or higher until it eventually crashes or hangs your whole system.
So for the podcast, we built a script that scrubbed through an hour of podcast and took 500 just random screenshots, and then it used AI face detection to describe the emotion, and then we like sorted by the highest emotion. And so you could like sort for like angry or like happy, and then you would get like good frames because like our editor was like I need like a good thumbnail, and he'd just be kind of sitting there dragging along, looking for it. So like we built this little script that would just take a million screenshots, feed it through AI. It took like a minute or two to run, and then it kicked out sentiment analysis. That's what it was called.
So did you have guests that were just like, oh, this guy was really indexed into angry the whole time? Like, did you have like some emotions on
Yeah, rate the guests by how their emotional profile
was.
was.
Actually not a bad idea, like stats. Like how happy or angry was this
Send him
podcast?
a heart rate monitor too, that could be useful.
That's like, that'd be actually funny. Instead of like the YouTube plays, show the heart rate on the scrubber bar.
I watched a game show a few days ago. It was Game Changers Dropout, or on Dropout for those who are curious, where the way the show works is they don't tell the contestants what the rules are. They just get scored throughout, have no idea what's going on until usually the end. And they gave them all a mic booster that was actually just a heart rate monitor, and they would give them points or not based on whether or not their heart rate was 20 above resting for the whole game show. So how do we do that but for a podcast is now what I'm thinking.
I think you could use that as a way to make your guests uncomfortable. Right? Like the moment it starts going up, you're like, really tell me more about that. Yeah,
it's true. You know where to press.
Oh man, that would be
That's
so
actually
bad.
not a bad idea. Like you could do that with a
bring me on,
like
I'll
a
do
whoop
it.
or something like that. Yeah,
I hate that I don't do ideas so much.
Yeah.
I actually do. I've considered putting a heart rate monitor on for stream sometimes for fun, but I don't want to get bullied for how bad my resting heart rate is nowadays. It's so bad.
Yeah, there's also the
That's
data
such a sad thing
privacy
to be
part of it.
bullied for, the resting heart rate.
Yeah, man, you're out of shape.
or on meth. Either way.
You hurt me.
Do you think yours is good?
I
got 75 being excited about sentiment analysis.
Check mine right now. Let's
Wow.
see.
That's amazing.
I also
it turns out being in shape is
poorly
good
and
for
didn't
you.
eat enough
Probably
today.
'cause
so
you
it's
were
gonna be a
working out at
bad
the gym at
number.
6 a.m.
I'm not excited to see.
You're gonna be rocking
Dang.
90s.
I know. I can't help it.
Mine is super low as well. It's like 20 something.
Really? I think it means you're dead.
My last
Resting
one was
heart
only
rate, go.
100.
What is
so
it?
Not
It's
bad. All things
right
considered.
now I'm at a 75, but I'm excited about this. So I think my resting is like a 63.
I'm at
Okay.
93
Is that good?
right
Is that
now.
good?
That's really good.
You're
Yeah.
at a
You're at
93.
93?
Yeah.
93?
You gotta lower
Yeah,
your
you gotta
life
chill a
stress,
little bit,
man.
brother.
I told you.
Yeah.
As I said, remember you guys said you wouldn't bully me for it, and here you are.
Oh no, we're not
This is not
bullying.
bullying. This is genuine
I thought
concern.
it was being
I'm on the
nurturing.
Michelle track.
This is like a
You're
come
aging
to
4
Jesus
years
moment.
for every
Yeah.
month here, buddy.
He says we're bullying him. I'm just like, it's my bully hand.
Bullying, consoling. You
So
know,
now
they
y'all
say-
know why I
Maybe
don't
you
share
should
that number.
change languages.
I wonder what
Yeah.
mine
See
is.
how that does.
Maybe air handling is the reason why
Yeah.
you're at this rate.
I want to find out
No,
what
it's
mine is.
serverless.
Someone
It's definitely serverless, to be clear.
Watch on me. I want to
Oh,
know
I
what my
have
rate
terrible
is.
resting heart rate right now because I slept like 4 hours last night, drank a whole bunch, and then exercised in the morning. My heart rate and hydration is probably just horrible.
Yeah,
The error
you were
handling
up way
comment
too late.
did give me a good opportunity to call back. For those who don't know, Wes created Syntax FM, which is now part of Sentry.
Yeah.
A conversation we had
Oh.
earlier with Zieg was that a huge part of Sentry's strategy is to psyop JavaScript into the greater world because it's so prone to weird, stupid errors that Sentry's product now is more and more necessary. I'm curious, what's your role in the enshittification of the web in order to help Sentry have more customers?
Yeah, honestly, we are just trying to lead everyone astray so that they write the most garbage JavaScript they can.
So-
more errors
so
for
JavaScript?
Sentry. Yeah, well, obviously.
So you're anti-TypeScript the course JavaScript?
Yeah, no.
What?
we can make it work with TypeScript as well, you know?
Yeah.
So,
Just more any's.
no
Any's
more
fine,
any's.
guys, by the way.
Yeah.
Use any everywhere you can. It just makes life easier.
No, lots of assertions
At least you won't
under
be
the
lying to
hood.
yourself.
You know, assertions in the
Fair.
libraries where you can't see them. That's ideal.
Those are great, yeah. Just throwing randomly whenever value isn't exactly what you expect and not making the error, accidentally copy pasting the wrong error so you get the wrong thing back.
I'm actually
Great.
I'm actually a huge proponent of asserting like wild in your code.
Are you?
Yes, it's called Tiger style. Nats use it, and it makes significantly safer. The general rule is you should have 2 asserts per function.
Per function?
Yeah.
Why?
Negative space programming. You assert if there's something you do not. So John Carmack also did this a whole bunch in a lot of his older games, and the whole notion is that if you expect the world to be a way, and it's not, your program should crash and tell you your fundamental assertion about the world was wrong, and you have to fix it.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Like
in
negative space
TypeScript,
constantly.
and TypeScript an assertion is, no, it is this. It's instead of writing a type guard where you're checking it. That's what I was talking. But yeah, I agree. Yeah, it should crash and you should fix it.
I like that.
Did you say it's called Tiger Style?
Tiger style.
I wonder how many things
That's
we
new. That's
use
pretty
because the
gnarly.
name
Did you
sounds
make
so
that up?
cool.
No.
Like-
Tiger Beetle made it up.
How many,
okay.
How many things do we use because the name sounds cool? How much does naming
React?
factor into what
Yeah.
you're using? You know what I mean? That's what I'm thinking.
React isn't a reactive framework, by the way.
With the meme
React
stack
framework?
got pretty far because of
T3 stack?
how cool that sounded. Yeah, that sounds pretty cool.
Yeah,
What
it
else?
does.
What else?
That's why I
Man,
exist now.
The Primogen?
The WAMP stack.
Obviously,
cool names,
Leptos
so-
got really far.
What's Leptos?
Oh, cool
It's a
names
UI
only. Sorry,
framework
not
in
the
Rust.
Primogen.
Oh, okay.
Named
That's
after
out.
the disease,
But
leptospirosis.
TJ was telling me about the upside down stack that you guys
Yes.
were doing. That's hilarious.
I can't do the hand gesture because apparently some people find the hand gesture offensive.
You'll have to show me later.
Okay, I'll just show you now.
Can we see it now?
So that's the upside down stack.
Okay.
It's an upside down triangle.
We call those a
Okay.
funnel.
So
Is that offensive to Vercel?
Yeah. So
Yeah, it's also a triangle.
so we like to refer to Dax as bottom G.
Okay.
What?
Garamo is we call him top G. So he's number 1. Dax is the last one, and so now that's our stack: is Go in the front end,
I like it. Beautiful.
TypeScript in the back end.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah.
I hate it, but I'm proud of you regardless.
Yeah, we made the single most cursed stack.
Are you gonna stick around with
The
that
curse
stack?
stack.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's doing
It's
great.
running. Beautiful.
Yeah.
I like it.
All of their customers have to SSH into their servers in order to buy coffee.
I saw that. I was talking to TJ about it.
Brilliant.
He's been telling me about this idea for like a
Genius.
year now.
First of all, coffee in general, genius. But buying it in the terminal, next level. I love that.
Yeah, there's no
Yeah.
time when I'm in Tmux trying to make my project run where I'm like, yeah, I need coffee right now. Let me SSH in to terminal.shop.
Yeah, whenever I'm in a project, it's not like I'm going to open up a website and go do
No,
something. Jeez.
You can't do that. Don't
That's
leave
so
it.
basic.
My
being
browser-
on websites.
Basic bitch behavior
Basic.
over there.
I'm already using all of my RAM between Slack and Electron, VS Code and Electron, 3 browser tabs, and like my terminal, which is also in Electron sometimes. So I can't keep like allocating more memory. Obviously, I should just use the terminal to buy my coffee.
I think it's a brilliant idea.
I think it's great. I'm going to buy some. Is it sold out?
No, we intentionally shut it down until after tomorrow, because tomorrow is going to be where we actually go to the workshops, and we'll be making coffee for people / letting anyone who wants it in person. I'll sign a bag.
Are you
or
good,
not sign a
good
bag.
coffee
They're like,
maker?
please don't touch my bag, then I won't touch it at all.
They want to make sure there's enough left for people.
Are you a
here,
good coffee
basically,
maker?
So you can buy it. You're selling it to people
Oh yeah, you
tomorrow
made
too,
me
right?
coffee once.
That's great.
On Netflix.
That's an important detail. You're not just giving it to them. You're also offering to sell it to them.
Yeah, we're offering to sell. I'll be handing them a cup of coffee, which will be delicious, or they can buy a bag. But we wanted to give them an opportunity because you're in person. It's a little bit more fun.
Yeah.
I heard that I'm getting a bag for free if I tweet my honest experience. I'm gonna be like, this coffee sucks. I'm just kidding.
We did not make this agreement, and I don't know who did.
Cheech.
Adam!
He's a part of the business deals. Anyway, I'm excited to try the coffee for sure.
Yeah, that sounds awesome.
What's your weirdest merch that you've sold?
Yeah.
Someone who's the king of weird merch.
We made a basketball, which was cool. We made a skateboard. It's not really weird, though.
I have the skateboard. I haven't actually set it up yet. I'm excited to try it.
Oh,
Wait, no, your skateboard came with
so
grip
cool.
tape already on it. What the fuck?
Yeah, well, so we got them made, and they're like, do you want them gripped? And I was like, yeah. I know you're not supposed to, pre-grip them, but, I know that
It's
most
like
people are not
it's like
gonna
buying a computer case with the motherboard already installed.
Yeah, it's called NZXT, and I do it all the time, dog.
The motherboard and everything else. Yeah. Buying a complete is one thing, but imagine a partial. You're running a computer with the motherboard, you still have to do everything else.
Everything in it.
Come on. Why do that one step?
Yeah. No, the skateboard was really cool. We made koozies, which we're giving out tomorrow at the live recording. They're like metal, aluminum ones that are pretty cool. And then we're looking at a bunch of stuff. I had samples for a vanilla air freshener, like a vanilla JS air freshener.
Ooh, I like that.
That's pretty fun.
What does TypeScript smell like then?
Oh, I don't know.
Annie.
It should smell like a
Chickener. It's like you open it, it's a random one. And it changes every couple of days.
It should smell like a CRT monitor. Like those beige CRT monitors. Like that new computer smell.
When my wife and I got married some time ago, we handed out koozies as a wedding gift. Yeah.
I love a koozie.
Koozies are great.
Yeah. Did you do the foam ones or the
foam ones?
Yeah, I was trying
Great
to
for boats.
The foam ones is more like my style, but I think half the people here would throw it out. So we were like, let's get the aluminum ones, and hopefully people keep them around for a while.
I think part of my sponsor deals I have to keep one on my desk. So.
Oh yeah.
do the aluminum? Do they sweat?
No, it's like a vacuum. It's not a Yeti, but it's the same idea. It's like the vacuum sealed in between 2 layers of aluminum, so that there's no.
Pretty How much science is going into these coasters?
Lots of science. Yeah, you got to know about thermodynamics and how heat transfers.
He knows about particle simulators now.
Yeah, easy.
Tell me about it.
Well, I said I bet you I can make a particle. What's it called? A particle engine. That can't be that hard. I could do it in about an hour.
So Tej was
Theo's like, no way.
So Tej was animating on the coffee in their terminal, little steam that would come off it. And he was like, why are you
just trying to use ChatGPT, which is fundamentally dumb when it comes to
I thought it was funny. But it was he just had 3 that he was rotating between.
Yeah.
And he was like, no, we gotta simulate it for real. We're gonna put a real particle engine in. And I was like, that's not how that works. And let me find the exact quote because it was
Wait,
great.
did you actually build it?
Yeah. It was, I never created a particle engine, but I'm pretty sure I could do it first try, says the Primogen. And then an hour later, he actually made it work.
So how do you do it? How do you
it's
build
very,
the
very simple. So the general idea was this, is that you know what a normal distribution looks like, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's heavy in the middle, light. So I figured the cup is like a normal distribution. The center's where most of the steam will be. The edges won't be. So I just put 100 particles in there, distribute them according to the normal distribution, said you have a max speed and how much max life can you have, chose random numbers in between 0 and that, and then every single X that it fell into or Y that it fell into, I'd count, and if you exceeded certain numbers, I'd display a different ASCII code. So the more numbers, I could just do that. And then I even made it so that you could do a list of ASCII codes if you're greater than 7. And if you're greater than 9, you can use this list of ASCII codes, so it can kind of change. And so I have some other fun ideas. I want to do another one where I added even where you can specify the Y as well. So that way you can have everything face this way, and then when you go up one level, it faces the other way. So it can go dun 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 dun.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
It's kind of fun. And so That's the idea. Is you just
I
have
love that kind of
particles.
stuff. Yeah, I like that a lot. I've done some like not that, but like that with like emojis when there was some method came out in JavaScript like 8 years ago that string.repeat came out, and I was building some fun stuff with that. That's really cool. Definitely not normal distribution heavy though.
But it's like super fun because I know the idea exists. I'm sure I could come up with something inside my head. It's just like, let's do something we've never done before. And so we did it.
I like that. What did you say earlier? You said that a developer's mindset has to be that you think when you build something on the first try that you'll actually do it. Is that right? What did you say?
Well, I said,
I'm curious what you think, guys.
It was like the engineering mindset isn't just using a library. The engineering mindset is understanding why the library was created.
I thought you were also saying you have to believe that you can like build it on the first try.
Oh, that
you know
one,
what I
yes.
mean? Yeah.
I call it my toxic trait, which is that no matter what it is, I don't care if it's playing in the NBA, becoming a professional soccer player, or programming something, I think I can do it. I just think I can do anything. And so like, but to be a great engineer, you have to have the fundamental belief that you can do something, because you'll take every cliff and you'll try to jump it. And most of the time you'll do it. Most of the time you'll be very successful.
Yeah, my wife always is like, you're so unapologetically confident. You know, like you got your head up your ass, you think you can do anything, but it's a little bit cocky, but also it's a good trait if you want to tackle stuff that seems hard.
Wait, I love this. How do I hone this trait, guys?
Ooh, that's a good question. What is your best advice to give to somebody to be able to have that?
I really want to do that. Like, yeah.
I think like the thing you should tell yourself is like, how hard can it be? You know, or what's the worst that can happen? You know, how hard can it really be? What the worst that can happen is you don't do it. You know, the worst that it's not very good, but you'll probably have fun and learn some stuff along the way. And then you just like, the more stuff you build, the more confidence you gain in that type of thing. You think, I could probably figure out how to build a particle simulator.
I love that. I love that so much.
Works the content as well.
What about you, Prime?
Yes.
How do I hone that?
I pretty much have the same opinion as you. The general idea is that if you look over your past, if you've been programming for longer than 1 year, you can look behind and see several times in which you had no idea.
Yeah.
And then you did it, and you're like, wow, that wasn't that complicated. Like, I thought it was crazy, but actually, no, it's just a bunch of strings. That's not that crazy.
Yeah.
That's every single problem. Literally every single problem just eventually breaks down to something super, super simple. It's all ifs, fors, and variable declarations. Like, that's programming.
Yeah.
Yep. And go-tos.
That's an if. If's a jump with it's just a named go-to.
I think the other thing is if you do look at people who are like, have done it, you go talk to somebody that works at Facebook and you realize like, oh shit, like you just went for that, you know? Like you're smart, but like you're not some like genius, like amazing. Like I probably could have done that too if I tried the same way that you did it.
Exactly.
So,
Takeaway is no one here is a genius. No, I'm just kidding.
Most people aren't. There are lots of very smart people that are miles ahead of me, and they create a lot of really cool stuff. But most people in this room are not.
Yeah, and that's actually encouraging.
Normal distributions.
That's encouraging to hear because it's like, I think there's like a mindset you can have of, like they're just naturally smart and I'm not. But it's like actually just work hard. Like you're saying, have confidence. You can build and get better and better. I like that. Good mindset.
For every one Ryan Carniato, there's like 10 of us to talk about what he's doing and like 1,000 people who should just be building and making cool shit.
Yeah,
I love that.
They'll build it. I'll use it.
So I have one successful open source project, and that
Falcor.
one. No.
Oh, the Netflix. Wait,
Harpoon's my most successful one, and that one I probably wrote 17 different versions of how this idea should come about. Like, okay, I'm gonna scrape your jump list and have the last X files that you most visited become this pinned list of files that you visit, or I'm gonna have an alternate file plus a second alternate file. It's like impossible to manage.
Oh shit!
Work. And so
Prime just spilled all over himself.
Yeah, I just move on. I actually wasn't even going to mention it, just keep moving. But,
sorry, I just had to
it's
call
one
it.
of those things where, to solve a problem, often you have to go fail 8 times because you don't actually know what the solution is, but you know what the problem is. And it's more important to be able to look and see a problem and know it needs to be solved than knowing what solution is the best.
Yep.
Love that.
Beautiful.
Yeah, and if you solve it wrong 10 times, that just means you're closer to the solution than most people.
You figured out all the wrong ways to do it.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Now you only have to find the right one.
Speaking of React. That is actually one of my favorite parts of React, though, is the amount of effort that's been put into figuring out which solutions do and don't work and why, and the whole community moving forward as a result of it's been awesome. One of my spicy takes is I don't think Tailwind would exist. At the very least, it wouldn't be adopted so heavily if it wasn't for React and the way that React works.
Yeah, components in general.
Yeah. and it's allowed us to, on a more granular level, be both right and wrong. You can be wrong at so many different levels now. Full scope, small scope, component level, application level. There's so many ways to be wrong now. It's great. It's so rewarding. I love being wrong. I don't get to be wrong anymore, anywhere near as much at least, and it sucks.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty wrong, dude. So
Yeah.
yeah, it's good. It's good life.
I still bat like a Major League Hall of Famer. I'm at like 30%. You know, like I am not. I should not bet on the stock market. I would fail.
Something I've been talking about for a bit, and I like actually am getting closer to wanting to make it. The idea of what if there was something. I was saying, what if it was like WikiFeet but for code, which is a hilarious pitch. What I actually mean is, what if there was a website where you could like leave a review of somebody based on their GitHub code, like the code that they've actually published and put out there. I think it'd be very funny to see how others review somebody's code, like on a line-by-line level.
There's the AI one that just recently came out that tells you what kind of person you are and what kind of developer, if you make pretty code, all this kind of
Really?
stuff.
That's-
Yeah.
Is that the interviewer?
I would no, it's different. It's a
Okay.
GitHub profile analyzer. I would
Oh,
just like
shit.
to let everybody know that the
like to see
average
that.
person apparently on GitHub, based on this AI, is a 4.8, 4.85, something like that, out of 5 for writing secure code. So it's a really good analyzer.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah,
it works great.
definitely.
Wow, yeah.
Yeah. Everybody writes really secure code. Yeah, but they told me I was like a UI engineer. I did a lot of Next.js.
You're kidding.
I was just like, man, this project's amazing.
I would
this
imagine
is so
that
good.
It's going to take our jobs
AI
for sure.
is incredible.
AI is mind-blowing.
We're all out of jobs.
On any
One
given
week.
project on GitHub, like if it's not like the projects that you filter based on stars, but just like anything that's on GitHub, the average project on GitHub probably has more HTML and CSS than things that actually matter, and as such, it's probably gonna be pretty secure. Like if I took a random project I just initialized, it's an HTML file, a CSS file, and no JavaScript, that's very secure. It's absolutely secure. I'd give that a 5 out of 5.
I don't think it is. Probably has a lot of cross-site scripting attacks.
If it's just HTML and CSS
Yeah,
with no JS or any
the
behaviors,
big bounty
on the
guys that
back-end side,
email me will beg to differ.
Yeah.
Clickjack attempts and all these fake things.
if it's just an HTML, CSS portfolio you made, which is, I'm saying the majority of repos, which are some stupid bullshit that somebody just threw together with like an HTML file.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Like I think that's such a bold statistical statement that it's not true.
The
The majority of repos are just CSS.
No, the majority of repos on GitHub are portfolios for people. Absolutely.
No
or
way.
one-off websites.
No way.
Absolutely.
No way.
Chance.
I'll
No
find a way to
chance.
figure this out. I know I'm right on
No
this one.
chance. Let's go.
But like that's what I
have no
remember.
idea.
Like years ago, Google Code Search had the ability to get stats on stuff, and like the GitHub search is really good. But I wish that there was a way to get like analytics on your query. You know?
Yeah.
Like,
I'm gonna bug B Dougie after this because I'm gonna prove this with numbers. Okay, does following a tutorial count on one side or the other?
How about
here?
this one? What percentage of code on GitHub do you think is TypeScript or JavaScript?
Very small percentage. Like
I would
type
say-
What percentage do you think
What
is
percentage?
HTML or CSS?
Oh no, this isn't about the number of lines of code or the number of files. This is the number of repos on GitHub.
That are exclusively CSS or
I bet it's 12%.
HTML plus CSS.
12%
I think that
JavaScript, CSS.
The
or
majority of
TypeScript.
repos on GitHub are majority HTML, CSS.
I think
why
we
do
don't
you
realize
think
that the
that's not right?
majority of repos don't even have to do with the web, is my guess.
You think so?
Wait,
No.
what are they?
No.
That's just wrong. That's
No.
You think the majority? If we filter out all repos
Most
that have
coding isn't
wait.
on the web.
If the majority of repos is things above 10 stars, everything you're saying is true. But the average GitHub user is somebody who just wanted to learn how to code and is following along some random tutorial.
Yeah, they usually would be doing like hardware if they're interested in hardware. There's like a shit ton
His bubble
of
is showing
stuff.
so bad
Honestly,
right
so
now.
I have a little Bluetooth label printer, and I went into, I was like, I want to hack this thing. So I found the chipset inside of it, and first thing I do is I go to, you get the like chip ID, and you go to GitHub search, put the chip ID in. I found like 50 Chinese repos that like there's a whole world of like hardware hackers on GitHub I've never known.
Hardware
Yeah.
is such a huge field.
Yeah.
My general hypothesis is that hardware is slightly larger than web development. It just
think
doesn't
so?
pay. It just doesn't pay nearly as well. Plus, the number I would make the venture to say that the number one person on that's programming right now with a half year to 2 years of experience is probably game developers.
You think so? Yeah. It's because all the kids growing up want to learn how to build games.
How many of them are open sourcing their work though?
People are using GitHub to manage things because it'd be crazy not to use some sort
But
of
private
centralized
repos are
repo.
free now.
Yeah, so they're still going to have repos on GitHub.
So are we counting private repos and GHG repos too when I say this?
Well, you said repos on GitHub.
I'll add the asterisk of public repos on GitHub.com.
I still don't think the majority are even web.
I feel like, I don't know, maybe I'm just
I
in
feel like it
the
is.
bubble, but I feel like
It is.
it has to,
But
it
I
already
feel like
has
it's
to
not-
be web, right?
I feel like it's not HTML, CSS.
I think you.
How many
Oh, what do you-
tools
so
for
just
the
web
command
big.
line do you think there are out there that are
Way
public
less
source?
than people who wanted to learn how to code, made a shitty portfolio, and then gave up. That's the thing. Is like if we're talking like there's a level of filter.
gotta-
and I
we
agree.
gotta get stats
Once you
on
go
this,
from
though.
I
I'm so
want to be a
interested.
dev to I am a dev. Once you're in that I am a dev area, you're entirely correct. But I'm not talking about people who are devs. I'm talking about people who use GitHub, which is 95% of people who want to be devs, 5% of people who are devs, and then in that 5%, 1% of
That
them
is such an
are
insane
actually doing
statement
shit.
because why would someone just do HTML and then go and learn Git and manage it via Git?
Because they're following along in tutorials, like how to make a portfolio or how to get started with code, and like the GitHub step will be in the tutorial.
Zoom in. Wrong.
I am so excited to see numbers for this. 'Cause
Wait, I'm so
This is the
curious
thing where I
about
think I'm right. This is the thing where I'm like 99%
But isn't
sure.
like
I'm
Stack
right here.
Overflow?
I think that
Stack
makes sense to
Overflow
me.
is.
Like,
Do you think Stack
people
Overflow is
creating
a
portfolios
good
makes sense.
look at coding, or do you think it's more
No,
web heavy?
it's very web heavy.
Okay, because if you look at the Stack Overflow stats, it's overwhelmingly web.
Yeah,
Why-
you don't
why do
think
you
that's
think
an
that's-
accurate representation of the world?
Yes, but it's not overwhelmingly just HTML and CSS either. So his
No,
original
yeah,
thing was
I don't
just
think- I
HTML
agree.
and
I
just
think it
CSS.
I think the repo is
JavaScript
majority
primarily.
of those things.
If
I
only
don't
we
think
could
so.
tell. I'm looking at.
Okay, I have to know this now. Like, I'm so curious.
Chat, type 1 in the chat
So-
if you think it's majority HTML and CSS. Type 2 in the chat if you don't think it's majority HTML and CSS.
I need to see the chat.
For public repos.
Once it's
Someone said
public
3.
repos are. Was one agree or disagree? It looks pretty even split, honestly.
That's a
I'm
lot
seeing a lot
of
of
twos.
twos now. At first there was an even split though.
What was 2 again?
2 was, it's not.
Alternative framing. Do you think the majority of GitHub repos, we'll do A and B so it doesn't get mixed up with ones and twos. A, if you think the majority of GitHub repos are minimal people trying out something for the first time that are mostly HTML, CSS, and JS, probably even leaning HTML, CSS, or do you think the average repo on GitHub is more likely to be something that isn't that? B for that, if it's less likely. A for that, if you think probably mostly web stuff.
Well, it wasn't mostly web stuff. You just changed it on that.
Now, mostly early stage web stuff that's like...
Everyone's saying B.
Lots of both.
Still
Lots of
Bs?
Bs.
Some C's in there.
I can't wait to run these numbers because I am positive I'm right about this. You guys do not know how many noobs spin up a GitHub, make one repo that is useless, and then stop using GitHub. That is the majority of repos that are public.
I don't know. How many repos do you have?
That are public?
Yeah, how many repos do you think everybody in this room has?
Not enough to account for the difference for the number of noobs?
Probably
I would imagine.
57,000.
Yeah, I'd say probably within this one is
57,000.
probably well above
Are we
5
counting
figures.
forks?
No.
Cool, because if we're counting forks, I'm fucked, I lose.
Yeah, I'm at least at 500 personal repos at this point.
I would probably
Minimum.
have like 200-300.
Yes, but for most of mine, well, it's actually the reason I thought of this is when I initialize something with like create React app or even with like Next, I'm always surprised to see, wow, most of like the little GitHub tracker thing where it shows you the file, like the language split, is JS for a config file and CSS for CSS purposes. What?
Does DataStax have a booth?
We're in the middle
Probably
of
in
a
the
thing.
hall.
Yeah,
We're,
this is like
we're
the
live
worst possible
streaming.
place to ask.
Yeah.
DataStack
sorry.
was a sponsor, but I don't know where they're at.
Yeah. I'm sorry, you're asking the worst possible place. Imagine looking at a camera and being like, this is where I should go to ask for advice on where things are. Yeah, it's
I don't
great.
think
It says
Yeah,
React Mammoth
this
right there.
actually is a pretty good
and they're a
place to
sponsor,
ask.
so it's.
I don't think she knew we were.
It seems like it. No, it looks like a desk where just a bunch of idiots are arguing about GitHub repos.
With microphones and
She's like, well, they're not doing anything
I wish-
important,
no,
nerds.
This is honestly not that important.
What's it called? It doesn't even have
I
HTML
want
or
someone to
CSS
build a
on here.
project that tracks this and
But
sees
it
like
doesn't
what
have a
languages are
repo
being used the
count,
most.
which is a kind of a unique one. But as far as things go, I mean, that's not surprising.
I'm
C++
so
curious
being
about this
20%.
debate.
Oh,
It was like
somebody
C++
linked
20%.
most. Oh, this is for PRs though.
Oh, well, PRs skews it, though,
Yeah,
because it's
PRs
like,
are-
beginner.
Way spicier one. Do you think the average repo has or has not ever made a PR or had a PR?
Oh, what do we got here? Most popular languages. Is this on GitHub?
Yeah, most popular language is not looking good in the old web department.
Oh, for sure.
JavaScript 28%. 2018 20. Oh, JavaScript's going down. Why?
TypeScript is
Is
going
TypeScript?
out. Yeah, TypeScript's
It's-
going out.
Oh, it's not. Oh yeah. Okay. They should put those together though. So December 2021, JavaScript and TypeScript are 22%.
And that's not a
Python is
majority.
18.
Majority's 51.
Yeah.
It's 50.001, whatever it is.
Python is way higher than I
Now,
would have said. It's
plurality, you
almost
might
a-
be able to convince
Thank
me
you.
on a plurality, but on a majority.
That's way higher than I would have thought for the other languages.
I would assume C++ is damn
Maybe
near
the world
20.
doesn't revolve around the browser.
You'd be shocked at
Are
how
we
many
wrong?
people don't program the web.
Yeah.
The web is disproportionately obvious because it's the world you work in.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, that could be a bias.
Because I respond to people who work on the web. I interact with people who are on the web. You create an ecosystem.
But also, how much of that Python is a web backend? Would you consider
a lot of ML,
a web server?
I'm sorry, but JavaScript being 18% and Go being 9% suggests this is bullshit. Go is popular. Go is not half as popular as JavaScript. These numbers are made up.
I think it's just surveying the GitHub language thing.
I want to know more about how they got these numbers. That just is not believable.
I know
to me.
it's shocking, but there is a lot of other code being written.
Not in Go. There's a lot of code being written in Go, but not that many repos being started with Go right now. That's just that's to me patently.
I know, but
obvious
like, the
false.
problem is you're making something up and you believe you're drinking your own Kool-Aid and saying this tastes delicious. Like, I don't know how many repos are being started with Go. I'm not making any assertion. My
Do you
only assertion is I
honestly think
don't
there
know.
are half as many projects being started on GitHub with Go than with JavaScript?
That's line count, so I can't tell you how many things.
Oh, is this line count? Oh, then Go's gonna obviously win because you import all of the fucking modules as like code in the code base. That's like
What's this
absolutely
one?
the case. Okay, that makes
What's
sense.
that one?
I don't know what I'm looking at. Help me.
Man, you guys got
supposed to be
data.
horizontal?
You got data
Don't call a
people?
comeback. Why Java's still the champ? Damn, Java coming out there as the champ. I don't understand. What is this thing?
That's from GitHub.
I know, but what is it?
This is about the programming languages.
Yeah, I have ways to get this info. The question I was trying to ask is, do you think the average repo has multiple branches or one branch?
I have no idea.
I would be very surprised if
average
it's
or the
I don't know.
Median.
Yeah, average and median are very, very different.
Median. I would say the majority of GitHub repos have one branch.
Hello World repos.
That's what I've been saying the whole time. Is I think more repos than any of us want to give credit are a Hello World repo of some form, something like that.
One branch and Hello World are orthogonal. You cannot say they're the same. Like, you literally cannot say they're the same. I just got done launching a coffee company with a singular branch. So with four separate devs working on it.
One branch, one developer.
Well, I mean, yeah, I would agree that one branch, one developer would be the majority, but that has no indication into what it is.
Yeah. Well, yeah, like we need like stats on over 6 months if there's been 20 commits, you know? Like if it's actually something someone's working on.
But even
I see some people in chat saying Theo is coping. I will take the biggest L in the history of JavaScript Twitter if I actually am wrong on this one, but I'm going to put the time in some point next week to figure this out because I am that confident I'm right on this one.
All right.
I
Well,
think you guys underestimate the number
we
of
gotta get
devs.
somebody from GitHub to run the stats for us. I'm very
I'm
interested.
gonna bug V-Dougie after this, like for sure. I'm so curious. I thought this was just understood. I'm
Yeah.
actually surprised people don't agree with me on this.
Wouldn't like built
I
with
thought
have
the
stats
TypeScript
too,
for-
though?
Well, the hard part is that you're also the disingenuousness of only using an open one is how many developers just don't do things on GitHub.
Yeah, that's true.
Like there is an enormous amount of people that only work on private repos on GitHub or GitLab or Stash.
My thing is like what we're talking about here is the 95% of devs that don't necessarily make it down to like doing programming for a living. If we just filter it out of like, have you ever been paid to code? I am fully in agreement with you.
I know, but 95% of devs is a crazy number to say only 5% of devs program.
95% of people, so out of the 100% of people who have a GitHub, I would honestly believe only 5% have ever been paid to code. I think the vast minority of people with a GitHub have been paid to code.
No chance.
I know so many people who have a GitHub for random shit.
No,
I know
and you can like look at the free CodeCamp stars and just subtract that because like that's where a lot of those are coming from. 5%.
I had a GitHub for
5%.
2 years before I wrote code.
You are super unique. I wrote code for a decade before I had a GitHub.
freaking used to have a sling of zip files
didn't
for
exist till 5
10
years after you
years.
started coding.
FTPing right into the box.
I think this might be the gap, actually, the age gap, honestly, now I think about it.
Oh, we're the old guys?
You learn to program in a different era. I
Yeah,
think people
Git
learn...
was invented before I went to college.
But GitHub wasn't a standard until after you had a job.
Yeah.
That's the difference here.
That's fine. But still, you're still making the assumption which I don't think is correct. Like the fundamental assumption, especially the 95% of all people on GitHub, only 5%
All
of
accounts
them.
on GitHub. Most of them are inactive.
Okay, well then inactive ones that you can't tell if they are or not getting paid. Now you're just making a start because I have like what 6 inactive accounts on GitHub. Those inactive ones are definitely getting paid.
The point of it is, I think
and posted at Netflix.com
I
ain't
think
making
you
any
guys
commits
are
right now.
massively underestimating the number of people who try to learn to code, get far enough to have a GitHub, and then give up for any of many reasons.
I think my general assertion is that all statistics are made up. So I'm just simply saying I don't believe you.
Yeah.
That's it. I'm not saying what it is. I just don't believe
Yeah, great
it.
confidence in your numbers, but I would love to see the actual numbers.
I guess we're gonna find out.
We have a lot of work to do. I'm committed now.
I don't know
I'm gonna write
anymore.
some stupid fucking
I don't know,
scripts and
Mike.
figure out some stupid fucking
So
things.
somebody at Google has like a big query of all of GitHub, and they can run these queries.
There's
for
someone
us.
laughing right now. I already know.
I just ran it. It's
I already have stash hacked. Jayatan, who made XY backdoor, probably already has this information. He's laughing. Jayatan, give me the information, Jayatan.
Oh man.
Good shit. Who are our other guests? I want to make sure that we can wrap up.
It's 5:20. We probably need to wrap up because we are past. I mean, they're
Yeah.
breaking down the event, so we should probably
Yeah,
wrap
I know
it
we
up.
need to grab David, so we'll do that. Yeah. Thank you so much for
Thanks
coming
for
by. I
having
appreciate
me.
you a ton,
Thank
Wes.
you.
Where can people find you? Syntax FM, best place?
Yeah, so next time, West Boss, online, and the internet.
Me and Wes
Awesome.
Boss cured our relationship last night.
It was beautiful.
It was beautiful.
Started spitting everywhere. Beautiful, yeah.
I'll take the L.
Thank you so much. Tap David for us. Thank you. No, I think David's a good wrap up. Talking about solid to wrap up the React Conf.
We'll probably have to make it pretty quick though.
Yes, we need to go quick on this one.
Guarantee you they want this. They want
know
us
they
out.
do.
All right, we'll be quick.
They want us out about 20 minutes ago.
Yes. Howdy.
Hey.
Do you want to like introduce yourself?
Sure, I am.
It should be on
19
yes.
point.
19.8 million public repos.
3 point something million.
No, 90.8 are JS, 3.1 are C++ is what that says.
Are we live right now?
Yes,
Yeah,
we're
we're
live.
live.
Sorry, we just got in a long argument.
Sorry.
I think, actually, we'll start with this. First, we'll introduce you. For those who don't know, this is David. He's really involved with Solid.js. He's the #2 guy next to Ryan, who's running the community, running a lot of the comms and everything. He even had the sticker on his badge. He's the one making it so we can actually adopt Solid in most ways.
Very much.
Fantastic work. So
and the originator of solid primitives.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah.
That's
Solid
awesome.
what?
Solid primitives.
Oh, nice.
It's like our React hooks library.
Yeah.
Other people have
Create
taken
state.
it up. Sorry?
Is it the create state? Is that how you call that? What's the
Create signal?
Create signal.
Create signal. Sorry.
Yeah, that's core. So that's
Yeah.
core. You know the like there's all of the libraries that are like common hooks for people like React hooks the package. There's a bunch of them. He's building the equivalent of that for Solid. Is that
Or
correct?
view use. It's
Yeah.
like what we built is very similar to view use.
Very cool.
Yeah, it's actually got us almost as many downloads as Solid.
Damn.
It's getting close.
That's really interesting because that's actually a huge difference from how the React ecosystem works. Where like it's almost like React intentionally is missing a bunch of parts and expects the community to fill all of those holes. And the result is every React code base fills those holes in entirely different ways. It sounds like that's not actually the case in Solid. They're all adopting like similar stuff.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's really interesting. Yeah. Do you think people are happier or less happier with that overall? I'm very curious.
Closer.
Closer? Oh gosh.
Yeah.
I'm not sure actually. It's a good question to pose to the community. I would suppose happier though.
Yeah. It seems like there's a lot of people who are just burnt out on the decision fatigue. Is that like part of the goal with Solid and how it's designed these ways?
You're asking the hard-hitting questions today.
I'm echoing again. Are you kidding? Fucking Christ.
Do you want to use my mic? Here.
No, it's fine. Oh,
You're
yeah.
okay.
Cool.
Okay.
We'll just. We're good. Anyways.
Do you want to rephrase the question for me?
Sure. How much do you feel? I'll change it actually a bit. How many of like the Solid users you find yourself talking with regularly do you find are like there because they're burnt out on React?
Actually, I'm going to backtrack on that. Probably in the past year or so, I'd say that it's not really fatigue that drives them. It's more curiosity about like Solid is this similar but dissimilar thing, and it's more curiosity that drives them over. I don't think we don't really hear them coming over and saying, I'm completely fed up with React. This is like troublesome to me. A lot of people will complain about RSCs and what's happening in the ecosystem, but they just don't come into like our Discord and start ranting and raving about this. It's more about like, this is a different flavor of JSX. What can I do with this? How is it different? And they're interested in experiencing it. The funny part though is once they get into it, they expect it to work like React, and then they actually complain because it's like, why isn't this working? Why isn't re-rendering the component? We literally have like an FAQ section that we're building that answers all the same questions over and over again. Most people don't realize that like you have to change your perspective. You have to change your mental model and expect that it is different. You know, we've had this conversation internally, like, is JSX really helping Solid at the end of the day? Ryan will say yes, absolutely. But, you know, people come in, use JSX, and they expect it to work the same way as React. Would it make more sense to have a DSL that doesn't create that expectation? So, like, these are some of the questions I've asked internally, and Ryan will obviously defend it endlessly because you get the value of the ecosystem, you get all the tooling that comes along with it. So we're sticking with the JSX part of it. But yeah, you got to kind of reframe your mind and like rejig your brain to understand that this is a fine-grained reactive utility. It's not React.
Very interesting. I hadn't thought of the JSX decision as like obviously I got into Solid because I had tried Svelte, I tried other solutions, and I missed JSX a lot. Yeah. And when Solid came out, and it was the fastest, and it was JSX, and it looked kind of like the React I was writing every day, I got really excited. And that, like, how do I put this? It is why I tried Solid out. Okay. And I ended up liking it. I also ran into all the same bookends you're discussing where, like, I expected it to work like React, and it wasn't because it's not React. But I found those to be also pleasant in a lot of ways. Like, the power of, like, the demo that blew my mind with Solid is, for those who aren't as familiar with Solid and its syntax, they have a create signal that works a lot like useState in React. The difference is you can take a create signal call for like a counter that's in your component and just move it out of the component, and now it's a shared thing across all of your components because the state management is what calls the components rather than the other way around. Is it still on? Yeah. Oh, thank you.
The constructor function versus render function got me the first time I used Solid.
Yeah.
That's pretty the classic one.
Gets a lot of people. Other things are like create resource. A lot of people expect things out of it, or the API is kind of weird and different from something that they've seen in the past. So like learning it can be a little cumbersome. You know, these are all things that we're well aware of. We hear this in our Discord all the time. Ryan is listening to this. Like some of the recent changes with Solid Start and bringing like create async, new cache primitive. All these things are designed to kind of I guess overlay on top of that and make it a lot more accessible.
Yeah, I found trying. You know, I love this. So you're doing great. I find this stuff so interesting, and I hadn't thought of this as a frame of like, does JSX imply to a developer that this should work like React? Because that's a way I had thought of it before. It's like, I think of JSX almost like a technical implementation detail, where like Astro uses JSX now for its syntax under the hood. It was a big shift for them to do that, but it doesn't feel like React when you're writing Astro. It feels very different. Yeah. And it's interesting to think like, due to how Solid is, like how you compose a Solid component, it feels enough like React that it makes those differences even more jarring.
Yeah, it's the jarring aspect is part of the fatigue aspect of it. So, you know, like you really have to come in prepared and ready to expect something different. You know, it's funny how React has really morphed our brains to have expectations. I call it reacticitis. Not meant in a derogatory way, but you know, it is, oh God, not an affliction, but it is a state of mind. And for you know, a lot of reasons, it's a positive thing because you know, you think a particular direction. I'm actually thinking of writing an article about this.
You should. And
correlating it to. This is going to sound really strange, and I'm trying to find a way to. I've been bouncing this theory off with a couple of people recently, but you know, it reminds me of like this is really nerdy. The Prussian education system versus like Montessori education system. The Prussian education system was about basically pumping out soldiers, pumping out people that all had a base level of education. And Montessori was more about that more private, more personal education. And I'm trying to find a way to like compare that with React and other libraries. Like React is trying to teach a way of thinking, a way of being, a base level of education so that you can be productive right away to a larger system. That's the corporations. Mm-hmm. And I feel like a lot of the other frameworks are imposing more of like a private Montessori education system where you have to do a lot more work to learn that, but you're not abiding by a similar kind of system.
So, but if someone were to learn Solid first, they would have the identical mirrored attacks attempting to use React. Is it really just, I mean, to me, the problem, at least for me, was that the API, a component, is a capital lettered function. It's kind of like our convention right there, along with returning JSX. Like that is the, if you will, the API or the language to describe what I'm doing is identical. And so I can't tell, like I can't look at it and tell the difference. Like if I'm using a string in C versus JavaScript, there's a big, big difference. And so you come in with fundamentally different expectations, but this one's identical with two separate behaviors. So is it really just like what you learned first is going to be what you bring into it? Past experiences dictate how you learn?
Yeah.
If you were first, people would be saying the same thing to React. Why is this rendering a bunch? What is going on here?
Yeah, but there's also like there's a whole bunch of, like, we can go into this pretty deeply, but like I feel like with Solid it is actually just JavaScript. I know that React uses that a lot, and it is JavaScript with a lot of rules on top of it.
Create effect is not JavaScript. Signals are not part of JavaScript.
We have some compiler magic, yes, but I'd say it's a lot less rule-oriented. And what I'm getting at is maybe you're learning more JavaScript, actually, when you're using something like Solid, as opposed to React, where you're learning more rules, right? So it's more of you're learning a state of being as opposed to an actual language. That's not a correct way of phrasing it, but
I think I mostly agree with that. I didn't agree with the original framing though, because like I actually think that frameworks, especially something like Vue, does a much more of the like teaching everyone to think and work this exact same way, versus React, which is like you need to know and agree on this core set of things. Everything else is up to you. So if we were to do the education comparison, it's like in React, there are these like 3 core like courses that you're expected to learn, and then everything else is elective. So go do whatever the hell you want with it. But something like Vue is, here are the 7 courses that you need to do anything with this language. What's your favorite thing about Solid, Madison?
She's probably never used it.
I only recently looked into it. I don't know about it.
Stop covering your face. They can't hear you, Madison.
I've only stopped.
I think both of them are at their limit for stream. I know that neither of them normally do these 7-hour things like I do. So this might be a good time to start wrapping up.
Yeah. Anyways, I do like that idea, but I don't. The only thing I will say for Solid is a little bit different is that for every kind of signal that you create, it's a point of change within your application, and that can be passed anywhere, which kind of is a very JavaScript kind of feeling. Right.
Can you explain that more?
Like typically, whenever you're using React, you have your set and you have your value that you have. You have your set and your get, and those typically remain within the component. It'd be really strange to pass those around, right?
Like, you define your use, like you call use
naughty,
in the
I would say, naughty.
You call signals outside of the component too. You can put them wherever you want.
It
the signals
encourages that. A solid store is really just
the components.
So like
I wouldn't say encourages it. You can
state
do it,
outside of
but
the
you really
functional
have
component that it belongs to?
control
Yes.
yourself.
You can put it in the component too, but it can be outside.
So
It's a
it would
bit
be in
more
a
like
parent
C. Oh my
component?
goodness, we're both having two
No, it's
conversations.
just you can just put it in like the HTML or like the JS without being inside of anything.
Oh, okay. So the benefit is just like more flexibility from
Points
where
of change.
Yeah, and the mental model trying to push is like with React, you think in terms of your components. So you have like your app component that mounts your top nav and your body component that mounts all these other things throughout. With Solid, you have your template that is all of the content that gets rendered, but you also have your state, which is its own separate data thing that you can map to the components by calling instead. So it's that like in React, when you have like the count comma set count equals use state 0. Count is a variable that you can just use and console log there. With Solid, since everything can exist externally, it doesn't know that value is dynamic or not. So instead, you have to call it as a function. So you wouldn't just say count. You would do count parentheses to call it. And when you call it, it's now built the relationship between where you called it and the data itself.
I will say one thing that's unique about Solid is that, or one thing I really like about Solid is that React, in some sense, makes people think about the data they're grabbing as a tree, where Solid, you're not necessarily bound by that same thing. You can have different ways in which you approach an application that just makes it simpler.
Yeah, but conversely, you
It's
actually
also more
have to
confusing.
follow the reactivity. Like, you have to make sure that you're wiring things very, very specifically, and that is an advantage, but also a disadvantage.
Yes.
It adds complexity, but it gives you more power.
The component model, like both of these are hierarchies of how your application works. React, the component hierarchy, is the single source of truth for how your entire application functions, and your data graph flows through that. In Solid, the data graph is the thing that commands your entire application, and UI gets attached to that. I think the thing here that's important is that UI hierarchies are really easy for us to understand because they work roughly like HTML, and they are very visual because we see them and we can understand them that way. Whereas even just noticing that there's a data graph, much less visualizing it, much less explaining it and mapping and doing all these things, it's more difficult to show that than it is to show component hierarchies.
Yeah. I will say, like, React is fantastic.
Yeah.
Like,
I have not met somebody deep in the Solid ecosystem that's like a contributor to Solid that isn't relatively into React.
We're all into React.
Yeah.
Like there's and especially Ryan, you know this.
Yes, of course.
He's really, really passionate about React. We're really passionate about the whole ecosystem. The reality is, like, React serves a very specific purpose. It's meant to be productive in large teams, large scale environments. It's easy for beginners to pick up and learn these rules. And, well, easy. It puts them on Rails. Frameworks, fine-grained reactive frameworks like Solid are a bit harder to get into. Like, the learning curve is a lot higher, but I feel like it scales easily. Like, once you learn it, you can actually build really large applications very similarly. With React, I feel like it's easy to pick up and then gets way harder afterwards. So it's kind of the inverse.
I want to see more big Solid apps because I found, like, there's a lot of parts that come to an application getting big. It's not just like there's a lot of code that we have to deal with. It's also the quality of the average contributor. I shouldn't say quality. The knowledge of the average contributor goes down as the project gets bigger because there's more people contributing. The likelihood that they know the things you're using, much less where they are in the code base, is much lower. So while I have seen a couple pretty big Solid code bases, there had been no new contributors to them for like 4 to 5 years. Whereas with the average React code base, especially at a big company, a lot of people learned React by contributing to one of those big code bases. And that's a thing I think we haven't seen enough of in Solid to know for sure. My favorite like thing that I rant about all the time is the idea of like the average React developer, where the average React dev has probably never initialized a React project. They probably picked up React because it was in a code base at their company that they just started using. And most importantly, they did not choose React. The average person writing React code did not pick to use React. It was kind of forced upon them some way. Whereas with Solid, the average Solid dev absolutely picks Solid. They want to work on Solid. If they're using it at their company, either they were the one who brought it to their company, or they picked to work at the company so they could use Solid.
Yeah. No, I think you nailed that part of it. You know, like, it's very interesting to see what's going to happen in the next couple of years. Like, our community's growing. There's so many opportunities to actually learn new things. Like, have you guys ever seen a large Solid code base yet?
I have.
What's the largest you've seen?
I got a decent bit of a tour on the Post News site.
Okay, that's a pretty decent sized one. So I've now helped on or constructed about 4 reasonably sized packages or apps with maybe about 20, 30 routes, or one had 50. And so,
how many contributors on the biggest one?
It was about 4.
Good to
reasonably sized.
I learned React on a code base that had 800 contributors.
You've seen some pretty well-scaled code.
And
you've probably seen some crazy stuff at Netflix as well.
Netflix is one of the craziest React code bases in the world. If I worked at Netflix, I would probably hate React.
Yeah, remember, the television doesn't have a concept of focus.
Yeah.
So focus runs through React.
You know what's funny? Right now, Ryan's actually doing a stream with the guys from Lightning.js. So it's a framework that uses Solid's universal renderer to actually create TV applications.
It's very hard if you only have left, right, up, down, and back, which is or enter, which is your only guaranteed 5 buttons at one point in time.
Yeah.
How you think about an application changes.
Yeah. No,
good stuff.
It's completely different ballgame. It's very interesting.
Excited for React Native to solve all this for us. Half a joke. They're doing really cool stuff with React Native, but building TV apps is hard for reasons other than the framework you chose.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Thank you for this. We appreciate getting to bring in our favorite framework right before the end of the conference about our other favorite framework. Sorry,
a real solid way to end, I'd say.
A really good ending. Is Solid a library or a framework?
Oh no, don't ask me this question.
He said fine-grained reactive framework earlier. Framework confirmed.
Okay, we'll go with that.
Cool. Perfect. Hopefully we don't annoy Ryan too much.
He'll be fine.
He's texting right now.
Oh no! Yeah. No, he's streaming right now.
Ryan is in shambles right now.
No, he's in a 6-hour stream. He's not going to see this until later.
Perfect. Well, I'm excited to see that stream too.
Oh, we want to thank Clerk so much. We really appreciate you guys.
That was my job.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Thank you so much, David. Now we can do our outro, of course.
What are your last words?
Here, you can hold this. I have his. Cool. Thank
right.
you again. So this was awesome. I'm pumped that we actually got to do this. Sorry it was a bit chaotic. Sorry about all the audio stuff. Sorry everybody but me is wrong about GitHub repos. Thank you again to Clerk for sponsoring this and making it possible, getting us all here, helping us out, being the best way to do Auth. Like, I know they're a sponsor. I know I'm going to get accused of paid shilling, but I do use Clerk for every single project that I have Auth for. Basically, since I started using it over 2 years ago now, it has like measurably made my life better. It is the best way to do Auth and full stack stuff. I can't recommend it highly enough, even if they pay me to put their logo in the corner when I talk about them. They've never once told me to say a specific thing. In fact, I regularly disagree with them, but it's a cool product. You should try it if you haven't.
Love it.
Last words?
Yeah, I mean, this is so much fun. I've learned a ton from you guys. This was fun, and thank you so much, audience, for watching. We appreciate it.
Did you know that at some point in your life you quit playing tag with your friends, and one of you are still it for the rest of your life?
You're it.
I'm not playing tag. Think about that.
I think that's
There's
the perfect
people
ending.
walking around right now in this room probably that are currently it.
Can you end the game when you're it?
I just lost the game.
I'm going to be up all night.
I know,
This is
isn't
so
that
disturbing.
just wild? You don't know in the last game.
I thought this was gonna be the whole like. There's one like. There's a last day of you hang out with your friends in elementary school outside, and like you never know when it is, but you don't realize till after. I thought it was gonna be one of those things.
No,
but no,
it's
some
it.
weird
It's
existential
way
it
worse.
bullshit. I hate you.
Should we play tag tonight?
No.
No.
Not at all.
This is a good ending. Mark, can you hit that end button for us and we can be done? Goodbye, y'all. Thanks again. I should rate somebody, but I'm lazy.